दोनों देशों के लिए प्राथमिकता और फोकस का क्षेत्र है और हम क्लीन हाइड्रोजन और सोलर में साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। पिछले साल लागू हुए ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट एकता से दोनों देशों के बीच ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेहतर अवसर खुले हैं और हमारी टीमें कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर भी काम कर रही है। फ्रेंड्स, पीपल टू पीपल संबंध भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया मित्रता का एक प्रमुख आधार है। हमने एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशंस की परस्पर मान्यता के लिए एक मैकेनिज्म पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं जो हमारे छात्र समुदाय के लिए उपयोगी होंगे। हम मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट पर भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। यह छात्रों, कामगारों और प्रोफेशनल के लिए लाभदायक होगा। भारतीय प्रवासी अब ऑस्ट्रेलिया में दूसरा सबसे बड़ा इमिग्रेंट समुदाय है। यह इंडियन कम्युनिटी ऑस्ट्रेलिया के समाज और अर्थव्यवस्था में उल्लेखनीय योगदान दे रहा है। यह खेद का विषय है कि पिछले कुछ सप्ताहों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय पर हमारी टीम्स नियमित संपर्क में रहेगी और यथासंभव सहयोग करेगी। फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी और मैं इस बात पर सहमत है कि हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध वैश्विक चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए और वैश्विक कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी को भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की प्राथमिकताओं के बारे में बताया और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के सतत सहयोग के लिए उनका आभार भी व्यक्त किया। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया दोनों क्वाड के सदस्य हैं और आज हमने इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर हमारे बीच सहयोग पर भी चर्चा की। इस वर्ष मई में क्वाड लीडर्स समिट के लिए मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। उसके बाद सितंबर में G20 समिट के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी का फिर से स्वागत करने का मुझे अवसर मिलेगा और मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी। एक बार फिर प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी का भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उनकी इस यात्रा से हमारे संबंधों को नई गति और मोमेंटम मिलेगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Honourable Prime Minister of Australia to deliver his remarks.
Well, thank you very much, and I was very pleased to meet Prime Minister Modi again after our meetings at the G20 and the East Asia Summit last year. And I look forward very much to hosting Prime Minister Modi in Australia for the Quad Leaders Summit in May, and then returning to India in September for the G20 Leaders Summit. The relationship with India is multifaceted. The frequent high-level contact between Australia and India has further strengthened cooperation across a range of areas, including trade and investment, climate and energy, defence and security, and between the people of our two countries. Today, Prime Minister Modi and I discussed the strength of our economic relationship demonstrated by the entry into force of the landmark India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement last year. This has eliminated tariffs on more than 85% of Australian goods exported to India, benefiting Indian consumers and providing cheaper inputs for Indian industry. We also agreed on an early conclusion of our ambitious, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement as soon as possible, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that this year. This transformational deal will realise the full potential of the bilateral economic relationship, creating new employment opportunities and raising living standards for the people of both Australia and India. In recognition of a unique part of our bilateral economic relationship, we also discussed the potential presented by the India-Australia Audio-Visual Co-Production Agreement that has been exchanged here today. This agreement will support skilled jobs, creative exchange and the development of screen projects of cultural significance in both countries. Prime Minister Modi and I also discussed the urgent need to address climate change and support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. I am proud of the existing cooperation between Australia and India on solar and hydrogen, two technologies that are critical to our energy transition goals, and the opportunities for us to work more closely to secure critical mineral supply chains. I'm pleased that today we have exchanged terms of references for the Australia-India Solar Task Force and are able to announce Australian solar expert Professor Renata Egan and eminent Indian scientist Professor Anil Kothantharil as task force co-chairs. The task force will provide our governments with advice on opportunities to accelerate solar PV deployment and enhance supply chains. I welcome significant and ambitious progress under the defence and security pillar of our relationship. Prime Minister Modi and I discussed the increasingly uncertain global security environment and committed to strengthening the Australia-India Defence and Security Partnership to address shared challenges and work towards an open, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. I welcome increased defence information sharing between Australia and India, including in the maritime domain. We also discussed Exercise Malabar, which Australia is honoured to be hosting this year. In recognition of the strong education links between Australia and India, I welcome a new agreement to support the mutual recognition of Australian and Indian education qualifications, and am keen to further expand the presence of Australian universities here in India. I am also pleased to report that officials have made significant progress on a new migration and mobility partnership arrangement. This arrangement will promote and support the mobility of students, graduates, academic researchers, business people and other professionals from the emerging and high-tech sectors now and into the future, while also enhancing cooperation on issues pertaining to irregular migration. We hope to have more to announce on this new initiative the next time we meet in Australia. In sports collaboration, I was also honoured to join Prime Minister Modi at the first day of the fourth cricket match of the Border Gavaskar Test Series on Thursday. And it was also a great honour, I must say, Prime Minister, to meet Sunil Gavaskar, VVS Laxman and other legends, including Harbhajan Singh, yesterday. It was great to open the match at Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad, a stadium designed by a Brisbane-based architectural firm, a concrete example, literally, of the cooperation between Australia and India and the mutual benefit that arises from it. I'm pleased to have exchanged a revised sports memorandum of understanding today, which will promote cooperation between our sport-loving nations, including recognising equality, diversity and inclusion in sports, and that Kabaddi will be showcased at the 2026 Commonwealth Games to be held in regional Victoria. I am pleased to announce the appointment of Mr Tim Thomas as the inaugural Chief Executive Officer of the new Centre for Australia-India Relations. The centre will build greater understanding of the Australia-India relationship and support opportunities flowing from our burgeoning connections. I am proud of the deep and vibrant ties between Australians and Indians. These links will grow closer as our cooperation on education, renewable energy, defence, culture and sports expands. I thank you once again, Prime Minister Modi, for your extraordinary welcome here to your vibrant, diverse, wonderful nation. It's been a great honour to be here.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the press statements. Thank you all for joining.
Shifting our focus to Jantar Mantar, we see huge showdown in the national capital. Delhi dangal spills out on the streets in Delhi. BJP ups the ante against corrupt Arvind Kejriwal. BJP now coming out in full force, condemning the Aam Aadmi Party of trying to design the liquor policy to ensure kickbacks and commission, basically defying their branding itself of being an anti-corruption crusader. Here the BJP pointing fingers at AAP, accusing them of being absolutely corrupt. Amit Bharadwaj, our reporter, is right there on ground. Amit, if you can hear me, who are these netas? BJP leaders, we believe, have come out on the streets.
Yes,
any prominent face do we see?
Well, Nabila, you know, this is another round of protest by the BJP workers in the national capital. Yesterday, Manish Sisodia was arrested in the excise policy case by the Enforcement Directorate. He was arrested from Tihar Jail itself. And right here, you can see another round of protest pouring out on the streets of the national capital. Delhi working president of the BJP, Virendra Sachdeva, he's leading the protest. He has sat on the barricades. The first round of barricades have been already broken on the Deen Dayal Upadhyay mark. And now the BJP Karyakartas are standing right at the second barricades. There was struggle between the BJP netas, BJP Karyakartas. They were trying to breach the second round of barricades. However, you know, the Delhi police managed to stop them. What we can see from here is MP Ramesh Bidhudi is amongst the people leading this crowd. There's Mr. Chahal, who is from the Delhi BJP unit. He's sitting on the barricade as well. So clearly 2 rounds of barricades have been put up here. Delhi police jawans are there. Senior officials of the Delhi police constantly asking the Delhi BJP workers to vacate the area because the Aam Aadmi Party's national headquarters is located barely a few meters from here. So right here, you can see the barricades, water cannons which have been placed. Vajra Vahan has been called in as well. The CRP jawans have been called in. So the Aam Aadmi Party's national headquarters is actually located in the second round of barricade, the third round of barricade, which you can see from here. That line of barricade that you're seeing, that's where the Aam Aadmi Party national headquarters is located. So clearly, if these BJP workers are able to breach these barricades, in that case, they will be able to reach the national headquarters of the Aam Aadmi Party. Some action on the other side, Nabila. I'm going to that side where we believe that possibly the buses have been called in to detain the BJP leaders who are protesting on Deen Dayal Upadhyay marg. So the process of detention has begun as well. These BJP workers were not ready to pay heed to the requests of the Delhi police, and now the detention process have been started. Bus has been called. You can see BJP Karyakartas are being asked to get inside the bus. So there is an attempt by Delhi police to ensure that the protest at Deen Dayal Upadhyay marg gets dispersed. And all this is happening, Nabila, because now BJP is upping the ante. It is demanding resignation of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. So clearly, first, they demanded that Satyendra Jain's resignation should happen. Second demand by the BJP in the past few months have been the arrest of Manish Sisodia and Manish Sisodia's resignation. Now, Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain have resigned from their portfolios, respective portfolios in the Kejriwal cabinet. And now BJP is training guns at the party chief, at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal itself. I'll try to come to the other side of the road to get you a sense of as to how the protest is being carried out on Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. You have Virendra Sachdeva taking the lead from the front. Virendra Sachdeva taking the lead from the front, and BJP netas getting detained right there in the visuals. BJP netas are being now taken away and put inside the bus to detain them. And this is after continuous requests were put out to ensure that this road can get vacated, because remember, AAP's national headquarters is located barely a few meters from the point where this protest is going on. One after other, BJP leaders are getting picked up. We can see Ramesh Bidhudi coming from the other side of the barricade. Ramesh Bidhudi coming from the other side of the barricade. He had managed to jump to the other side of the barricade. Ramesh ji, आप लोगों के वर्कर्स को अब डिटेन किया जा रहा है इस वक्त?
नहीं कोई डिटेन नहीं हो रही, हम कल प्रदर्शन करेंगे, बेंच खाते कर देंगे।
डिटेन आप प्रदर्शन जारी रहेगा यहाँ पे?
You have some protesters of the BJP who are out there on the streets, and their target now, the Aam Aadmi Party. It's been another round of protest where the BJP firing salvos at the AAP for being corrupt. And this is in light of the liquor gate, the investigation that's currently being carried out by the central agencies. The BJP is stepping up their attack and protesting. Water cannons being used to disperse the crowds. Amit, go on. We heard you speak to a bunch of people. What is their narrative as of today? And this comes also at the time when Manish Sisodia is going to be taken out from Tihar. He's going to be in ED custody at this point.
I'll also try to speak to working president of BJP, Virendra Sachdeva. Virendra ji, सवाल नहीं उठ रहा है। एक ये प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा या
प्रोटेस्ट जारी है हमारा।
इलेक्शन का प्रोसेस शुरू,
वो पुलिस अपना काम करे।
CBI ED की इंक्वायरी हो रही है। Right there, you can see Virendra Sachdeva not ready to, allow the Delhi police to detain the कार्यकर्ता. He's saying that he's going to lead the protest from the front. Sir, सवाल ये उठ रहा है कि CBI ED जब कार्रवाई कर रही है तो प्रोटेस्ट की प्रक्रिया क्यों? Virendra Sachdeva, trying to make it an example that he wants to lead the protest from the front. Mr. Sachdeva had tried to jump to the other side of the barricade. Ramesh Bidhudi is the MP. He had also jumped to the other side of the barricades. Now they have come back. Now they are sitting on a dharna of sorts at these barricades itself. And you have other BJP workers who are, criticizing Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, with posters and placards in their hands and seeking resignation of Arvind Kejriwal. क्या मांग कर रहे हैं आप?
देखिए, केजरीवाल जी को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, ये हमारी पहली मांग है। क्योंकि जब राजघाट पे जाते हैं, दारू पीने पिलाने वाले की बात करते हैं, महात्मा गांधी का अपमान करते हैं, वो भगत सिंह का अपमान करते हैं, जो युवाओं को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, वो युवाओं का नसीरी बना दिया है।
जब CBI ED काम कर रही है अपना, तो आप लोग लगातार प्रदर्शन क्यों कर रहे हैं?
हमें करना पड़ेगा, देश को जागरूक करना पड़ेगा। जिस तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी ने पूरे देश को शराब में डुबो दिया है, हमें आवाज नहीं उठाएंगे तो ये आवाज दबा दी जाएगी। जनता में आक्रोश आना चाहिए, उन्हें सच्चाई का पता लगना चाहिए।
क्या मांग है?
हमारी मांग है, जिस तरह से सिसोदिया को पकड़ा है, केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, पूरी जनता के सामने उनको नकाबपोश को हटाना चाहिए, सब पकड़े जाने चाहिए वो लोग।
So Nabila, as far as the BJP Karyakarta's agenda is concerned, they are very clearly saying that after Manish Sisodia's resignation, now they want Arvind Kejriwal to resign from the Chief Minister's post as well. But the fact is that on the other side, the kind of response that we are getting from Aam Aadmi Party, today in the morning, Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party chief himself, drew an analogy of sorts where he said Manish Sisodia, in a very subtle manner, he dubbed Manish Sisodia as Prahlad of the modern times. And he said that few people have started to consider themselves, have started to act like Hiranyakashyap, who had made the mistake of considering himself a god. So very cryptic message from Arvind Kejriwal a day after Manish Sisodia was arrested by Enforcement Directorate. Yesterday we had heard Arvind Kejriwal saying, tweeting out that central government is making all efforts to ensure that Manish Sisodia remains behind the bar. And after that, Nabila, you also saw
महंगे दाम पर खरीदना, और अगर 5 मिलियन टन कोयला नहीं खरीदा छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने तो वो क्लॉज भी मैंने पढ़ के सुना दिया कि उसकी पेनल्टी देनी पड़ेगी। ये पूरा इसमें फिगर दिया हुआ है कि कितना प्रोडक्शन होगा और कितना कोयला छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार को खरीदना पड़ेगा। तो अपने आप में और 100% आपने पूरी खदान दे दी आपने उठा के अडानी को। तो ये तो मुफ्त का फायदा है ना, मुफ्त की मलाई खिला रहे हैं आप। इसीलिए तो मैं नारा लगाता हूं कि मोदी अडानी भाई भाई देश बेच के खाई मलाई। मलाई खा रहे हैं, आपने पूरी खदान उठा के अडानी को दे दी, उसके लिए आपने खरीदार भी दे दिया, खरीदार से गारंटी भी दिलवा दी। तो बड़ा आराम का बिजनेस है। कोयला निकालो, कोयला कहीं बर्बाद भी नहीं होना है। जहां खरीदार भी आपके पास मौजूद है उसको आपसे खरीदना ही खरीदना है, नहीं खरीदेगा तो आपको पेनल्टी देगा।
All right, I'm going to take you through the visuals there, cutting across to the BJP workers who've been detained by the police as they come out in protest accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of corruption. Amit Bharadwaj, my colleague, is right there on the ground. Amit, we see visuals of many of those BJP netas being detained, water cannons being used to disperse them. They've gathered right outside the AAP headquarters in Delhi. Give us a little more. Again, what kind of narrative have they unleashed targeting AAP this time? I'm going to try and patch Amit Bharadwaj there, but these are live visuals coming in of all the BJP workers who've been detained, being taken away in those police vans. Amit, over to you. We see visuals of the BJP workers being detained and taken away by the police. The area is being dispersed outside AAP headquarters in Delhi. Huge showdown. The BJP workers protesting against AAP, accusing them of corruption. Give us the latest, what's really the latest narrative that they've unleashed?
Well, Nabila, the protests of BJP started around 11 in the morning, and they had set up a proper stage on the other side of the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. And near that stage, you had dummy jail cells in which Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain were, people wearing the mask of Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain were sitting inside those Tihar jail cells. And with that, now they are demanding that Arvind Kejriwal should also resign from his post. And because of that, they started a march. BJP workers, along with BJP netas such as Virendra Sachdeva, managed to break the barricades. And they had managed to reach the second round of barricades which have been put by Delhi police to protect the Aam Aadmi Party's national headquarters. And you can see water cannons have been placed here. Para Jawans are standing here. Delhi police Jawans are on standby, making all efforts that BJP workers don't manage to reach the Aam Aadmi Party's national headquarters. On the other side, a detention bus was called by Delhi police. Many of the BJP workers have been already detained by Delhi police, and that bus has left. But Nabila, what has happened now is that Virendra Sachdeva, who is the working president of Delhi BJP, he has managed to gather the BJP Karyakartas back, and now they are sitting on a dharna on Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Right there, all the BJP workers who have not been detained yet, they have been called back, and now they are sitting on a dharna, raising slogans against Arvind Kejriwal, against Aam Aadmi Party, and seeking the resignation of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And all this is happening near the second round of barricades, and we can see several councillors of BJP who are standing along with Virendra Sachdeva, the working president of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi. That is Virendra Sachdeva, leading the protest from the front. He was the one who had climbed the barricades, the first round of barricades, and after which those barricades were broken. Now, even at the second round of barricades, Virendra Sachdeva had managed to cross over the barricade, but now he has come back to make sure that his workers and organizational office bearers don't get detained. But Delhi police on the other side, Nabila, has started the process of detaining the BJP workers. So there was one bus which was called, and many of these BJP leaders, BJP workers have been already detained by the Delhi police. But the showdown, the massive showdown in the national capital, the political showdown in the national capital continues. And all this is happening because these BJP workers are seeking resignation of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. So clearly women protesters, BJP Karyakartas, all these people along with BJP leaders are seeking Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. And Nabila, remember, there's a long history to the Delhi excise policy, the politics and the protest in the national capital. Last year, when the CBI had raided Manish Sisodia's house in August, it was the Aam Aadmi Party which was protesting. And along with that, BJP and Congress were on street seeking resignation of Manish Sisodia. The BJP was initially seeking Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia's resignation because they were inside the jail. And now that Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain have already resigned, new ministers have been brought in. The BJP is upping the ante on the Aam Aadmi Party, and now it is seeking resignation of Arvind Kejriwal itself. Now remember, yesterday it was Manish Sisodia was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate from Tihar Jail in the excise policy case, and Aam Aadmi Party, with the national headquarters of the Aam Aadmi Party is located barely a few 100 meters away from here. On the other side of this Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg is where the Aam Aadmi Party's national headquarters is located. And, constantly Aam Aadmi Party is accusing the central government of misusing the central agencies in order to control the opposition parties. And in fact, at Jantar Mantar, you have a mega show of unity, show of strength by the opposition leaders, where Kavita is protesting right now, seeking bringing in of the women's reservation bill. But in the name of that reservation bill, the entire opposition have gotten together and they are training guns at the BJP. But on the other side, interesting visuals coming from the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. I believe, Nabila, more action happening here, more action happening on Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Now Delhi police is trying to detain the BJP leaders who were sitting on dharna. Virendra Sachdeva is getting detained. Abhishek Bhai is getting you those visuals where Virendra Sachdeva, Delhi working president, is getting detained by Delhi police. So after a couple of minutes of dharna by BJP workers, Virendra Sachdeva was not ready to listen to the request of Delhi police. So eventually, Delhi police officials, Jawans, are now taking away.
Amit, stay with us. As we know that Manish Sisodia has now been brought out from Tihar. He will be taken into ED custody. I'm going to cut across to Manish Pandey, our correspondent tracking the central agencies there. He's right outside the ED office. Manish, give us an update on Manish Sisodia's ED custody. He's being taken out of Tihar jail, will be brought to the Rouse Avenue court. What's expected? What really is the ED pushing for as they ask for his custody?
Well, Nabila, I am standing right outside the ED headquarters in the national capital, and what we do know at this point of time is that Manish Sisodia has been taken out from the Tihar jail. Before 2 o'clock this afternoon, he has to be produced before the Rouse Avenue court, before the designated court, that is the PMLA court. Now, as far as today's hearing is concerned, remember there are two important matters. First, the Enforcement Directorate will be asking for the custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia. They have already told the court that they want 10 days of custody because there is a need of custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia. The second important matter is going to be the bail in this CBI case. Now, the CBI has filed a reply before the Rouse Avenue court. The court will hear the arguments from both the sides from the CBI because CBI is opposing this bail application filed by Manish Sisodia, and Sisodia's lawyer will be trying to get some relief for Manish Sisodia. But important is going to be the ED hearing, because remember, even in CBI case, if Manish Sisodia manages to get bail also, still he'll be not only in ED custody, but after ED custody, he will be again going back to Tihar jail, which means that for next few weeks, Manish Sisodia will be either in the custody of Enforcement Directorate or he will be in Tihar jail. Certainly an important day for Manish Sisodia, important day for the other accused who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in this case. But as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they were hoping some relief from the court today. But ED arrested yesterday Manish Sisodia, and now they have to wait and watch for the ED custody to get over so that they can start the legal battle once again in the ED case. Nabila.
Anisha is also joining us right outside the Rouse Avenue court. Manish, stay with us. I'm cutting to Anisha. Anisha, do we see crowds there? Like day one when Manish Sisodia was taken to the Rouse Avenue court, we saw huge protests erupting by the Aam Aadmi Party netas. Has that all settled?
Well, Nabila, at this moment, the protest, we are on the inside road that is right next to where the entry of the Rouse Avenue court is. All protests and dharnas, etc. happen on the main DDU mark, which is where the Aam Aadmi Party office and the BJP office actually are. There is, however, a massive police presence, and I'm going to ask Prem Mishra ji to show you. Barricading has been set up all over this road, the entire area, in fact. DDU Marg, Minto Road, Mata Sundari Road, everything has been barricaded off. You can see in our visuals here, students who are trying to enter the Mata Sundari College, their IDs are also being checked at the barricade on the other side before they're being allowed to even enter their college. So security arrangements have been put in place even inside the court premises, in the courtroom, the corridor, etc. Security arrangements have been set up to make sure that nothing untoward happens, as Mr. Sisodia is expected to be produced before the court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal at 2 p.m. and we will be bringing you minute by minute updates of what is happening inside the court. For now, only the lawyers have started going inside. We've just seen Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, who's the counsel for Manish Sisodia, who just walked in to the court premises. Other lawyers also on their way. ED officers and lawyers have not yet reached the premises, but they should be coming in very soon.
Stay with us, Anisha. We have some big update coming in on one of those suspects in the Delhi liquor gate, the man who's accused to be K. Kavita's frontman, this part of the South cartel. In a twist here, Arun Pillai has moved court seeking to retract his statement. Arun wants to retract his statement that he's given to the Enforcement Directorate. The court has now issued a notice to the ED over Pillai's plea. Now, a quick listen to what exactly this man, Arun Pillai, had said to the Enforcement Directorate. From what we hear, Pillai had admitted that he is a frontman to K. Kavita. He had admitted while, as part of the ED questioning, he admitted that he is a frontman of K. Kavita, that Kavita had come to Delhi to meet with some of the top Aam Aadmi Party netas, and a bribe of 100 crores was discussed as part of, in fact, Arun Pillai is part owner, a 35% shareholder of the Indo Spirits company. They were in fact given an L1 license by the Delhi government. The Indo Spirits company itself had close to 30% stake in most of the business that came in on liquor from Delhi as part of that new liquor policy. So Arun Pillai is said to have admitted that he very well knows Kavita. He's a front man and working on behalf of Kavita. And that he admitted to the Enforcement Directorate that that there was a bribe of 100 crores that was discussed, and also was discussed on how to recover that 100 crore through the liquor business in Delhi. These are the kind of statements he had given. Let me cut across to Munish though to give us more clarity. Munish, tracking those developments. Munish, Arun Pillai, who was arrested, the ED is all set to get them face to face. He and Kavita to be interrogated face to face, and even before that, we believe that Arun Pillai has requested in court that he wants to pull back on the statements that he's given to the Enforcement Directorate. He wants to retract those statements. Would you be able to clarify what kind of statements he made to the ED, and what is his plea before court now?
Well, Nabila, This is certainly a very important development. And why this is important? Because the statement of Arun Pillai was directly impacting K. Kavita. And this application of retraction, which has been filed by Arun Pillai, one of the accused in the case, will have direct bearing on K. Kavita, because the entire ground for the Enforcement Directorate for calling K. Kavita for questioning was based on Arun Pillai's statement. They wanted to confront K. Kavita with Arun Pillai. Confrontation will still happen because the application has been filed. But just for the benefit of our viewers, I have this copy of this statement which was given by Arun Pillai on November 11 last year. In his statement, he has said that there was a dealing understanding between K. Kavita and Aam Aadmi Party, wherein exchange of kickbacks to the tune of 100 crore rupees was discussed. K. Kavita got access to Delhi liquor business, specifically stakes in L1 Indo Spirit. He represented, according to Pillai, he represented K. Kavita in the firm Indo Spirit. He became a partner on her behalf. Further, he arranged the funds for the investment. Also, he said that there was one meeting at a five-star hotel in Delhi where K. Kavita, Vijay Nair himself and Dinesh Arora, they were present, and this meeting was on the recovery of the kickbacks which were paid in advance. And also he claims that he is a close friend of K. Kavita for a long time. So this was the clinching evidence against K. Kavita for the Enforcement Directorate, because any statement which has been recorded by the Enforcement Directorate under Section 50 of PMLA, it becomes an evidence for the Enforcement Directorate.
Now,
and that is why
how far will the court allow for his statements to retract? What does the law say on that? If you want to retract a statement, what's the procedure?
Well, Nabila, it is something which the court has to decide, but in past we have seen that there have been several such requests by the accused in this case, but hardly any statement has been retracted, because ED has to file a reply. There is all possibility that ED will be filing a reply that this statement was not taken under any pressure. He was confronted with the evidence and then he decided to give this statement. Also, they have some WhatsApp chat based on which they establish the fact that K. Kavita and Arun Pillai are very close to each other. Also, because K. Kavita is a politician, ED may claim that now he is retracting the statement because there is a political pressure on Arun Pillai.
Manish, thank you very much for joining us on that. Of course, this is a big U-turn coming in from Kavita's so-called frontman, Arun Pillai, wanting to retract the statements he made to the ED. On the other side of a short break, I'm going to take you through images coming in from Jaipur of Pulwama widows who are being detained at midnight from right outside Sachin Pilot's residence. BJP says that the Congress is now insulting brave hearts. More on that right after a short break.
So let me ask you a few more granular questions about the whole consumption piece. Let's start from the top, the ones which are not seen as rural focused but are very expensive. They've been underperforming over the last few quarters. The names, the expensive ones like Asian Paints and Pidilite and Havells. Do you see further room for compression of their multiples, or have they compressed enough?
So let me take a step back and let's try and understand what are the things happening. I mean, there are two big trends happening in the market today. One is that obviously we are no longer in a low interest rate environment and easy liquidity environment, which had led to these valuations going up much more than the earnings growth rate. The stock prices went up much more than the earnings growth rate. So there is a valuation discipline coming back into the market. Let me just reemphasize that word, valuation discipline. It doesn't mean that every expensive stock is doing badly, but discipline is definitely coming back. And the second thing which is happening is that we are seeing a revival in the cyclical parts of the economy, which is credit growth, investment cycle, real estate, manufacturing. So, ultimately, it's a zero-sum game. One of the reasons why some of these stocks or sectors became expensive was, apart from low interest rates, also because of lack of alternatives, because the cyclical part of the economy was not doing well. Now that that part of the economy has also started firing after almost a lost decade, we are seeing a dual impact on the, let's say, the defensive, high quality, high growth, high PE kind of stocks, which are coming under pressure from both aspects, high interest rates, as well as the alternatives which are now available in the market to really generate alpha.
Deal. I got the election. I got ATN. I got plenty on my plate.
He's on the floor, Tom.
Explain to me what he's doing.
He's moseying, terrifyingly moseying. It's like if Santa Claus was a hitman.
The makers have released the trailer of 4th season of Succession. The story will showcase Roy siblings' battle against their father Logan, who outmaneuvered them with some sneaky help from Tom.
I need a fire breather. Your help with maths.
You really want me?
I need you.
Mr. Mencken, my most unworthy opponent.
Still clinging to your slice of pie.
Where are you at now?
1%. Succession will star Jeremy Strong, Kieran Culkin, Sarah Snook, Alexander Skarsgård, and Peter Friedman, among others.
I love you, but you are not serious people.
I have it on good authority. There is a kill list.
Ken, is your head on straight?
We've been schooled by a barbarian that goes by the name Logan Roy.
I mean, he's out of control.
The series will consist 10 episodes and will start streaming on 26th March.
Possibly imagine.
I have some concerns about your old man.
I will sue, and I will go public.
You point your finger at me, I point my finger at you.
We are gonna grind you down, man. We are sand in the gears. I hate you. Do you understand that?
Loud and clear.
Good. Done.
I'm gonna build something bigger, faster, wilder. I want to kill the opposition, cut their throats. We are pirates!
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, now Pulwama widow assault showdown has escalated in Rajasthan. The widows of the martyrs who were protesting for weeks now over their demands not being met by the Rajasthan government. They were manhandled by the police and detained, and now after a massive uproar, they have been released by the police. Chief Minister Gehlot has shunned their demands, calling them as inappropriate. He alleges that they were being used by the BJP for political motives. Remember, the widows of martyr Hemraj Meena, Rohita Shlamba and others have been demanding statues of martyrs and jobs for their extended family members. BJP has lashed out at the Gehlot government over manhandling these widows and not handling them sensitively. In fact, the party has said that the true face of the Congress has now been revealed. They insult the families of martyrs, and this is a classic example. And just not the BJP, Pilot too used this incident to target Gehlot Sarkar, slamming the police action. He said that the act of the cops is not acceptable and asked the government to deal with it more appropriately.
कि हमारी नौकरी है, उनके बेटे की नौकरी नहीं छीन रहे हम, हमारी नौकरी है, हमारे देवर है, हमारी सास सम्मान कर रहा है, तो मैं उनको नौकरी दिलाना चाहती हूँ। हमारे बेटे को हम सोच सकते हैं क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे, उनको नौकरी देनी है, हम देवर को नौकरी दिलाएंगे। कोई मतलब नहीं, बीजेपी से कांग्रेस से किसी से भी मतलब नहीं है। हमारे को न्याय चाहिए, न्याय चाहिए।
आप लोग क्या मुख्यमंत्री अशोक से मिलना चाह रही हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं?
अब कहाँ मिलना दे रहे हैं? हम बोल रहे कि राजी खुशी हम जा रहे हैं, हमारे को 2 बात करनी है, मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना है, तो उसी के पास 2 मिनट का टाइम नहीं है क्या?
बेसिकली कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति को देखते हुए हमने भी इनको रोका है। हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं क्या मांग है, क्यों जो जहाँ जाना चाह रहे हैं, जो मांगे हैं वो हम संबंधित जगह पे रखेंगे।
सर वो तो कह रहे हैं कि वो बालाजी जाना चाह रहे थे, मंदिर जाना चाह रहे थे।
वो अभी बात हुई नहीं, हम बात कर लेते हैं। हमने बातचीत के लिए उनको आमंत्रित किया है और जब आएंगे जैसे ही बातचीत आएगी उस हिसाब से।
कुछ किरोड़ी जी आप जाना चाह रहे थे रोहिताश लांबा जी की जो
मैं दामोद बालाजी का दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहा था, ये कामना करने के लिए कि हे भगवान इस राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री को सद्बुद्धि दो। ये पूरा क्रूर हो गया है, इसकी पुलिस क्रूर हो गई है, वीरांगना को अपमान कर रही है। अब मेरा अपमान कर दिया, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को कर दिया, कपड़े फाड़ दिए, धक्का मुक्की कर दी, बैरिकेड लगा दी, ट्रैक्टर खड़ा कर दिया, नहीं जाने दे रहे। अब भाई मैं इनसे पूछ रहा हूँ कोई कानून तोड़ा है तो मेरे को गिरफ्तार कर लो, आगे आपको संभावना है कानून टूटेगा तो गिरफ्तार कर लो, जब कुछ भी नहीं है तो मेरे को जाने दो। मैं यही तो कह सकता।
बात करने आए थे, क्या कह रहे थे
वो तो कुछ नहीं कह गए, आगे बस आप जा नहीं सकते ये कह गए। ये तो
लग रहा है कि आप उनके घर जा रहे थे।
ये तो डिक्टेटरशिप हो गई, ये तो तानाशाही हो गई, ये तो निरंकुश हो गया राज शासन और पुलिस।
आपके साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई?
हाँ आपने देखा ना, आप तो थे ही। कोई बात ना, हमारे साथ तो धक्का मुक्की हो, लेकिन देश की वीरांगनाओं के साथ नहीं होना चाहिए।
आप कितने भी बयान उठाकर देख लीजिए राहुल गांधी जी के, उसमें बार बार चाहे वो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स हो, चाहे वो एयर स्ट्राइक्स हो, चाहे गलवान घाटी पर जो भारतीय सेना की बहादुरी हो, हर बात और हर बार राहुल गांधी ने प्रश्न उठाया है भारतीय सेना के ऊपर, अपमानित करा है, और यही मानसिकता राजस्थान सरकार की दिखाई दे रही है। अपना बल दिखाना चाहते हैं मुख्यमंत्री और कांग्रेस पार्टी। इनका बल किस पे चल रहा है आप खुद देखिए। देश के बलिदान परिवारों के छोटे बच्चे और महिलाओं के ऊपर अपना बल दिखा रही है राजस्थान पुलिस और राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री। मिलने से क्यों घबरा रहे हैं? उनकी सुरक्षा को बलिदान परिवारों से क्या खतरा है? आंखों की शर्म है, इस वजह से नहीं मिलना चाहते। झूठी पार्टी, झूठे वादे कैसे सामने खड़े हो सकते हैं एक वीरांगना के, जिसने अपना पूरा परिवार बलिदान दे दिया इस हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर। पुलवामा के हमले के बाद हमारे वीर बलिदानियों के परिवार के पास जाकर बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं करी गई, और आज जब उन घोषणा।
All right, I'm going to cut across to images coming in of Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, being brought to the Rouse Avenue Court. It will be discussed on his ED custody. These are live visuals coming in of Manish Sisodia, who's just reached the Rouse Avenue Court. The ED looking for Sisodia's extended custody. It's up to 14 days that they will be granted, and post that, it's on the ED now to establish why it's necessary to keep Manish Sisodia in custody. Manish Sisodia now reaches the Rouse Avenue Court, and India Today shows you the first images as he enters court. ED is all set to seek Manish Sisodia's custody. It's likely that they would be granted 14-day custody, and post which it's all on the ED to establish whether Sisodia has given satisfactory answers, or whether they want his custody for a prolonged period. Manish Sisodia now reaching the Rouse Avenue Court. A lot of developments that will come in due course. India Today's correspondents, we have Anisha Mathur, who's right outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Manish Pandey joining us right outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. Amit Bharadwaj, who's right in front of the Aam Aadmi Party office. I'm going to cut to our reporters here, but for now, the visuals coming in of Manish Sisodia, who's just arrived at the Rouse Avenue Court, will be, the ED will be pushing for his extended custody. Anisha joining us for more. Anisha, you're outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Manish Sisodia has just reached. Did you get a glimpse of him? What is his body language like?
Well, Nabila, Manish Sisodia has been taken inside the court premises in a jail van. We've just seen the jail van, which is escorted by 2 police vehicles, going inside the Rouse Avenue Court building. Now, I'm going to ask my camera person to show you exactly. There is a lot of security arrangement in place here, and where our cameras are, we are at gate number 5. The entry for the jail van is at gate number 3, and you can see in my frame here, officials are now entering the Rouse Avenue court at this moment. But the jail van went inside from from the gate number 3, where our cameras are not allowed to go. We've been barricaded here. Around the gate number 5 of the Rouse Avenue court. We will, however, be getting you minute-by-minute updates as soon as Manish Sisodia reaches the courtroom, because our colleagues Kanu Tharda and Srishti Ojha are inside the court, who will be giving us updates of the of what happens inside the courtroom. Right now, of course, however, I can tell you the Tihar jail van being escorted by 2 police vehicles has entered the Rouse Avenue court, which means that in a few minutes at 2 p.m. when Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal sits in his courtroom, Manish Sisodia will be produced before him. Now remember, the ED has asked for 10 days custodial interrogation. We've been discussing this since the morning. ED has been saying that there is a lot of evidence, there's a lot of witnesses who have to be confronted with Mr. Sisodia. The ED has also been saying that Mr. Sisodia was not cooperating during the questioning that has happened inside the Tihar jail premises over the last 2 or 3 days. Now, what is going to be important to know is exactly what the ED is able to tell the court. How exactly are they able to convince the court about the need for custodial interrogation? Because remember, his legal team will be giving an argument that he should not be given to ED custody, that because he's already been questioned in the Tihar jail premises, and also before that, every time that the authorities have called him for questioning, he has joined the investigation. His lawyers, of course, Sisodia's lawyers, likely to argue against grant of ED custody, while the ED will be pushing very hard to get custodial interrogation, because as Manish has been saying, has been pointing out, they have been talking about confronting witnesses. There are documentations that are involved. A lot of electronic evidence had been seized, including phones, laptops, etc. The ED will be looking at the money trail. Now, the allegation of that 100 crore kickbacks is where the ED investigation is going to be focusing on, and this is the reason why we've seen such a lot of political drama also in Delhi and outside on this particular issue, as the agencies are investigating these allegations of deliberate change in the liquor policy. They're looking at corruption issues, they're looking at kickbacks, they're looking at the money trail. And today, both the CBI and the ED will be before the court, as the CBI will be opposing Manish Sisodia.
But also Manish. All right, Anisha, stay with us. The images that we see on your right-hand side of your screens, that's Manish Sisodia, who's been brought in right from Tihar jail to Rouse Avenue court. The Delhi police have escorted him all the way to Rouse Avenue court, where the ED will now be pushing for extended custody. Now, this is, of course, a matter of grave concern, while you have the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister himself, Manish Sisodia, inside Tihar jail. And even as Aam Aadmi Party claims that this is targeting and a witch hunt on opposition netas, the ED has, it appears, some substantial information to suggest that Manish Sisodia may have been part of large-scale corruption in the name of the liquor policy. Anisha, for more on that. Anisha, go on. Tell us anything that will come from Manish Sisodia's counsel. Will they be able to contest the plea presented by the Enforcement Directorate today, or is it just the ED's day for them to push for extended custody?
Well, Nabila, of course, if the process is when somebody is to be taken into custody, his lawyers do get a chance to argue. The ED lawyers are obviously going to seek 10 days custody. The ED is, of course, going to say that there are allegations, there are evidences, there are documentations and witness statements that Mr. Sisodia has to be confronted with. However, on the other side, Sisodia's lawyers, and we've seen Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan going inside, we've seen other lawyers of the Aam Aadmi Party also go inside. They will be making a strong case against ED custody. They will be raising the question of why the ED was not able to complete its investigation while Mr. Sisodia was questioned inside the Tihar jail. Why is it that his custodial interrogation specifically is being called for? All of these questions will definitely be asked by Sisodia's counsels, and it is all going to be very crucial to see what the CBI and the ED are going to tell the court today, because remember, today both agencies are before the court. Sisodia's bail application is also before the court for hearing. The ED will also have to explain why exactly the investigation so far has, where exactly the investigation so far has gone. Why are they specifically asking for custodial interrogation? Who are the people they want to confront him with? What kind of evidence is there against Manish Sisodia? Because we've been hearing my colleague Manish talking about what the ED sources have been telling him, what kind of investigation lines have happened so far, because this is a very serious case that has been alleged, very serious allegations against Sisodia for being the person at the helm when it comes to this alleged kickbacks of about 100 crore, about when it comes to these allegations of the liquor policy being deliberately changed. So it will be very, very crucial to see what is said actually before the court, and it is just a few minutes before 2 p.m. right now. My colleagues Kanu Sarda and Srishti Ojha are inside the courtroom. We will be getting minute by minute updates of what will actually happen. So far, however, the judge is not in the courtroom. Sisodia has not reached the courtroom, even though we saw the Tihar jail van which was being escorted by police going inside the Rouse Avenue court premises. So very shortly, in a few minutes, we should get an update from inside the courtroom of what is happening. And for our viewers and for you, Nabila, I'll tell you, there is a lot of crowd in the court corridors. There's a lot of crowd in the courtroom itself, and police presence, police bandobast has also been made very strict to ensure that no untoward incident happens, because since the morning we've seen Aam Aadmi Party and BJP Karyakartas on the road protesting on this issue, protesting against each other. And we saw very recently the BJP leaders trying to break barricades and go towards the Aam Aadmi Party office. And the Rouse Avenue court, of course, is just merely meters away from the Aam Aadmi Party office and just a few meters away from the BJP office. And here I can show you senior officials.
Update there, Anisha. Stay with us. Manish Sisodia, as he reaches the Rouse Avenue court, was brought in a jail van. Those are visuals that we saw. Now he's been kept inside a lockup. Manish Sisodia will be produced inside the courtroom in just a few moments from now. This is the update that we get from inside the court. As Anisha Mathur is right outside, we believe Manish Sisodia is yet to be brought inside the courtroom. Our correspondents are right there inside court to bring us minute details. But Munish Pandey, who's our correspondent tracking the central agencies right outside the ED office. Munish, ED is now going to push for Manish Sisodia's extended custody, and this is on money laundering charges. How different is the ED's line of questioning from what the CBI posed to him just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, well, Nabila, as far as the ED's focus is concerned, they will be focusing on the money trail, because remember, Enforcement Directorate is a financial probe agency. As far as ED's focus is concerned, apart from the money laundering, they will be also asking Manish Sisodia about the destruction of evidence, because remember in the last charge sheet, what they had alleged that Manish Sisodia used at least 12 phones between 2021 to 2022, the period when he was the excise minister and the new policy was not only drafted but implemented in the national capital. Apart from that, they will also be asking about the deleted file. There was one draft copy, that was a second draft copy of the excise policy, which was allegedly deleted, and it is important because it had experts' opinion, right from the legal expert to the other experts in this case. So all these questions will be asked by the Enforcement Directorate. There are high chances that Manish Sisodia will be confronted with the other accused in the case. Remember, ED has arrested almost 7 to 8 accused in the case. Arun Pillai is already in their custody. There are accused like Vijay Nair and Samir Mahendra, who are allegedly coordinating directly with Manish Sisodia. So there is a high possibility that once Manish Sisodia is in their custody, there will be a confrontation, series of confrontation between Manish Sisodia and these accused. So his custody, according to ED, it is very important to unearth the entire scam. But as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, his lawyers will try their best to make sure that ED doesn't get long custody in this case. Nabila.
All right. Stay with us, Manish. I'm going to cut across to con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar. The man, as he's being brought to court, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, while being, in fact, a question that was posed by India Today itself, has dropped this big bombshell. All right, I'm cutting across to visuals from Rouse Avenue Court. Manish Sisodia there being brought inside the courtroom. Live visuals coming in from Rouse Avenue Court as Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, who has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, now being brought to the courtroom inside Rouse Avenue Court. Manish Sisodia will be presented in person, and these are live visuals of him being taken in, escorted by the Delhi police inside the Rouse Avenue Court. This is a day when Manish Sisodia's custody will be asked by the Enforcement Directorate. Anisha Mathur joining us right outside courtroom. Anisha, tell us again, do reiterate for us what is due to transpire in court right now.
Well, Nabila, today will be a very important hearing, not just for the ED case, but also for the CBI case. Remember, the ED has asked for 10 days custody of former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, in the money laundering case. Now, the ED, of course, is probing the allegations of kickbacks and money laundering, while the CBI has been looking at the allegations of corruption and deliberate change in the liquor policy. Now, the CBI, in the CBI case, Manish Sisodia has already undergone about 5 days, more than 5 days of police custody, in custodian interrogation, and he is currently in judicial custody in that case. Now, his lawyers had pressed a bail application saying that there is no direct evidence against him, that all evidence and all documentation has already been seized by the agencies, and therefore she should be granted bail. Now, with the ED, however, stepping in and seeking his custodial interrogation, things would be a little more difficult for Mr. Sisodia. But right now, of course, as soon as the hearing begins, and my colleagues are inside who will be giving us updates immediately as soon as the hearing begins, the ED has to now inform the court why they have not been able to complete their investigation while questioning Sisodia inside the Tihar jail. The ED will have to explain why they will specifically need custodial interrogation of Mr. Manish Sisodia. Now, as my colleague Manish has been saying, the ED has said that he has not been cooperating with the investigation. The ED has been talking about confronting him with other witnesses, with other accused persons. They are also talking about tracing the money that has come in. And remember, under the PMLA, it is not going to be very easy for anyone to escape this entire question of the money trail. It does not mean that you have to have physically received any money from any person. Under the PMLA, if you have either received, solicited, transported, stored or used the money anywhere, or you were responsible for any of these actions, then you can very well be prosecuted under the PMLA. And therefore, that is why Manish Sisodia, as his name had been mentioned by other co-accused, by other witnesses in the case, as having been involved in this entire liquor policy change, he may be facing a lot of heat today and in the coming next few days. Back to you.
All right. We also have Shrishti Ojha, who joins us right inside the court hall. She's in fact right at the Rouse Avenue court. We're going to try and patch her to give us minute updates coming in from this court where Manish Sisodia has been presented. Here we heard Anisha clearly saying the ED is pushing for 10 days custody. It could likely be granted, considering the ED has arrested Manish Sisodia in under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. These are serious allegations that there has been several irregularities, alleged irregularities in framing the Delhi excise policy. This is the suspicion that the Enforcement Directorate has, based on which they've arrested or sought arrest of Manish Sisodia, and if they've now produced him at the Rouse Avenue court, they will be pushing for 10 days custody. Anisha Mathur, who is tracking those developments, I'm going to go back to her. Anisha, what's the likelihood of Manish's counsel arguing against this 10-day custody that the ED demands for?
Definitely, Manish Sisodia's counsels are going to oppose this long 10-day custody. Now, my colleague Kanu Sharda is inside the courtroom and is sending us updates. And what she says is that the judge has said that the ED remand application will be taken up first, even as Sisodia's lawyers have pointed out that they are ready to argue the bail plea in the CBI case. Now, the judge is looking at the ED's remand application. Of course, the lawyers for Sisodia will get a chance to oppose that remand application. Remember, what their legal strategy is likely to be is to question why the ED needs custodial interrogation in the first place. This is an argument that they raised in the I beg your pardon, in the CBI case also, that all documentation, all instruments, all devices have already been seized by the agencies. The witness statements are being recorded. So why is there any need for custodial interrogation, particularly when Mr. Sisodia is a senior minister, particularly when he's a very responsible political leader who is not likely to escape from justice. And therefore, that is probably the line of argument that they will take again. But right now, I beg your pardon, what my colleagues are telling me, Kanu and Srishti, who are both inside the court, what they're telling us is that the ED counsel is reading out the remand application, that the ED, of course, is saying that the expert committee views were not taken, that the government, the Aam Aadmi Party government deliberately decided to ignore the expert committee recommendation, and the South group, which is where the allegations against the BRS leader K. Kavita also arise. Though the ED is saying that the South group was given benefits, the expert committee views were not taken regarding the change in policy, and that is where the ED is pressing its argument that there was some money trail, there was some inside dealing that has happened, and that is why they need custodial interrogation of Mr. Sisodia. And we will be getting further updates from our colleagues who are inside the court.
The ED's arguments or ED's remand case has been taken up first in court. That's the big update that we get here as Manish Sisodia is present inside the Rouse Avenue court. ED pushing for his 10-day custody as part of a PMLA case. He's been arrested under the PMLA Act and they are now being heard in court. Anisha, tell us about the irony of this case and its developments. Today was the same day that Manish Sisodia's bail plea was due to be heard. Even before he gets bail, ED reaches Tihar jail and arrests him under the PMLA Act. A whole different case, again on the same, bouncing off the same liquor excise policy that was framed. So on one hand, you have the CBI probing the intent of drafting the entire policy and implementing it with intention of receiving kickbacks and commission. And here you have the ED probing into the angle of money laundering. A lot of that bribe that may have come in, Manish Sisodia managed to move that money out and launder it. That's precisely what the ED is looking into. So today was supposed to be the bail hearing of Manish Sisodia, but it appears that he now has to argue against ED's custody itself.
Well, yes, Nabila, today was the day that the Aam Aadmi Party had pinned its hopes that the CBI hearing or the bail hearing will happen in the CBI case, because remember, all the other accused have been granted bail in the CBI case. But with the PMLA allegations and the arrest now kicking in, remember, the PMLA Act itself has very, very strict conditions under which if the ED is arresting someone, if the ED is raising allegations against someone, it is very difficult to escape arrest or even get bail. Now, going back to what is happening inside the courtroom, my colleagues Kanu and Srishti are telling us that the ED counsel is alleging, and this is part of the remand application of the ED, that there was a conspiracy to frame the liquor policy in such a way as to benefit certain specific individuals, that the public opinion that is required to be taken with regard to any change in policy was not accepted, that the expert committee opinion where it was said that there should be no private wholesaler, but government entities should be selling liquor. That was also not accepted. The profit margins suggested by the committee were also deviated from, and this was done specifically, and this is a straight allegation by the Enforcement Directorate, that all of these changes in policy, all of these twists outside of procedure were done to benefit certain entities from the South Group and to ensure that wholesale business is given to certain private entities. They've also said that if they have the letter from the excise department, which is a very, very crucial piece of evidence, Nabila, and that there is a specific letter that was being seized from the excise department where the 12% profit margin issue has been discussed. What they are saying is that there was no suggestion from the expert committee or from the public consultation to increase this profit margin, and the dilution of clauses in the policy, the dilution of the law, was done only to benefit a few private entities. The definitions in the policy were changed deliberately. That is what the ED is now presenting before the court, and that is where, remember, Nabila, this entire allegation of money trail will come from, because both the CBI and the ED have been investigating how this entire policy was changed, and with the ED now going into this history of change in the policy, the dilution of the policy, and raising direct allegations of cartelization being allowed by this change in policy. This the ED, and I'm reading this out again, my colleagues Kanu and Srishti are sending us these updates from inside the courtroom, that the ED has said that this policy dilution specifically led to cartelization and creating loopholes in the policy to allow for such cartelization. So a direct line now. Remember, we've seen the kind of political uproar outside with the BRS leaders also on the dharna in Delhi regarding allegations against Kavita. But it seems that the ED now is trying to create a direct trail between what the Aam Aadmi Party government has done in Delhi and the South cartels of liquor, where the BRS leader Kavita is also likely to face interrogation by agencies later in this particular week. And that is where the ED seems to be laying out the entire framework, the entire net that they are currently investigating. What they are saying is that they have evidence given not just by the excise department documentation, but also, and this is an update just coming in from my colleagues inside, the secretary of the then deputy secretary of the excise department has revealed that the definitions regarding the related parties, sister concerns, etc. were changed in the report that was given by the group of ministers, the GOM, which is the senior ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party, which had discussed this matter. Because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party's argument so far has been that all processes were followed, that this was a legitimate policy change meant to benefit the people of Delhi and meant to ensure that more revenue comes to the government of Delhi. However, the ED seems to be indicating that the process that was followed, the policy change process that was followed, and according to them was just an eyewash, that public consultation, the GOM meetings, the expert committee reports, I beg your pardon, all of those were diluted, all of them were diverted, and then the policy was created, specifically loopholes were created to ensure that cartelization could happen. Now the court, and we are getting another update from our colleagues inside, what Srishti is informing us is that the court, the judge, CBI Special Judge M.K. Nagpal is also asking questions of the ED to explain exactly where their investigation has gone, what kind of evidence they have received. And the judge has said that according to you, was the 12% profit margin suggestion part of the GOM's recommendations or part of the original report of the GOM? Where exactly has this allegation come from? That is what the judge is asking the ED to explain. And what the ED is saying, that and this is a very, very serious allegation, Nabila, here, that this recommendation of the 12% was handed over to the GOM by the arrested accused, that is Manish Sisodia, and it was inserted in the policy document. So direct allegation now being raised against Manish Sisodia by by the Council of the Enforcement Directorate, who is saying that the change in the policy, that this massive profit margin of 12% that was allowed for a private entity which is selling liquor in Delhi, that was handed over to the group of ministers by Manish Sisodia, and it was simply inserted in the policy document, that it was done unilaterally without any discussion, and it was not even recorded in the minutes. And these are very serious allegations, Nabila, which are being raised inside the courtroom by the Enforcement Directorate counsels. They are saying that there was a unsigned, undiscussed decision unilaterally taken by Mr. Manish Sisodia, and then this draft that was prepared by the GOM on the instructions of Mr. Sisodia was given for the preparation of the final policy. And this is a very, very serious allegation that is now coming in and is being read out before the court. That not only was the policy, the process violated, but in addition, the ED is raising a straight allegation on Manish Sisodia that he is the person who instructed unilateral change in the profit margins to benefit the South cartels. And the hearing, of course, is going on.
Anisha, yeah, we do know the hearing is on, but we hear that the ED has also suggested that Manish Sisodia's secretary has admitted to the Enforcement Directorate while being questioned that Sisodia insisted on diluting some of the guidelines in the policy, despite him alerting Manish Sisodia about some changes and overlooking a few details, and also about how many of the stakeholders were changed, all the liquor brands that were wanting to obtain licenses, the stakeholders of those companies were changed last minute to accommodate them and fit them entirely in the bill as part of the new policy. So these are all arbitrary changes that were made. The secretary himself seems to have admitted and given a statement to the ED saying despite his suggestions, Manish Sisodia overlooked them.
Well, yes, Nabila, that is the information that were being given by our colleagues Srishti and Kanuhar inside the courtroom. Now, what the ED Council has argued and is that there was dilution done in the policy at the instance of the arrestee. And the ED has said that the then Secretary to the Deputy CM has disclosed to the ED that despite his suggestion regarding the related parties, it is Manish Sisodia who got these policies, who got these definitions diluted. And that is what we've been discussing for the last few minutes, that the ED is raising direct allegations now of Manish Sisodia being directly involved in making changes in the particular policy. And we can see a lot of police presence being enhanced here now, Nabila, behind me, to ensure that inside the courtroom and inside the court premises, the law and order situation is kept in hand. But going back to what is happening inside the courtroom, what the ED is saying is that the officials have given statement, and this is a big, this will be a big problem for Manish Sisodia since the ED is saying that officials of the Excise Department, that his own secretary, have given statements to the investigation agencies, that even the Excise Commissioner himself has given a statement. Remember, a lot of the Excise Department officials are named as accused in this case. A lot of them have been in custody of the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI and have recorded their statements. And now we are being told that the Excise Commissioner has revealed about how the policy was formulated, about how the original policy was created, and then after this conspiracy was hatched, the margin of profit was increased at 12%. The wholesale license was given to private entities. That he has said, in fact, now what we are also here getting to know is that this is the statement of an official called Arvind, who has revealed, and I'm reading out what my colleague Srishti has sent out to us. Arvind has revealed that Deputy CM called him to the Chief Minister's residence. Jain was also present. The base document on which the final report has been made was there, that he was told that wholesale license has to be given to the private entities. Wholesale profit margin was fixed at 12%, and this was never discussed earlier. And this, by the way, is the senior official who has finally made the policy document. And that is where he's saying that on the basis of what was told to him at this meeting, where, and this is a very, very big development here, Nabila, that Deputy Chief Minister, that is Manish Sisodia, called him to the residence of the Chief Minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, where Jain, which seems to be an allusion to Mr. Satyendra Jain, was also present. And the change in the policy was discussed right there, and he was told to make the report according to these particular instructions. And they're also saying that none of these discussions took place during the GOM meetings, the expert committee meetings, or anything else. These were unilateral decisions, and these are very, very serious allegations that are now being raised. And what the ED is saying is that this is a senior official himself who has made these revelations to the agency. So clearly, not just Manish Sisodia, but also Arvind Kejriwal and other senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party are now in the sidelines as such of the investigation agencies, since repeatedly the court is questioning the ED with regard to this profit margin change, the 12% profit margin aspect. And the ED is again and again saying that there was no mention of changing profit margins or giving this kind of benefit to the liquor sellers earlier when the discussions were happening. Additionally, they're also reading out the statement that was given by Vijay Nair, who our viewers would remember was the communications in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party. Vijay Nair is one of the first people who was arrested in this particular case, and is also, according to the ED, one of the linchpins of the entire conspiracy and the entire action. The ED earlier, remember, had said that Vijay Nair was the person who was responsible for communicating with each part of this conspiracy and funneling the money. Now, ED is reading out Vijay Nair's statement before the court, where he has said that the scam initiated, and I'm reading what my colleagues have sent me from inside, that scam initiated by the excise policy formulation and payments and kickbacks were received, how certain individuals from South were benefited, and they paid to the tune of 100 crores to Vijay Nair. So very clearly, the ED trying to tighten the news around senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders and other persons involved in this entire issue. Back to you.
You know, from what I hear, the arguments by the ED's counsel in court, they are placing all the communication exchanges. On what grounds are they asking for custody? What exactly do they want to probe into? Because for the arguments of the ED is the communication between Manish Sisodia that he may have had with certain individuals involved in framing the policy, and that Manish Sisodia arbitrarily diluted some of the key guidelines in the policy, which was in defiance with all the expert panel's suggestions. This was done with corrupt intent. So this is largely communication exchanges that's being presented as argument by the Enforcement Directorate. But when it comes to money laundering, on what grounds is the ED pushing for his custody today? Any transaction trail that they may have found that they're asking for his extended custody?
Well, this is a very, very interesting question that you've asked, Nabila. And to answer your question, currently in the last 10 odd minutes that you and I have been discussing what is happening inside, the ED has only and only been talking about the specific allegations of change in policy against Manish Sisodia. They have not yet gone into the details of the money trail, which is in fact the jurisdiction of the ED to probe. So this is a very interesting line of argument that is being taken by the ED. They are currently laying the background of what has happened. They're currently laying the entire background and network and framework of their arguments about how the policy was changed, what Mr. Sisodia's role in changing the policy, etc. was. But as far as your specific question about money laundering allegations against Sisodia is concerned, so far our reporters have not given us any update of any argument being raised by the ED with regard to money specifically being received by Manish Sisodia or any benefit being received by Sisodia or anyone else. They're talking about the change in the policy, they're talking about benefit being given to the South cartels, but so far at least the updates that have been received from my colleague Kanu and Srishti who are inside, ED is talking about the connections between the various accused and co-accused. ED is talking about now that funds were transferred from Hyderabad to Delhi. So just as you've asked this question and just as we're discussing this issue of money laundering, the ED has finally come to the point of its own investigation where they're saying that K. Kavita, the BRS leader, had met Vijay Nair in Delhi and funds were transferred from Hyderabad to Delhi. So clearly, the ED is now going to be talking about the details of the monetary transactions that they have been investigating. And here, when it comes to this is going to be an even bigger political drama now, Nabila, because we've seen the BRS leaders.
The ED has now gone on to present arguments on South Cartel, suspicion on the South Cartel paying close to 100 crore bribe to the Aam Aadmi Party netas. So they've gone on to that argument now, again mentioning K. Kavita, KCR's daughter, that she came into Delhi and along with her henchmen managed to strike a deal and got the liquor licenses at throwaway prices. And Vijay Nair was that main face to try and bridge the link between the South Cartel and the Delhi government. Tell us more on that.
Well, yes, Nabila, what we are getting to know from my colleagues inside is that the ED is now talking about the role of the South Cartel, who met whom exactly, because so far they have been talking about the various branches and the network of which had operated when it comes to the change in the policy itself. But now what they're saying is that multiple branches of the scam exist, including public servants, businessmen, middlemen and others, that between key players from the South Cartel and Vijay Nair, there were discussions, there were meetings, kickbacks were paid, and the conspiracy was orchestrated by Vijay Nair and others from the South group, including K. Kavita, which is something that is going to be the next line of investigation also by the CBI and the ED. Now, the ED is now reading out WhatsApp chats between K. Kavita and Vijay Nair. They're also saying that they have received, they have been investigating the trails of money that was given in Hyderabad to the Aam Aadmi Party, and they are saying that Vijay Nair was responsible to make sure that this money transfer happens smoothly. That now they're also reading out the statements which have been given by other co-accused and witnesses, including Buchi Babu Gorantla, who is said to be alleged to be the chartered accountant connected to K. Kavita. They're saying that there was a political understanding between Manish Sisodia and K. Kavita, that there was, because of that, there was a coordinated moves that were made, that Nair was acting on behest of the Deputy Chief Minister. So now, Nabila, we are looking at the ED sort of laying out the entire framework of the conspiracy as such, even though they are yet to give details of the money trail that they are looking into, but they are very clearly saying that they have found money trails, transfer of funds between Hyderabad and Delhi, meetings between Aam Aadmi Party leaders and BRS leader K. Kavita. They're saying that there is evidence, including witness statements, WhatsApp chats and money transfers between Hyderabad and Delhi. Excuse me. That is why this entire line of argument by the ED.
Hold on to your breath there, but from what we see, the latest developments coming in is that the ED there clearly stating that there has been some kind of understanding between KCR's daughter K. Kavita and Manish Sisodia, and that understanding has led to this deal of the company Indo Spirits, which we believe that K. Kavita is a shadow owner. In fact, Arun Pillai and another partner, both of them hold 65% stake, and largely it's Kavita's frontman itself. So Kavita controlling that stake through them. So that company, Indo Spirits, wanting to get a liquor license and control close to 30% of Delhi's liquor business. And this was a link that Vijay Nair established between Kavita and Manish Sisodia. They had great understanding, both the leaders, and decided to pull off this the policy itself in favor of the South Cartel. This is what the ED is now, we believe, presenting in court, evoking K. Kavita and Sisodia's understanding before this deal was struck. Tell us more on how much of an influence these arguments of the ED will have on court while they ask for his 10-day custody.
Well, Nabila, all of that will depend on how exactly does the ED now inform the court what they need Sisodia's custodial interrogation for. Remember, they have been citing the evidence and the statements given by various co-accused and various witnesses. They've cited Buchi Babu Gorantla, they've cited Vijay Nayar's statement, they're talking about Manish Arora's statement, who's a restaurant owner. They're talking about several, Dinesh Arora's statement, where who has become who has turned and become prosecution's witness. So they have said that Dinesh Arora in his statement had very clearly said that he was orchestrating payment of kickbacks, etc. That he was in touch with Sanjay Singh, he was in touch with Manish Sisodia, that he had been told that the Aam Aadmi Party needs funding because elections are coming up, and therefore this Arora statement also becomes very, very important. Now the ED will have to now explain to the court why, when they already have these statements or these witnesses, they need Sisodia's custodial interrogation. Most likely the Enforcement Directorate is going to argue that because these witnesses have said all of these things, because these statements have come, because the excise policy documents are there, because Sisodia's own secretary has made statements to the ED and CBI, they may say that the ED will need to confront Sisodia face to face, either with the co-accused or with the witness statements regarding his role in this entire conspiracy. That is likely to be the line of argument that the ED will take as the arguments are ongoing there. But right now, the ED is building its case. The ED has not yet come to the crux of its matter or to the crux of its demand for a 10-day custody. But it is very clear that the ED is building to that point, that we have so much in evidence, so many witness statements that we will need to interrogate Mr. Sisodia with regard to every single document, with regard to every single witness statement. Now, my colleague Kanu is also sending us further updates on this. What they're saying is that the role in getting the L1 license cleared for Indo Spirits, and again we're going back to the issue of Indo Spirits, role of K. Kavita and the political understanding allegations that have been raised by the ED. They are saying that the ED is saying that Manish Sisodia had a direct role in getting the file of Indo Spirit cleared and getting them an L1 license, which again ties back to this larger framework of kickbacks and political understanding that the ED has been building for the last several minutes as the arguments are going on. But it will be very, very crucial to see how the court is going to look at all of these arguments. If the documentation, if the witness statements are already there, then of course Sisodia's lawyers can very well argue that if you have all of these documents, if you have all of these witnesses, why do you need Sisodia to sit in your office and answer your questions? He has already answered your questions. A second line of argument, of course, from Sisodia's lawyers could be that the ED will simply, and this is something that they said in the CBI case also, that the ED is simply going to be mentally harassing him by asking him repeated questions, even though they already have all the documentation, all the witness statements in hand. However, for the Enforcement Directorate, as they are building the case the way we are, that the way we've seen in the last half an hour, when they're going very methodically, witness by witness, statement by statement, evidence by evidence, it is quite clear that they are building up to trying to justify why they need Sisodia, why they may need to confront Sisodia with every single piece of evidence, with every single witness, and then take his statement with regard to that. But of course, on the other side, Sisodia's lawyers may very well argue that when this kind of evidence exists, Sisodia under the law of India cannot be forced into confessing or accepting his guilt. That is going to be their line of argument most likely. But right now we are seeing that the ED is building its case, saying that Sisodia was directly involved in getting the Indo Spirit file cleared up, that the license was granted, in fact. And this is an argument that they've made in the Vijay Nayar remand as well, in the remand application of other excise officials and others as well, that the L1 license, and I'm reading out what my colleague Srishti has sent out here, that the L1 license was granted at night in November and final allocation was done on the 8th of November. A jet of speed clearance for this application comes and is approved within a matter of 3 days, and the license is allotted. And that is where both the CBI and the ED have been saying that this was done because there were kickbacks, because there was a conspiracy, because there was a direct role of the senior leaders involved. And that is the framework that we see is being built up by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, they're also talking about the witness statements given by other persons, including Dinesh Arora, who has become an approver in this case. Remember, Dinesh Arora is a businessman who also... who also profited from this entire conspiracy but has now become an approver in the case. Now, Dinesh Arora's statement and has been a very crucial piece of evidence for the Enforcement Directorate throughout, whether it was other people accused, whether it was which lines or avenues of investigation to undergo, and now in the Manish Sisodia arrest as well, that the ED is claiming that Dinesh Arora in his statement has revealed that when his file was stuck at the SI's office, he approached Vijay Nair, and Vijay Nair, with the help of Mr. Arvind, helped him get the file cleared at 10 p.m. So they are also saying that they are looking at as we've been talking about, building this case gradually against Manish Sisodia and other senior leaders. The ED is saying that this was a vehicle, the L1 license allocation was the vehicle to get kickbacks. If these people were not granted the L1 licenses, then they would not have been able to funnel money back to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and to Vijay Nair. That is the allegation now being raised by the ED. And to get back to the question that you asked just a few minutes ago, that what are the grounds on which, why the ED is asking for custodial interrogation, what are the grounds on which they are claiming that there was money laundering. Now we have come finally to those points in the argument where the ED is saying that the grant of L1 licenses and clearing files in a hurry was part of the same transaction because their kickbacks came via these channels. The kickbacks came via the L1 license holders who have been investigated by the Enforcement Directorate and by the CBI in all of these weeks that this entire controversy has been playing out. They're saying that this L1 license was the vehicle to get kickbacks and therefore they had to get it done.
Right. So the grounds here is that Manish Sisodia stepped away from his responsibility and acted more like a businessman and granted K. Kavita's henchmen license, L1 license, which means they could control close to 30% of the liquor business in Delhi. And in exchange for that, close to 100 crores was given by K. Kavita and her henchmen to Manish Sisodia and team, who framed the policy in favor of the South cartel. This is more or less the kind of narrative that the ED is setting there as per the investigation that they've carried out. Now, they've got to prove these allegations. These are only allegations this far. They've got to prove it, and which is why they're asking for Manish Sisodia's custody. We believe that while ED even began its argument in court now asking for his custody, the first statement made was that Manish Sisodia is being evasive. He's not giving answers, satisfactory answers. He's been constantly evasive, and therefore we want his prolonged custody. So that seems to be the primary ground, that Manish Sisodia is evasive, he can influence witnesses, therefore we want him in.
Well, definitely, Nabila. That is the base argument on which any agency, whether it is ED or the CBI or the Delhi Police or the IT department or any investigative agency whatsoever, seeks custodial interrogation. That till such time as we get him in our custody, we confront him with the documentation, we confront him with the other witnesses or with the other accused, this person will continue to remain evasive. Now, this is where our discussion a few minutes ago about what will be the line of argument for Sisodia's lawyers comes in. While the agencies can say that XYZ person is being evasive, that they are not answering questions correctly, it is the law in the country that you cannot be forced to give witness against yourself. You cannot be forced to give a confession if it goes against your interests. However, when it comes to cases like these, particularly when it comes to money laundering and economic transactions, courts tend to be a little more strict when it comes to answers not being given, particularly when the agencies also claim that he may influence other witnesses also. Now, what we are seeing here is the Enforcement Directorate sort of building that entire framework, that so many people were involved. Sisodia was directly responsible for change in policy, that his own secretary had raised objections, that the GOM discussion never happened, the policy was changed without the process being undergone, the public meetings, the expert committee, all of those recommendations were set aside because, and this is the ED's main line of argument, that there was a conspiracy. There was a political understanding between Manish Sisodia and Kavita, and therefore, in order to receive the kickbacks from the South Cartel, the entire policy was changed to give benefit to the L1 license holders, to give benefit to the South Cartel, and that is where the money trail comes in. Now remember, Nabila, and for our viewers, let's just also discuss the legal point involved here. Money laundering allegations do not mean that the person who is in the dock has to have received the cash himself from the other accused. It means that you had to have been involved in any part of the transaction, whether it is soliciting the money, whether it is getting the money, whether it is transporting the money, whether it is disposing of the money, or facilitating the transfer of these funds. And that is where this comes in, that Sisodia is being accused of being part of this entire transaction, not just the conspiracy to change the policy, but also to ensure that the money could come to Delhi from Hyderabad, that the money flow between the South Cartel through L1 licensing could come to the Delhi, to the Aam Aadmi Party. And that is why now we are getting to the end of the, what we are getting the updates now is that we want to examine the money trail, and Sisodia is not being consistent with his statements, that there has also been a destruction of digital evidence to derail the investigation. And this is something that the ED has said earlier also, and the CBI has also raised as a key area of concern, that because documents have been destroyed, because devices have been changed, because there is an allegation that several cell phones, SIM cards, etc. were destroyed or SIM cards were continually changed, phones were continually changed. Agencies are saying that because of this destruction of evidence, the role of the documents, the role of the witnesses, and the role of the questioning, the interrogation becomes even more important. That is the line of argument that they are taking, that because the Aam Aadmi Party leaders were destroying the digital evidence, therefore these statements that have been made otherwise become very important. And the ED is now arguing that Sisodia is not consistent with his statements. Now, what is the change in the statement being made by Sisodia? We'll have to wait and see when we get further details from our colleagues inside the courtroom. Kanu Sharda and Srishti Ojha are inside giving us updates of what is happening. But when you see the line of argument that is being taken by the Enforcement Directorate, it seems that they are building a case that Sisodia was responsible for initiating these transactions, for facilitating these transactions, for ensuring that the flow of money could come to from Hyderabad, from the South.
Anisha, I'm cutting across to Aam Aadmi Party. Sanjay Singh responding.
पार्टी से पूछिए, वो भी कहते हैं महिला आरक्षण के समर्थन में। तो आखिर महिला आरक्षण के समर्थन में अगर सारी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं तो ये पास क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? 8 साल पहले 2014 में जब चुनाव लड़े थे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, बीजेपी ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में ये बात कही है कि हम विमेंस रिजर्वेशन बिल के पक्ष में हैं। आखिर आज तक क्यों नहीं ये बिल पास हुआ? ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। आपके पास न स्वास्थ्य के लिए काम करने का समय है, 2% बजट रखते हैं देश का, एजुकेशन का बजट 2% रखते हैं, डीजल पेट्रोल का दाम बढ़ाते हैं, गैस के सिलेंडर का दाम बढ़ाते हैं, महंगाई बढ़ाते हैं, रोजगार देने का समय नहीं, अग्निवीर योजना ला के देश की सेना को कमजोर करते हैं, नौजवानों को बेरोजगार करते हैं।
I'm cutting across to Munish Pandey joining us right outside the ED office. Munish, over to you. As we see the direction coming in from court as yet that we're waiting for, we see that the arguments put forth by the ED shows that Manish Sisodia could have really been integral in approving licenses in exchange of kickbacks. And he was the one who decided on arbitrarily changing the policy to sort of suit the South Cartel and many other licensees who were paying them bribe. And to that effect, they've also said that Manish Sisodia and team have changed at least 10 to 11 phones almost indicating that they are capable of destroying evidence, and which is why Sisodia must be in, that he must be given at least 10-day custody. Tell us more.
Well, Nabila, the submission by the ED counsels is over. That is, the argument by the ED is over as far as Manish Sisodia's custody is concerned, the ground of custody is concerned, and the lawyers of Sisodia are now arguing before the court that why he should not be sent into ED custody. Now, as far as the entire argument of ED is concerned, there were three important points. First was the profit margin, and what ED told the court today that this was for the first time on when Manish Sisodia, at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal in the presence of Satyendra Jain, told the then Secretary of Excise Department that the profit margin will be 12%. At that point of time, the expert committee recommendation was ignored by Manish Sisodia. It appears to be, according to Enforcement Directorate argument, it appears to be, according to them, that it was solely a decision made by Manish Sisodia without taking anyone into consideration or without even getting the public opinion into consideration. That is the first charge. Second charge is that Manish Sisodia was closely working with Vijay Nair, and Vijay Nair was coordinating with South Group, including K. Kavita. That is an extremely big allegation as far as K. Kavita is concerned, because remember, K. Kavita has been called where I'm standing at the ED headquarters tomorrow, and she will appear tomorrow before the court, before the ED, as per her statement. So they are leveling allegation not only against Manish Sisodia but also against K. Kavita, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister, and the South Group. And what they have alleged that this 100 crore rupees of bribe was not only in knowledge of Manish Sisodia, but Manish Sisodia was the main conspirator. He was facilitating this entire transaction. And third is the destruction of evidence, Nabila, which we are talking about. ED has claimed that in year 2021-2022, the year when this policy was formulated and later it was implemented in Delhi, 14 phones were used and destroyed, and during the searches by the Central Bureau of Investigation, they were only able to recover 2 phones. 12 phones they are not aware of. Devendra Sharma, in his statement to the Enforcement Directorate, who is also the personal assistant of Manish Sisodia, according to ED, he has told this to ED in his statement that phones were purchased on his name through Flipkart. And according to ED, everything, the destruction of evidence, was done only to derail the investigation. So interesting argument by the Enforcement Directorate. We saw earlier that the CBI had made similar arguments based on which they got custody of 5 days and later for 2 more days, and now ED is making similar arguments. Now, as far as Sisodia's lawyer are concerned, they are claiming at this point of time is that it's, according to them, it's a case of faulty policy and it's executive job to do so. Policy made by government goes through several layers. So what they are indicating, that was not only Manish Sisodia, but there were several other players, including then officials of Excise Department, who were involved in the policy decision. You can't only blame Manish Sisodia for this. Also, they are arguing on the part that it is an elected government, there was a bureaucracy and everything was done keeping everyone in their side, everyone in confidence. So they are claiming at this point of time, according to Manish Sisodia's lawyer, that Manish Sisodia was not responsible for it, but it is a counter argument of what the ED has said. ED has said that it was solely Manish Sisodia who was responsible for it. That is why there were certain files related to the South Group which got cleared within 3 days at a jet speed. The term they have speed is jet speed. With a jet speed, every file was given not only approval, but it was cleared by the Excise Department because there was influence of Manish Sisodia. They are indicating that Manish Sisodia was not only aware of this scam, but he was the participant and main conspirator of the scam. Now we have to wait and watch, Nabila, that what the courts decide. But at this point of time, Sisodia's lawyers are arguing before the court that why Sisodia should not be sent to ED custody.
See that Manish Sisodia's lawyers have also now begun their arguments, and they go on to detail how Sisodia's duty is to create a policy for the people, and they're asking, in fact, trying to place an argument there that Manish Sisodia did play an integral part in formulating the Delhi liquor policy, and there were many layers to that policy. It's not as black and white as projected. There are many layers to that policy. Manish Sisodia is elected to make that policy for the people, and when the policy is made by a government, it goes through several layers of the elected government and the bureaucracy coming together. It goes through the Department of Law, it goes through Department of Finance. So there are several layers before formulating a policy like this. And it also goes through the Delhi LG. This is what the council says, and the central government too. So the Delhi LG has applied his mind and sent back 3 queries and not the 12% and not eligibility criteria. Why did the Delhi LG not flag off that part? That's what the Sisodia's counsel says in court. Manish, tell us more. Sisodia's counsel says it's not so easy to formulate a policy. When a policy is drafted, there are several layers of approvals that it goes through, and it finally goes to the Delhi LG and the centre. At that point, why did the Delhi LG not flag off the 12% percentage in profit?
Yeah, Nabila, the similar arguments were also made when the CBI was taking custody of Manish Sisodia, and as per today's argument, what they are claiming is that this is an elected government and they need to formulate a policy according to people, and that is why when the policy is made by a government, it goes through several layers of elected government and bureaucracy. It goes through Department of Law and Finance, and everyone cleared this policy. Now, as far as this LG is concerned, what they have, the lawyers of Manish Sisodia have told the court that policy goes through the LG, and it's the central government in that case. LG has applied his mind and sent back 3 queries and not 12%, which the ED is claiming at this point of time, which the CBI claimed earlier. Also, what they are saying is that, hasty policy making is not a criminal offense and not a money laundering case. And now, if you compare with the ED argument, ED was saying that everything was cleared so fast at a jet speed, but now lawyers of Sisodia are saying that it doesn't mean that it was a case of money laundering. Also, they are saying that not a single penny to Manish Sisodia or not a single penny to Vijay Nair. There is no evidence that Vijay Nair was acting on behest of Manish Sisodia, and there is no evidence of the fact that Manish Sisodia has received a single penny. This is a very interesting argument happening before the court. Now, also they are saying that file was sent back with 3 suggestions, not profit margin, not eligibility criteria. Why? They are questioning this to the Enforcement Directorate. Also, they are claiming that we have seen the FIR, we have seen the complaint by the LG, and now when we are dealing with the pre-formulation and execution, why, Manish Sisodia is being termed as accused in the case. So far, interesting argument by Manish Sisodia's lawyer. They have also said that the money laundering case, it has to be traced to an individual. Not a penny has been traced to Manish Sisodia. That is why, this is not a money laundering case. The charges by the enforcement directors are laughable. The allegation that Vijay Nair was working on behest of Manish Sisodia, that is also very laughable. Now, Dayan Krishnan, the lawyer who is representing Manish Sisodia, is also saying that everything I heard, there is no evidence shown against Manish Sisodia. All the allegations are hearsay based on statements and not as per Evidence Act. So far, this is what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are maintaining before the court. They are claiming that there is not a single evidence to pinpoint Mr. Manish Sisodia, as a part of conspiracy in this case. Whereas the ED was saying that they have evidence, and they read out several statements, including the statements of associates of K. Kavita, in which, according to ED, there was a confessional statement made before them saying that K. Kavita took meetings with Vijay Nair on behest of Manish Sisodia. The conspiracy of 100 crore rupees of kickbacks was, hatched very in the initial days. And also, what they are claiming that the policy was formulated in such a way that South Group and certain more players can get benefit, including K. Kavita and Nabila. This becomes extremely important because, tomorrow, K. Kavita will be appearing before this ED headquarters where I am standing. Now, the person who has given statement against K. Kavita, Arun Pillai, he filed an application before the court saying that I want to retract my statement. ED has put pressure on me. But as far as ED is concerned, they are claiming they have at least 3 statements. It is not only Arun Pillai. There are 3 statements in which they have taken K. Kavita's name. And today before the court, they again took K. Kavita's name when they were discussing about South Group. So tomorrow when K. Kavita will appeared today, it appears to me as a reporter that the ED at this point of time is very confident of their, evidence against K. Kavita, and when she will appear tomorrow, they might be in a position to take some action against K. Kavita also. Nabila.
Been mentioning K. Kavita's name and amplifying the South cartel link to the Delhi liquor policy. It clearly does suggest that likely K. Kavita could also face custodial interrogation. Now, of course, the stage is being set at this point for Manish Sisodia's extended custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Whether the court will consider the argument put forth by the ED or Manish Sisodia's counsel, that remains to be seen. On the other side of a short break, I'm asking all our reporters to stay with us as we track the top development coming in from Rouse Avenue Court, whether or not Manish Sisodia will be given 10-day ED custody. Do stay with us.
बोलो बाटारन स्वामी की
भैया तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने ये जहां बनाया है। बंदे को शराफत अली कहते हैं।
बाबा जी, मैं थोड़ा छोटा हूँ, थोड़ा काला हूँ, थोड़ा मोटा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बाकी बॉडी है ना एकदम सलमान खान की तरह है। जानम समझा करो, जानम समझा करो, बाबा जी समझा करो।
प्रॉब्लम है कि 12 साल पहले मैं इनके साथ 7 फेरे ले चुका हूँ।
भाई 12 साल पुरानी बात अब आप क्यों उठा रहे हैं?
अरे मैं इनका हस्बैंड हूँ और अब शादीशुदा औरत पे लाइन मार रहे हैं।
ओ जी, मैं भाभी जी नमस्ते जी।
काशीराम वो आ गया। होता पकड़ बोने ब्रज बर
लखन के आते ही आपके मुड़ 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 मंत्र क्यों शुरू हो जाते हैं? चेहरा लाल, छाती नीली, हाथ पीले हो जाते हैं, बात क्या है?
काशीराम काम कर।
जी हेलो आप मेरे पास आप कहती मैं आपके पास आ गया होता। आई एम DS भंडारी। DS मतलब दिल से और भंडारी मतलब सिर्फ भंडारी। गोबर का बॉस। गोवर्धन का बॉस और आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन।
मामे, ये तेरा दांत सोने का है ना? सोने का तो है पर दूंगा नहीं। दे देना मामे। मामे दे देना। दे देना। अच्छा मामे एक बात बता यार, दिलदार तुझे कैसा चाहिए? दांत चाहिए कि भांजा चाहिए? नहीं, इस बार तो दांत चाहिए, भांजा बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए।
भाई ये बंदे का नाम है शराफत अली। कसम उड़ान झल्ले की, पूरे चोर बाजार में पिछले 9 सालों में शराफत अली ने पैसा नहीं कमाया, लेकिन शराफत से इज्जत बहुत कमाई है। इज्जत।
हाँ शराफत भाई वाह, ये तो हद हो गई शराफत की। के नाम भी शराफत है। हाँ ये तो घास काट रहा है, माली तो नहीं है। भांजे तने फिल्मों में नहीं देखा, हर बड़ा आदमी है ना अपने घर में घास काटता है। हाँ लेकिन क्यों? वो इसलिए कि इन बेचारों के पास है ना पैसा बहुत होता है, तो इनका है ना टाइम नहीं कटता है, तो अपना टाइम काटने के लिए है ना घर में घास काटते हैं।
हेलो जर्मन, मैं फिर से सलीम बोल रहा हूँ।
ओ महाराज सलीम, सॉरी वो फोन कट गया था। और महाराज सुनो क्या हाल चाल है?
हाँ तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरी बीवी ने बहुत पीटा और कहा कि तो जर्मन को जो उठा दे रहा, क्या वो
हेलो
नहीं गया?
हेलो हेलो
हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
सिर्फ जर्मन सुनाई दे रहा है।
अरे लेकिन मुझे सब सुनाई दे रही है। जो कर्जा रखा वो कर्जा देना यार तू।
हेलो
कर्जा देना यार।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो, मेरे कमरे में कोई है जो हमारी बातें सुन रहा है?
कौन है? बाहर निकालो उसे, बाहर निकालो उसे। जिससे मैं उसे प्राइवेट का
हमारी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने?
India gets its first ever transgender ward. The GT Hospital in Mumbai has opened a facility exclusively for the community. The ward has 30 beds with separate examination and dressing rooms and has gender-neutral toilets.
What happens is, of course, if it's a patient is critical, for example,
if he needs an ICU, if he requires a surgery, then in these places there is no gender division. So these patients will have to go there. But for other things like nebulization, CPAP, so all that will happen under one roof.
GT Hospital has trained more than 150 staff members to sensitize them on providing medical treatment to transgender patients.
We've taken the help of transgender community in developing the ward. What are your needs? In that context, we actually had sensitization of around 150 of our own employees to know how to, be sensitive to their needs, to their issues.
The hospital authorities say their initiative is a step in the direction of making India more gender inclusive. With Dev Kotak in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
All right, huge developments coming in from the Rouse Avenue Court as Manish Sisodia's counsel begin arguments. In fact, Sisodia's counsel there trying to argue that hasty processing of a policy does not amount to money laundering. Sisodia says he was never summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, he was arrested one day before the bail hearing itself. This is Manish Sisodia's counsel there arguing for him. Says the ED's conduct is a huge cause of concern as the ED never summoned Manish Sisodia in the first place. All allegations are all hearsay. This is the argument of Manish Sisodia's counsel at this point while they argue against custody, ED custody for Manish Sisodia. What the Sisodia's counsel there is putting out in court is that ED has not even summoned Manish Sisodia in the first place. Now, what we hear is that the ED has not summoned Manish Sisodia is what the counsel says in court. That the character of the ED now and their actions is of great concern. In fact, while the counsel argues in court, Manish Sisodia's counsel argues in court, they say hasty processing of the policy, a hasty policy making itself is not a criminal offence and not a money laundering case at all. This is the statements or the arguments coming from Manish Sisodia's counsel in court. ED's conduct is a cause of concern, they claim, saying that ED had never summoned Manish Sisodia in the first place in the money laundering case. The fact that a day before his bail hearing, the ED asking for his arrest is raising questions on the ED's intentions. This is what Manish Sisodia's counsel says as they start arguing in court against ED's request for Sisodia's 10-day custody. Cutting across to Anisha Mathur joining us right from outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Anisha, Manish Sisodia's counsel says just because the policy was pulled off in a hasty manner, that it was done so quickly, that does not amount to a money laundering case and that you can't raise suspicion on the intent because it was hasty. He also says that ED never summoned Sisodia. And the fact that just a day before Sisodia's bail hearing, ED is asking for his 10-day custody raises questions on the ED's intent.
Well, yes, Nabila, the lawyers for Manish Sisodia, Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, has been opposing the ED's argument, the ED's plea for 10 days custody. Now, the main thrust of the argument by Manish Sisodia's lawyers is that he was never questioned or summoned by the ED earlier, that the process and the investigation is ex facie not pure. What they are saying is that he is being arrested under the special act only to make sure that he does not get bail, and this is being an argument that is being raised by Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, that the court should be concerned at the way this prosecution is being carried out, that when the ED wants to arrest somebody, when there is need for custodial interrogation, the burden on the prosecuting agency is higher to show why exactly this custodial interrogation is required. And they are saying that the ECIR, that is the ED investigation, it started in 2022, but Manish Sisodia was never summoned for questioning, and it was only one day before the bail hearing that he has been arrested. Additionally, what he is also saying is that the 57-page remand application, which we've been hearing about for the last hour as the court was hearing the ED's application, the 57-page remand application only essentially contains matters of the predicate offence, which is, of course, the alleged corruption that the CBI is investigating. And you and I were also discussing this a few minutes ago, Nabila, that what is the allegations of money laundering specifically that the ED has raised. And this is a question that Mr. Dayan Krishnan is also raising, that the ED has to show the proceeds of the crime. The ED has to show that there was a money trail, that the remand application does not meet the test that is required for custodial interrogation. And in fact, what he's saying is, and I'm quoting what my colleague Kanu has sent from inside, the timing of arrest is mala fide and with an intention that he is kept inside for a longer period. That is what Mr. Dayan Krishnan is arguing, that the entire remand application by the ED has been focusing on the CBI's investigation, on the allegations of the change in the policy, on the allegations of destruction of evidence, on the allegation of meeting with the liquor cartels and licensing being given to the liquor cartels. According to Mr. Krishnan, the ED has not given any direct evidence of the money trail or the money laundering, that they have not shown any trace of the money, and that there has been no evidence as such given with regard to whether any funds were actually received or transferred by Mr. Manish Sisodia or even by Vijay Nair. And I'm going to read out this argument that was raised. The state, as far as the fund, remember, one of the major allegations by the ED and the CBI has been that this evidence was destroyed, that Mr. Sisodia had changed his phone 12 times. What Dayan Krishnan is arguing is that as far as the phone is concerned, the allegation is that I changed the phone when the policy document went to the LG. Dayan Krishnan, as the defense lawyer, is asking exactly what does that really show? Where is the evidence to prove that there was anything on the phone that was changed or thrown out? He's also saying that why is there such haste in starting the inquiry and suddenly arresting him when nothing was done since 2022, when the investigation had initially begun. Now, what Dayan Krishnan has also said is that while the ED does have wide powers of investigation, of arrest, of detention, of seizure, they have, and there are restrictive bail conditions under the PMLA. According to Mr. Krishnan, this is being done specifically to ensure that Sisodia does not come out of jail. And one of the arguments that he's made, that my colleague Srishti has highlighted also, is that Sisodia's counsel is arguing that the burden is not only heavy on the prosecution, but also on the court to ensure that there is fairness when it comes to issues like this. And they are saying that there is no evidence whatsoever of money laundering specifically. The money trail has not been found by by the Enforcement Directorate, and that is why the agency, which is supposed to be looking at the money trail, has only been talking about the change in policy, the destruction of evidence, the meetings between various persons, etc., but have not specifically mentioned the money trail. And that is why Sisodia's lawyers are saying that it is for the court to ensure that agencies are not used in this malified manner only to keep a man in continued custody. Now we are further investigation of further argument, I beg your pardon, is going on inside the court. Dayan Krishnan has concluded his line of argument. Now senior advocate Mohit Mathur, who is the second senior advocate appearing for Manish Sisodia, he has started his line of argument on the requirement to curtail somebody's liberty and freedom. He is saying that under the requirements of Article 19, the requirements of Article 21 mean that there has to be specific reasons to keep somebody under arrest. That Mr. Mathur is also in fact arguing, and I'm reading out what my colleague Kanu has sent us, that it is only a fashion with the investigating agency, and time has come when courts have to be very strict with the agencies so that the agencies also know that they too are answerable to the law. And that is very clearly the line of argument that is being taken by the lawyers of Manish Sisodia, who are saying that the ED has not brought any direct evidence against Sisodia. The ED is only talking about the allegations of policy change. The ED is only talking about the allegations of meetings. But what they are saying is that policy change is the domain of the executive government. Just because a policy was passed quickly, you cannot say that it is per se indication of corruption or any sort of money laundering. What they are saying is, bring us the proof. Where is the actual proof of money laundering or any sort of malafide actions? They're also arguing that, this is Mr. Mathur's argument that is continuing right now, that courts must come down heavily on the entitlement that these agencies seem to feel regarding their power to arrest. Just because the power to arrest exists effectively, that is the argument given by Sisodia's lawyers, just because the ED has been given extensive powers of arrest, detention, seizure, etc., that does not mean that they can misuse those powers, because again and again they are simply asking that when you say there is a money trail that is being investigated, where is the money? Who has got the money? What proof do you have that Sisodia was ever involved in anything to do with the money? Because remember, while Sisodia's name has been taken by witnesses, by co-accused, what the defense argument is saying is that this is all hearsay evidence. Just because somebody claims to have heard Sisodia say something, that does not mean that it will be taken as actual proof. Remember, the ED's argument, and we've been discussing this for a while now, the ED in its arguments had said that Manish Sisodia's own secretary has said that he was there in the meeting where Sisodia said that the policy needs to be changed, that directions were given to him to change the policy document. Now, that is where this line of argument by Sisodia's lawyers comes in, that simply because one person is claiming to have heard this does not mean that it was true, because the policy document itself, the file notings themselves, do not indicate this at all. Now, if the file noting was changed, if there was any change in the policy that was brought in without the expert committee recommendations or without the GOM recommendations, there has to be something on paper. There has something to be some sort of documentary or evidentiary proof, and you cannot rely only on the statement of an official or a co-accused to say that this is at the gospel truth. That is the argument, line of argument that is being taken by the lawyers appearing for Manish Sisodia, who are saying repeatedly that they are questioning the ED's bona fides. They're saying that the ED is acting in a malified manner, and they're questioning the power of the ED to seek remand like this, because ultimately, according to the senior lawyers appearing for Manish Sisodia, it is the responsibility of the court to ensure that the investigation and trial is done in a fair manner. So effectively, Nabila, in the last hour plus that we've been discussing this entire issue, the ED has been talking about meetings undertaken by Sisodia. The ED has been talking about how they have witnesses saying that Sisodia is the person who ordered the officials to change the policy, that Sisodia is the person who basically decided that the policy should be changed so that some sort of benefit should be given to the South cartel, that Sisodia and Vijay Nair were responsible for getting files pushed through. What Sisodia's lawyers, on the other hand, are arguing that just because somebody said that this is how it happened does not mean that you have actual proof of it happening. It does not also mean that you have found any sort of a money trail, and that is where, and this is a question that you had also asked me, that is there any proof of the money trail that is being talked about by the ED, and so far the ED had said that that some money had come from Hyderabad to Delhi, that there was a political understanding involved, that in fact they've quoted certain co-accused and the approver in the case, and and those statements are being opposed by Sisodia's lawyers, who are saying that these are policies that are created by the government. It is not for somebody to say whether the policy was right or not. Just because someone some sort of policy was changed does not mean that this is there was any sort of corruption. Now, what
Dayan Krishnan, if I could go back to Dayan Krishnan's argument,
Anisha, is a financial policy.
Anisha, if I could briefly go back to Dayan Krishnan's argument, Manish Sisodia's counsel, they say that they had to first, the ED has to first show proceeds of crime. So when it boils down to that, show us proceeds of crime, what does that really mean? Basically, counsel asking what proof does the ED have that this is a money laundering case? Show us proceeds of crime. But you earlier yourself said that it's not necessary for any proceeds or money to have been received while the ED investigates the matter. So what do you think how do you think the court will observe this?
See, Nabila, what I meant when I said that no specific transaction of money, what I'm saying is that there is no need for a specific evidence that I personally took this money from X person. However, what Sisodia's lawyers are saying, that there is no money trail whatsoever that has been found by the ED, that not a penny has been traced to me, and that is why now the ED is arguing, and I'm reading out this argument that was sent by Srishti, that not a penny has been traced to me. That is why now they say Vijay Nair is acting on behalf of Manish Sisodia, and this is laughable. That the file was sent to the LG, all the documentation, all the passing of the policy was done as per procedure, and there is no evidence of money being received by any person, by Manish Sisodia particularly. That is what Sisodia's lawyers are now arguing. What the law specifically says is, and as I've been repeating again and again, the law does not require Manish Sisodia to have directly received 100 crore rupees from any person. The law requires the ED to have traced that X amount of money was received, and these are the people through whom the money flow went, and these are the people who facilitated that flow of money. Now, Sisodia's lawyers are questioning, how do you prove that? Where is the proof of that? How exactly is the ED saying that there was any flow of money whatsoever? So further arguments and further investigation when it comes out, if the ED is able to show that there was these transactions, because the ED, remember, has said that there were meetings between Vijay Nair and K. Kavita. The ED has said that there was money that was transferred from Hyderabad to Delhi. Now, if the ED can show that whatever money transfers that they're talking about was linked to these the liquor policy changes, then it will be game over for Mr. Manish Sisodia. But of course, at this stage of the investigation and at this stage of the process, Nabila, no one can really give you a very clear answer to who has the money, what money, where is the money gone. The ED is saying that they have received, they have investigated into transactions, that ED is saying that there was transfer of funds from Hyderabad to Delhi, and that fund transaction was in fact, according to the ED, facilitated by the quick grant of L1 licenses to the South Cartel members. However, on the other hand, of course, we have this Sisodia's counsel saying you have no evidence that any money changed hands, and simply because a policy went through very quickly does not mean that there was any sort of corruption involved. In fact, a very interesting line of argument now being raised by Mr. Mohit Mathur, that GST is also another fiscal policy, and the applicability of Section 167 of the CRPC with regard to investigation, all of those are now being questioned by the senior counsel, who is saying that just because a policy has been passed, you cannot claim that this policy has been passed in a corrupt manner. You cannot simply raise an allegation that some witness has said that they saw or they heard somebody taking a decision. That what the Sisodia's lawyers are banking on effectively is what the ED has also been saying, that there has been destruction of evidence, that their phones were destroyed, SIM cards were changed, etc. And that file notings, and this is something that the CBI had also said earlier, remember, that file notings have gone missing. The Sisodia's lawyers are saying that when the file says that it has gone through the entire process, when the file shows that public opinion was taken, when the file shows that the GOM has passed these directions, when the file shows that the LG was also consulted, and that is where the crux of their argument has been, that when the LG himself has passed the file and only raised some other concerns, the LG never raised a red flag when it came to this 12% profit margin or L1 licenses, then how can the agencies now say that the policy that was duly passed from every department, from every level, from every layer, and even through the LG and the central government, how can that now be questioned? So we'll have to wait and see how the court really analyzes all of these arguments, because this is not a very simple case, Nabila. This is a very, very complicated case where a lot of questions have been raised and will continue to be raised about how laws are passed in this country, how policies are drafted, what kind of back-end negotiation goes into the picture when policies are being created. Can you really say that simply because a political leader of one party met the political leader of a different party, therefore there had to be some sort of a monetary transaction? How exactly will you relate political alliances or political allegiances with the financial transactions or policy changes to benefit a particular person? All of these are very complicated questions that are being raised in this particular case. And as we speak, the arguments are still ongoing, and my colleagues Kanu Sharda and Srishti Ojha are inside.
Right.
What we are being told now...
Let me cut across to Munish Pandey also joining us. Stay with us, Anisha. Munish, to give us a little sense on what the Council of Sisodia is arguing there. Munish, Sisodia's council says, show us the money trail. Where is the proceeds of crime? You've not traced back 1 rupee to Manish Sisodia, and therefore you're linking him with Vijay Nair and saying that Vijay Nair was the front of Manish Sisodia. What proof, on what grounds, what basis, and further claiming that all of the policy went through many levels of checks, including the Delhi LG, who never flagged off the 12% profit hike, the profit margin that was increased to allegedly favor liquor licensees. Why did the Delhi LG not flag it off initially? And the fact that this policy was drafted in a hasty manner does not amount to corruption or money laundering.
Well, Nabila, to counter the ED's argument, the lawyers of Manish Sisodia have made 3 important arguments. Now, first one was about this policy, whether it was, formulated in a manner to benefit certain individuals or not. Now, remember, ED had argued that everything was done in secrecy. Manish Sisodia, at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, in presence of Satyendra Jain, gave the draft copy to C. Arvind, who was the excise secretary, and there was a mention of 12% margin. Now, what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are claiming, that the file went to several checks. It went to the finance department, it went to the law department, also it went to the LG office. LG sent back the file with 3 queries, but there was no mention about the profit margin. So why Manish Sisodia is being blamed for it when the policy was formulated and implemented in consideration with several stockholders, including the government departments and LG. So that is their first argument. The second one is about the money trail. Now, ED in their argument, they said that they have evidence of money trail, and to go deep into the money trail, they need custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia, and that is why he has been arrested. Now, what the lawyers of Manish Sisodia are claiming that till date, the ED has not shown a single money trail linking directly to Manish Sisodia. They are saying that where is the evidence that Manish Sisodia has taken a single penny. But as far as, this money laundering act is concerned, if you are part of any money laundering process, it doesn't mean that you have taken the money directly, but even if you have facilitated or even if you are involved in routing the money, you can be an accused under money laundering act. So this is what the lawyers are saying, that no, not a single penny has been traced back to Manish Sisodia. Where is the evidence? The third and the most important one is, about the timing of the arrest. Now what they are telling the court, that Enforcement Directorate arrested Manish Sisodia a day before when his bail application was to be heard, and this was done only to keep Manish Sisodia in their custody. And this becomes very important, Nabila, because remember, the lawyers are claiming that Manish Sisodia was not summoned by the ED, Manish Sisodia was not raided by the ED, but because he was sent in judicial custody and there was a bail hearing, he was questioned and then later arrested by the ED. They have requested the court to set an example that that even ED is also under check. They want the court to intervene in this matter. But so far, the court is yet to decide that whether to send Manish Sisodia in ED custody or not. Nabila.
All right, let's see what happens. Of course, we're very closely tracking those developments. Anisha Mathur is right outside the Rouse Avenue court. Munish is joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. The arguments are now heated, taking place as we slip into a short break. We'll be right back on the other side with that.
You are watching India Today.
This is paradise for a tech geek. The Lucid Air here at the Mobile World Congress. A very good looking car. 0 to 100 in under 2.7 seconds. 1,111 horsepower. Nearly $150,000 in the US. We haven't seen this back home. But if you speak to Lucid, they're not comparing it to the Tesla, interestingly. They talk about comparing it to the EQS or even more premium cars out there in the market. But here's an exclusive first look of the Lucid Air at Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. There's a lot of things happening here at the Congress. EVs, not too many. We've seen a Tesla. There's one parked right over there as well. And then, of course, you have a Lucid here as well. There's more EVs at the Auto Expo and, of course, at CES Las Vegas. But, of course, technology, EVs, it's all one big bucket. And, of course, you get all that coverage on Tech Today. And when we do take that out for a drive, and maybe we'll get you exclusive visuals very soon, you might need to take a break, strap up, put your seatbelt on, and be prepared for it. And I'll tell you how I want to exit this particular frame. Well, this is me at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And this also happens to be me at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And off I go.
Rajkumar Rao and Bhumi Pednekar are all set to share screen space again for a yet-to-be-titled project, and the duo even dropped a major hint on social media. Rajkumar Rao shared a black and white picture with the caption, "Uncovering the untold story of partition, stay tuned." Bhumi too posted something similar. She wrote, and we quote, "The story of a partition that led many to become strangers in their own land. Stay tuned." This will mark Rajkumar Rao and Bhumi Pednekar's third project after the upcoming Bheed, which will be helmed by Anubhav Sinha. The duo first collaborated in Badai Do.
अगर आप और हम आपस में शादी कर लें, हमारे परिवारों की चिट्ठी बंद हो जाएगी। फिर हम आराम से रह सकते हैं, like roommates.
The film told the story of a gay police officer, Shardul, played by Rajkumar Rao, and a lesbian physical education teacher, Sumi, played by Bhumi Pednekar, who get into a marriage of convenience to avoid society's pressure.
ये कौन? कजन है। किसकी कजन? सुमी की कजन। एकदम ओरिजिनल रियल कजन है। दिल पे कर गई चोट बंदी
Watching India Today.
All right, cutting across to hectic developments coming in from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, where Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been presented. His counsel arguing against the Enforcement Directorate's plea for 10-day custody. The counsel, as it argues in court, says that Delhi LG did not object to the liquor policy draft where the profit margin was increased to 12%. And that the fact that this policy was made in haste does not make it a criminal offence. It does not amount to money laundering. And no link, and no money link or money trail has been traced back to Manish Sisodia. All these allegations are mere hearsay. And this, the counsel, while it argues in court, also raises doubts on the ED's intention. While Manish Sisodia's counsel says ED did not even summon Manish Sisodia in the first place, right a day before his bail hearing, they've decided to arrest him even before summoning him. This raises questions on the intention of the Enforcement Directorate. This is the argument coming in from Manish Sisodia's counsel. Anisha Mathur, my colleague, tracking court right outside the Rose Avenue court there. Anisha, tell us more about the arguments as it unfolds. Manish Sisodia's counsel says ED's entitlement must be put to place. They must be dealt with strictly. They can't. They should not be high-handed when it comes to cases like this. Of course, they will make some such arguments. Arguments of such nature is natural from a counsel like that. But what does this really mean?
Well, Nabila, what the argument we're seeing from inside the courtroom is effectively after the ED raised allegations regarding the way the liquor policy was changed, the ED raised allegations regarding Manish Sisodia's role in changing the liquor policy, and they also said that there was a money trail from Hyderabad to Delhi because liquor licenses were given to persons who were part of the South Cartel. Now, in response to that, Manish Sisodia's lawyers have been saying that there is no direct evidence, first of all, of any money trail. They're saying that just because official. Now remember, ED had been citing statements of the secretary of the Deputy Chief Minister, who claimed to have seen Mr. Manish Sisodia ask for changes in the GOM report. The ED argument has been, of course, that the Manish Sisodia was directly responsible. However, his lawyers are saying that you do not have any direct evidence against Mr. Manish Sisodia. Simply because someone claims to have heard Mr. Sisodia say something is simply hearsay evidence. It was not actually borne out by the evidence against him. They've also, and this is the latest information that has come from my colleague Srishti Ojha, who's inside the courtroom, that Amit Arora and Dinesh Arora's statements. Remember, these are two of the witnesses, two co-accused in the case, whose statements are being very heavily relied on by the ED. Now, Mr. Mohit Mathur, who's the senior counsel appearing for Manish Sisodia, is saying that Amit Arora and Dinesh Arora's statements, what they've written, are amounts like 70,000, 5 lakh, etc., except one point where Mr. Rajesh Joshi, who's another co-accused, says that he paid 30 crores in cash. However, none of that monetary transactions have been linked to Mr. Manish Sisodia. That is their argument, that you have not been able to show Mr. Sisodia being linked to any of these monetary transactions. They also argued that ED is saying that this amount was paid for the Goa elections, or it was used, but Vijay Nair has paid people to conduct survey work as far as the Goa elections are concerned. So how can you say that any of this was linked to the alleged liquor cartels, that their chart of where the money came from and who it went to does not show Mr. Sisodia anywhere. Thirdly, now Mr. Siddharth Agrawal, who is a senior advocate, he is now arguing on behalf of Mr. Sisodia, even as the ED had objected to 3 senior lawyers appearing for the same single accused. They have said that the strongest case that is being made out by the ED is on basis of a statement given by Dinesh Arora, who is now an approver in the case. Right. According to them, according to the ED, and I'm reading out this update that has been sent by our colleague, that according to them, as per statements recorded by the ED officer, Dinesh Arora is speaking about certain interactions with Mr. Manish Sisodia. This person gave a statement under 164 in the predicate offence, on the basis of which the court had granted him pardon, and that he seemed to be telling the truth. He is, however, talking about one Mr. Amit Arora speaking to him. And therefore, Dinesh Arora, according to Siddharth Agrawal, senior advocate, Dinesh Arora has not given any direct evidence of the role of...
all right, so basically it's all communication exchanges. That's what's presented by the ED, which is what Sisodia's counsel is arguing against, saying this is all hearsay. Munish Pandey, who is joining us right outside the Enforcement Directorate's office to tell us, Munish, who are the key witnesses in the case here who have recorded their statement with the Enforcement Directorate, of which the ED is using now in court against Sisodia? Tell us the key people who've been already arrested and who've admitted to the ED that Manish Sisodia was a man who decided to dilute the policy and change it to benefit some of the liquor licensees in exchange for kickbacks.
You know, Nabila, before I answer your question, just let me show you the preparedness which is being made by the Enforcement Directorate right outside the headquarters. Because they are very confident that Manish Sisodia will be brought to this headquarters, they will be getting the custody. Now you can see the barricades have been placed here. There is already security by CISF here, but again, the Delhi police has been brought in here, and the security arrangements are being beefed up because they anticipate that if Manish Sisodia is sent to the custody, then there might be some protest by the Aam Aadmi Party workers. Now, as far as your question is concerned, Nabila, there are several key persons who have given statement against Manish Sisodia and who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. As far as 2 important statements are concerned, they are acting as a witness in the case. One is C. Arvind. He was the excise secretary at that point of time when this policy was formulated and implemented in the national capital. The second person is Dinesh Arora. Dinesh Arora, remember, he was mentioned as accused in the FIR, but later in the CBI case, he turned approver. So his statement is acting against Manish Sisodia. As far as the arrested accused are concerned, the first and the important person, key person in this entire scam is Vijay Nair, who was the communication in charge of Aam Aadmi Party. Now, according to the Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, Vijay Nair was the person who was acting, who was working very closely along with Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. And remember, in the last charge sheet, the ED went on to an extent of saying that there was one incident where Vijay Nair spoke to Arvind Kejriwal directly over a FaceTime call, and then Arvind Kejriwal spoke to Samir Mahendru, another accused in the case, and he told Samir Mahendru that Vijay Nair is my boy, you can trust him. So according to ED and CBI, Vijay Nair is the second most important accused after Manish Sisodia. The third person they arrested was Samir Mahendru. Samir Mahendru is owner of Indo Spirit. Samir Mahendru's Indo Spirit is the same company where it has been alleged that Arun Pillai, the person who acted as a front for Kavita, allegedly his company was used to generate profit in this entire scam. Apart from that, there were several other people. For example, after Samir Mahendru, there was the arrest of several other key accused in the case. Buchi Babu, Arun Pillai, then there was Mr. Dhal. These persons were arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Most of them were businessmen who got licenses under the new excise policy implemented by the Aam Aadmi Party, but the statements which were given by these accused against Manish Sisodia involves Arun Pillai, Vijay Nair. Apart from that, Samir Mahendru. All these people have given statement. Apart from these statements, there are some witnesses' statement also. For example, Devendra Sharma. Devendra Sharma is a person who is the secretary of Manish Sisodia. In his statement, he has told ED that yes, it is true that I bought the phones which were used by Manish Sisodia. That has gone against Manish Sisodia, and also the personal assistant of the Chief Minister of Delhi, that is Arvind Kejriwal. Bibhav, his statement was also recorded by the Enforcement Directorate. So all these statements have been recorded. ED claims that based on these statements, they got to know about the money trail. As far as this entire 100 crore bribery is concerned, ED claims that they have a direct trail of 23 crore rupees, which was transferred to shell companies, and that money was later transferred to an advertising company which helped them in Goa elections. Apart from that, they also claim that they have a direct link of 70 lakh rupees which was given in cash through Vijay Nair, and it is the same money which was generated in this entire scam. So they are very confident that they have the money trail, but whether this money trail is directly linking Manish Sisodia or not, that we are not aware of. And because of the same reason, ED is claiming and ED is arguing before the court today that they need custody of Manish Sisodia so that they can understand the entire money trail. That is one of their grounds to seek custody of Manish Sisodia in this case. Nabila.
But then Manish Sisodia's counsel there constantly implying that what's the ground for the ED to ask for Sisodia's arrest when he's not even been summoned. There was no summons issued to him. He was just a day before his bail hearing, that's today. The ED reached Tihar jail, questioned him, and then quickly took him into custody. So that raises the intention of the Enforcement Directorate. That's also being argued there. Where is the money trail? Munish, would you tell us how important is it for money trail to be established for the ED to investigate this case? Is it mandatory at all?
Well, Nabila, as far as today's hearing is concerned about the custody of Manish Sisodia, it is not at all important for the Enforcement Directorate to prove that they have money trail or not, because in their argument they have already said that we need custody of Manish Sisodia because we want to establish the money trail. So far, they have the money trail of the Hawala transactions linking to Vijay Nair. They are claiming that Vijay Nair is an associate of Manish Sisodia. It means that Manish Sisodia was instructing Vijay Nair to take this money. So these are their grounds. As far as this custody argument is concerned, all they need to establish is that why they need custody of Manish Sisodia. Also, an important argument by the lawyers of Manish Sisodia is that he was arrested only because there was a bail hearing. Now, ED has also given a rebuttal before the court saying that they are within their power to arrest any person under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And this is also for the understanding of our viewers that under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, ED cannot go and arrest any person until that person has not been questioned and they have a sufficient ground to arrest that person. Here, they questioned Manish Sisodia for 2 days. So timing again is going to be politicized by the politicians of Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition party. But as far as agency is concerned, they are claiming that we questioned him for 2 days, where within their rights, we gave the arrest moment of Manish Sisodia, explaining him the ground of arrest, and that is why Manish Sisodia has been arrested. Timing doesn't matter here because we need Manish Sisodia for custodial interrogation. So again, interesting arguments by both the sides, but end of the day, the question which you asked, whether the money trail has to be established today or not, as far as my understanding is concerned, it is not at all important for the Enforcement Directorate to prove today that they have a money trail against Manish Sisodia or not. Nabila.
All right, so clearly we see the court right now in a position, in quite a spot, of course, as interesting arguments coming in from the ED as well as Manish Sisodia's counsel. Anisha Mathur, who's right outside court. Anisha, would you tell us how far will Sisodia's counsel be able to convince the court that there is no money trail and thus he can't be kept in custody? Do you think this will hold any water? The fact that they found no money trail or proceeds of the crime at all, does that dilute this case at all?
Well, Nabila, as Munish just pointed out, that at this stage, because remember, this is only the stage of remand and even then the first remand. The ED does not specifically need to show the entire investigation or the entire money trail. What they do need to show is that there are sufficient linkages to take custody and proceed with the custodial interrogation to prove the money trail, as my colleague Munish just was explaining. However, his lawyers, of course, are fighting tooth and nail to ensure that he does not get sent to ED custody, because the moment the PMLA kicks in, the moment the ED custody kicks in, getting bail and getting him out from the jail is going to be extremely difficult in the coming few months. Now, Sisodia's lawyers now, and I'm reading out what my colleagues have sent me from the inside the courtroom. Siddharth Agarwal, who's a senior advocate appearing for Sisodia, is saying that the ED is not even following the due procedure that is required to arrest somebody and to get their custody. That they have not informed Sisodia's lawyers or written in the remand application about the grounds for custodial interrogation. They have not given any grounds for the arrest of Mr. Sisodia, and that by itself is a glaring enough lapse due to which the court should not grant them custody. Additionally, of course, his lawyers, senior advocates Siddharth Agarwal, senior advocate Mohit Mathur and senior advocate Dayan Krishnan have been arguing that there is not enough evidence in place for the ED to be given custody of Mr. Sisodia. One other argument that had been raised is that Dinesh Arora, who's the key approver in this case, has not said that he gave money. He has said, and this is and I'm quoting here from what my colleague Srishti has sent out, that Dinesh Arora did not say that he gave money. He said that Sunai diya hai Vijay Nair ko 20-30 crore rupees diye gaye. But according to the lawyers for Sisodia, of course, this is only hearsay. There is no direct evidence that any money was ever given. That the agency must establish that any money has come to me, that is Manish Sisodia, and that is where again and again they're arguing that to just say that somebody heard that somebody else got money is not enough, because, and I'm quoting directly here, they must establish that money has come to me. Otherwise, in this country, it would be so easy for anyone to say this, say that this and this person has been given money. And when this happens, the court's oversight on the issue will end. What the lawyers for Sisodia have been emphasizing for the last about half an hour or so of arguments is that it is the court's responsibility to ensure that all the grounds for arrest, the grounds for custody, etc. are very, very carefully looked into so that the rights of citizens are not violated.
All right,
so
Anisha, do stay with us. I'm going to hold on to you. Just stay with us. I'm cutting across to Jaipur, where we see high drama that's erupted. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena has been rushed into the hospital right after he was injured in a protest. BJP has now been protesting against Rajasthan Chief Minister over Pulwama widows being allegedly manhandled and abused by the Rajasthan police. They've been on protest in Dharna, and we hear that BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena has been rushed to the hospital. These are images of him being taken to a hospital. He wanted to meet with the Pulwama widows, but he was stopped by the police and detained as well. We hear that after a protest where he was seated in Dharna, he has been injured as part of that protest and he's now rushed to the hospital. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena rushed to the hospital. He was injured in a protest while he was standing up for the Pulwama widows who were allegedly assaulted by the Rajasthan police for asking for some honor to be granted to the Pulwama martyrs. This is the high drama there coming in from Jaipur. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena now rushed to the hospital after he was injured while seated in a protest. He was standing up for the Pulwama widows who were allegedly assaulted by the Rajasthan police for asking for the promises that they made to Pulwama martyrs' families to be fulfilled, or the fact that they failed to fulfill those promises. The widows of Pulwama braves were out on the streets and protesting, and that's when the police, we believe, detained them and manhandled them, literally allegedly assaulted them. And BJP now coming out in support of those Pulwama widows. BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena has been rushed to the hospital after he was injured in that protest. Visuals of that commotion coming on your screens here. As we see, the BJP Neta has been injured. He's been rushed to a hospital. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see a bunch of them who've taken into a hospital. He's currently receiving treatment. This comes just days after Pulwama widows staged a protest right on the streets, stuffing grass in their mouth and accusing the Rajasthan government of insulting India's brave hearts. Dev Ankur, who's joining us right from Jaipur. Dev, what's happened? How did Kirori Lal Meena get injured in a sit-down protest?
Well, clearly, BJP Rajya Sabha MP Dr. Kirori Lal Meena was taken into custody by the police who maintained that this was a preventive measure, that they did not want the law and order situation in the city to deteriorate, and that is why, to prevent Dr. Kirori Lal Meena from going towards the residence of Rohitash Lamba, one of the Pulwama martyrs, he was taken into custody, and thereafter he was released he was taken into custody under Section 129. But what the BJP is mentioning is that he was roughed up, that he was dragged by the police, and that clothes were torn apart. So those are grave charges against the police by the BJP. They maintain that the BJP MP was not disturbing the law and order situation, and the manner in which the three widows of the Bravehearts were ill-treated allegedly by Rajasthan police. This clearly has snowballed into a major albatross around neck in this election year in Rajasthan. And whatever happens from here on, it is quite clear that so far the Gehlot administration has not put itself in good light as far as this entire issue is concerned. Nabila?
Tell us more about the health condition of Meena, the BJP Neta, and how exactly was he injured while he was detained by the police? Did the police assault him? Was there any case of attack on him by the police?
Well, we have visuals of the police trying to drag him, of putting him inside the police vehicle, and in that entire fracas, the altercation that happened out there, the BJP has alleged that Dr. Meena, the BJP MP, his clothes were torn apart, that he was pushed around, that he was shoved by the police, and allegedly in that entire altercation, the BJP MP has sustained injuries. He was initially taken to a local private hospital, and from there he was taken to Swai Man Singh Hospital in Jaipur, where he was undergoing treatment. The BJP leader has been in the forefront of this entire agitation regarding the demands that have been made by the widows of the three martyrs, including Rohitash Lamba, who attained martyrdom in Pulwama district of South Kashmir in 2019. It is quite clear that the BJP does not want to let go of this issue in this election year, and the Rajasthan Chief Minister could have invited these three widows these three widows of the bravehearts of the country and spoken with them and talked this issue out. But that it was not done. And
all right. Thank you very much, Dev Ankur, for joining us with our visuals of the BJP Neta who's been injured. Now, protests have erupted against the Chief Minister Gehlot for not living up to the promises that they made to Pulwama martyrs. Congress government in Rajasthan says the Pulwama martyrs are asking for more than what could be granted to them. We see a divide within the Congress in Rajasthan itself on the same issue. BJP, of course, jumping in to take up for the Pulwama martyrs and their widows, one of them injured in the melee. We're going to continue tracking those updates. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more on that. To stay with us, news and updates continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Age is just a number. This line fits perfectly for Dharam Chand from Haryana. He is 86 but is still running, jumping and winning medals. His secret?
मैं बच्चों को सबको यही प्रेरणा देता हूँ कि आप मेरी तरह ग्राउंड के साथ जुड़े और सब वैभव से मुक्त होकर आप अपनी सेहत को, अपने शरीर को ठीक रखें। सन 68 से लेकर आज तक मैं कंटिन्यूड रेगुलर पोजीशन लेता आ रहा हूँ।
The 4th National Masters Athletics Championship, which recently took place in Kurukshetra, saw more than 2,400 participants from 22 states. 72-year-old Mahavir Singh is one of them.
मैं यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, भाई नशे से दूर रहें और खेलों से जुड़ें। आप खेलना जरूरी है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कोई मेडल जीते। मेरे को 40 साल खेलते हुए हो गए हैं और 20 साल से मैं इसमें मास्टर एथलेटिक्स एसोसिएशन में खेलता हूँ।
Several women also participated in different events.
हमारे टाइम में लड़कियों को खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था, तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि ये हमें मिला है कि इस उम्र में आके भी हम मेहनत करके अपनी अचीवमेंट दे सकते हैं। और एक ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इस पे अगर आप आएंगे तो शायद मुझे जो लगता है, अपने जीवन से जो लगता है कि हम किसी गलत ट्रैक पर नहीं जाएंगे।
The message these athletes are sending is, it is never too late to chase your passion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And here's the very latest from former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's bail hearing. The bail hearing will now be on March the 21st. The order by the court has just been reserved. So March the 21st is when the court will rule on Sisodia's bail plea. Remember, the arguments have been on in court for the last couple of hours. I want to go straight across to India Today's Anisha Mathur to get a quick word in on this. Anisha, explain this to us. The order has been reserved. Bail hearing on March the 21st now.
Well, yes, Shiv, very clearly the ED may well get custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia for a few days, because for the last more than 2 hours we've been hearing the petition, the application by the Enforcement Directorate for 10 days custodial interrogation of Mr. Manish Sisodia. At the same time, we were also waiting to hear Sisodia's bail plea in the CBI case. Remember, so far he had been under arrest in the CBI case. Yesterday evening is when the ED took him into custody and is asking for custodial interrogation. So now the Court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal very clearly saying that the bail plea in the CBI case will be on 21st of March at 2 p.m. And in the meantime, the court has reserved its verdict on how many days the Enforcement Directorate will actually get to interrogate Mr. Manish Sisodia. That order will be passed very shortly. In about 15 to 20 minutes, or maximum by about half an hour, we should get an order on how many days custodial interrogation will the Enforcement Directorate get for Mr. Sisodia. But at least for now, it is very clear that Mr. Sisodia will not be walking out from the Rouse Avenue court at this stage. It does very clearly mean that there is big trouble ahead for Mr. Manish Sisodia, since he will now, it looks like, be sent to custody of the Enforcement Directorate for at least a few days, since his bail hearing has been adjourned till 21st of March. Remember, for the last 2 hours plus, we've been here talking about the hearing in the Enforcement Directorate case. The ED is saying that they need custodial interrogation of Mr. Manish Sisodia, because they have witness statements, they have documentary evidence, they have other evidence to show that there were monetary transactions between the Aam Aadmi Party and liquor license holders by L1 license applicants connected also to the BRS. That they've also been saying, the Enforcement Directorate has been saying that there were meetings where Mr. Sisodia is, there are witnesses who are saying that there were meetings where Mr. Manish Sisodia was directly responsible for key changes in the liquor policy, which gave larger profit margins and faster clearances to certain liquor license holders, which is why these kickbacks were received. And the ED has said that we need his custodial interrogation to confront him with several persons, including persons who've been summoned by the ED in the next few days, to confront him with them and to go into this money trail. Now, this is going to be a very, very interesting thing to watch, Shiv, in the next few days, how the ED is going to continue its investigation, particularly since BRS leader K. Kavita is also expected to join in for questioning in this particular matter on the 11th of March, which is just tomorrow. tomorrow. So is the ED going to build this framework of this case further, or is it that, as the Aam Aadmi Party lawyers have been arguing, for Sisodia's lawyers have been arguing, this is a malified case being built only for political reasons because the agencies do not want Mr. Sisodia to be released on bail? A lot will be answered when the court's order comes in a short while. Back to you.
Okay, in a short while, the court, just to clarify very quickly for our viewers, two separate things going on in court. The CBI bail hearing will now happen on March the 21st. The court will rule on the Enforcement Directorate remand. The Enforcement Directorate, as Anisha just pointed out, have asked for 10 days of custody for custodial interrogation. Amit Bhardwaj also joining our coverage. Amit, very shortly we'll know what the Enforcement Directorate gets. They've asked for 10 days.
Shiv, quite interesting to see how the proceedings in the court today went on. You know, in the Rouse Avenue court, you had Manish Sisodia's counsel arguing and trying to puncture the entire ground on which ED is actually trying to, keep Mr. Sisodia in their custody. So much so that they said that there is no money trail. So far, they have not been able to track down a single rupee, single penny back to Manish Sisodia. And they also went, saying that there have been multiple claims, multiple amounts have been referred to, but no money trail has been found so far. So clearly, as far as Manish Sisodia's counsel are concerned, they have tried to protect their client. They have tried to protect Mr. Sisodia in this particular case, and it went to the extent that ED had to point out that Mr. Sisodia has brought in 3 lawyers to defend his case, to fight out his case. Very interesting to see whether the Enforcement Directorate is going to get those 10 days of further custody or not, because the investigation as far as the ED is concerned will purely depend on whether they are getting the full custody of Mr. Sisodia or not, and probably the legal reporters will be able to comment on it as well. But definitely, if ED is not going to get the custody, those 10 days of custody, and if Mr. Sisodia is sent back to judicial custody, that could have its own kind of impact on the CBI bail hearing. Because remember, if ED gets the custody, then the case or ray of hope for Manish Sisodia would get reduced. At least that's what the perception is right now. Back to you, Shiv.
Anisha, if you could just summarize for us the, Manish Sisodia's legal team, their arguments against Enforcement Directorate remand. What exactly are they saying?
Well, Shiv, the legal team for Mr. Manish Sisodia, which is Senior Advocate Dayan Krishnan, Senior Advocate Mohit Mathur and Senior Advocate Siddharth Agrawal, have raised multiple points of argument. First of all, of course, being that there is no clear money trail, there is no direct evidence against Mr. Sisodia which links him to any monetary transaction. Secondly, what they've said is that all evidence that the ED is talking about relies on hearsay evidence by persons who were not directly involved. However, the ED, of course, remember, has been saying that they have a statement by Mr. Sisodia's own secretary regarding changes in the policy. At the same time, the Sisodia's lawyers are also saying that the ED never questioned Mr. Sisodia in all this while. Remember, this investigation has been going on for several months now. However, Sisodia's lawyers are saying that till date, they never even called him for questioning. But only a day before his bail hearing did they go for questioning, and then they arrested him, which, according to Sisodia's lawyer, is a malified decision done due to political reasons. Fourthly, of course, they are saying that just because an agency has the power to arrest does not mean that they should be granted that particular arrest or custodial interrogation. They are saying that there is no direct evidence against Sisodia, and therefore there is no need to arrest him or keep him in custody for interrogation. So all 4 arguments have been extensively made by Sisodia's legal team. Of course, to oppose these arguments, the ED's counsel, Advocate Shoaib, has also, however, said that there is evidence against Manish Sisodia. Shoaib has been arguing that there is this argument that is being made about hearsay evidence, etc., is incorrect, because they do have witness statements, because they do have documentary evidence in this particular matter. And I'm just going to point out one particular point here that the ED in its arguments has been creating a direct link between K. Kavita and Manish Sisodia here. They have been saying continually that there was a conversation between Vijay Nair and K. Kavita, and that is why money came from Hyderabad. And that is going to be a very, very crucial point in this entire situation, Shiv, because with the ED again and again saying that they have evidence of the money trail from Hyderabad and Delhi, and we've seen the way the political outrage has come out from the BRS. We had senior BRS leaders and Karyakartas in Jantar Mantar this morning against the Enforcement Directorate. We've had this political drama also brewing there, where now with the ED telling court that they have links, they have evidence of transaction, that is also something that is likely to be roped in. But effectively the ED has said that just because a policy matter is there, it is by the executive, but it can be questioned by the court, because this was an argument by Sisodia's lawyers that this is a policy decision. It has gone through every layer, including the LG. You cannot question it just because it was passed very quickly. Back to you.
That order is going to be handed down in just a few minutes from now. Anisha and Amit will be reporting on that. We'll get that to you, of course, first. Stay with me, Amit and Anisha. I just wanted to quickly update our viewers about another story that we're tracking here on India Today. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has dropped, well, his latest big bombshell. Well, Sukesh, during his appearance in Patiala House Court, spoke to India Today and warned Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that he will be exposed for his own role in the Delhi liquor scam. Now, the only reason we are reporting this is because the Liquorgate scandal is a story that we've been reporting. Now, please remember very clearly that the man making these allegations and saying all kinds of things is a con man. He's a con man who is under trial. He's in jail for all manner of extortion and other charges. So please bear that in mind as you hear him. And the only reason we're playing this out is because it's very rarely that one hears from a person like this who's been in jail, for the charges that he faces. He said the Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal is next in line to be arrested, and even called him the kingpin of the Liquorgate scam. The con man making allegations of someone else being a kingpin. Well, you can interpret that in any way you like. Sukesh has made many such allegations in the past against leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. He claimed that he had evidence of many such government purchases and bargains in which commission of more than 1,000 crore had taken place, and that he is going to expose the Aam Aadmi Party's nefarious deeds and graft soon. Let's just tell you that the Aam Aadmi Party has always denied the huge allegations that he's made.
Sukesh, you've written another letter about the Manish Sisodia issue and the Aam Aadmi Party. Anything to say about that?
Truth has prevailed, and next will be Mr. Kejriwal.
And what is your involvement with this entire liquor issue?
I have given it in writing already that how close I've been to them, and I'm going to expose each one of them. Each one of them will be exposed by me.
So do you expect more people to be arrested?
Absolutely.
Is this a... it's being said that you're raising allegations falsely to sort of get away with what is being alleged against you.
No, that's all wrong. This is only the truth. There's nothing like that.
Sukesh, besides Satinder Jain and Manish Sisodia, who all are involved in the...
Mr. Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal.
Is he the kingpin?
Yes, absolutely. He's the wazir, and he will be taken to task very soon.
And how are you involved with him?
How are you involved in this entire issue?
I have been involved with them from 2015.
What has been your role in the liquor scam? Are you also expected to be arrested in that?
No. Mine is completely a different matter altogether. There are 4 different other issues which I was involved with them, and truth will prevail.
So you're not involved in the liquor scam?
No.
Okay, so, those big allegations from conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Meanwhile, the Liquorgate scandal obviously is the biggest headline of the week, and certainly is today, because not only do you have a court about to, pass an order on the remand of Manish Sisodia, but the Liquorgate fire has spread from Delhi to Telangana, as we first reported. Kavita, the BRS leader, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister KCR, who's in the eye of the Enforcement Directorate storm, will appear before the ED tomorrow. That's the 11th of March. Her frontman, or her alleged frontman, Arun Pillai, has moved court and sought to retract a statement. and the court has issued a notice to the ED over Arun Pillai's plea. Well, ahead of the grilling tomorrow, Kavita is holding a hunger strike, as you can see in these pictures, at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. It's a big show of strength by nearly 16 parties to seek the introduction of the Women's Reservation Bill in Parliament. However, it has also become an opportunity for opposition unity or attempted opposition unity. There are many notable parties who are missing from this platform that Kavita has converted from a Women's Reservation Bill into a platform against what the opposition parties are calling misuse of official agencies. She's urged the government to pass the Women's Reservation Bill and asked opposition leaders to help in passing the bill. Remember, KCR's daughter will be confronted with her own alleged frontman Arun Pillai tomorrow after the ED named her in its charge sheet, accusing her of holding a 65% stake in Indo Spirits, a liquor firm alleged to have benefited from the Delhi government's liquor policy.
हिंदुस्तान में महिलाओं को राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भी भागीदारी मिलनी चाहिए और राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भागीदारी मिलने के लिए महिला आरक्षण का बिल को लेके आना बहुत जरूरी है। महिला आरक्षण बिल 33% आरक्षण का बिल 27 साल से पेंडिंग में है। बहुत सारे महिलाओं ने, बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दलों ने महिलाओं के साथ खड़े होके कोशिश उन्होंने किया है कि हिंदुस्तान में एक चर्चा हो और आरक्षण भी मिले।
आज अफसोस की बात यह है कि तकरीबन 3 दशक हो गए चर्चा हो रही है महिला आरक्षण के बारे में। सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक जब तक बराबरी महिलाओं को दी नहीं जाएगी, किसी भी मुल्क का विकास हुआ नहीं ना होगा। और महिलाओं को आरक्षण देने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि उनको कोई सिर्फ रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हो आप, लेकिन उनकी भागीदारी चाहिए। जब तक महिलाओं की भागीदारी पूरी तरीके से नहीं होगी, किसी समाज का, किसी अर्थव्यवस्था का विकास कभी हुआ नहीं, किसी देश में ना हो पाएगा।
Well, she has never fought on the women's 33% reservation before. This is the first time she has taken up this, and she is not on a hunger strike. She is on a dharna. And the only reason she is on a dharna today for 33% women's reservation bill is because she knows that her arrest is imminent in the Delhi liquor scam. Because if you see, the 33% reservation that she is fighting for in Delhi has never ever been implemented in Telangana itself by her own father, who is the Chief Minister of Telangana. Mr. KCR, as the Chief Minister, as the party head of the BRS or the then TRS in 2014, gave only 6 MLA seats to women out of 119 seats. In 2018, he gave only 4 to women out of 119 seats. So where is the question of 33% reservation bill? If it is not even implemented in Telangana, what right have you got to go and fight in Delhi? If anything, you have to fight for the women for the reservation in Telangana, opposite your own father's house, opposite your own party office. There was no women minister in the cabinet of Telangana for the entire first time. Even now, we have only 2 women in the KCR's government's cabinet. We have just at least, I think, 2 or 3 MPs and MLCs as women. Even when the governor was insulted, nobody took a stand. The BRS party MLC itself insulted the governor using horrible language, and he was promised an MLA ticket in the coming elections. How do you see this government as respecting women?
तेलंगाना की लूट शायद कम रह गई थी, तो दिल्ली में भी लूट का कोई काम नहीं छोड़ा। और जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार में शामिल हैं, जिन्होंने राज्य को तो कंगाल कर ही दिया है लूट लूट कर, वहाँ एक पार्टी की नहीं, एक परिवार की सरकार चल रही है। अगर किसी के ऊपर इतने गंभीर आरोप शराब घोटाले के लगे, जिसमें दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं, अन्य लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये तो वही है कि घोटाला भी करते हैं और खुद ही अपने आप को ईमानदार भी बताते हैं, जजमेंट भी खुद ही सुनाने की बात करते हैं। क्या देश की कानून व्यवस्था पर उनका विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? उनको जांच में पूरा सहयोग देना चाहिए और देश के सामने दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
Before 2014, they used to unite in the name of so-called secularism. After 2014, when action has started on corruption, they have started uniting for protection of corruption. On one side, there is mission and vision. And on the other side, there are those who believe in division, commission and corruption. That is an alliance of convenience and corruption.
उन सब विपक्षी दलों से एक बात पूछेंगे, क्या कहे कविता इस बात से मना करती है कि अरुण पिल्ले से उनके संबंध थे या नहीं थे? क्या जो उनका चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट पहले था वह उनके बिहाफ पे काम कर रहा था नहीं कर रहा था? क्या के कविता कभी दिल्ली में प्राइम मिनिस्टर में उन्होंने मीटिंग की या नहीं की? इसके सब तो डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड है। और अरुण पिल्ले और रिकॉर्ड कह चुका है कि इंडो स्पिरिट में जो मेरा 65% स्टेक है वो के कविता का स्टेक है, मैं तो सिर्फ फ्रंट मैन हूँ।
Kavita remains on this hunger strike at this point of time. Remember, she will present herself before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. Her appearance before the Enforcement Directorate has become a big signal moment for opposition unity, but it hasn't quite worked out in perhaps the way that the BRS was hoping it would, even though there are quite a few leaders there offering their support. Anisha Mathur is back live with us. Anisha, the big Enforcement Directorate questioning of K. Kavita takes place tomorrow. What are you hearing?
Well, Shiv, K. Kavita is scheduled to be at the ED office tomorrow for interrogation, for questioning. But today, with the Manish Sisodia's ED remand hearing going on, we have seen the ED building this case regarding the role of the South Cartel, the role of K. Kavita in both getting the liquor policy changed and the money trail that the ED is on the hunt for. It is very clear that I beg your pardon. It is very clear that the ED is trying to build this case of money changing hands from Hyderabad to Delhi. They have been talking about the role of Vijay Nair, who's the communications in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party, who's under arrest in this liquor scam case, meeting K. Kavita in Hyderabad and in Delhi. About the ED's lawyers have also raised allegations of Manish Sisodia himself also being part of the transactions where L1 licenses were cleared for Indo Spirit and other L1 license holders. The files were cleared in a hurry for the sake of this quid pro quo. They are saying that there was political connection between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BRS. And these are direct allegations that have been made against Mr. Manish Sisodia by the Enforcement Directorate in the court today, which also seems to indicate that the ED is very, very eager to also rope in the role of the BRS and K. Kavita in this matter. We've been seeing Arun Pillai, who is said to be a front man of K. Kavita, who is said to be one of the shareholders of Indo Spirit. He had earlier, remember, given a statement to the Enforcement Directorate on the basis of which the ED has been saying that K. Kavita has been involved. But today, very crucially, today, just a day before K. Kavita is expected to approach the ED for questioning, he has moved an application before this Rouse Avenue Court, before the court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal, saying that he wants to retract those statements that were made before the Enforcement Directorate because those were made under coercion, and that is something that the ED will have to answer to now. The court has issued notice, of course, to the Enforcement Directorate on Arun Pillai's application for retraction of his statements. Remember, the ED's role as far as an investigation agency is concerned is very different from a regular police force. A statement given before an ED officer by an accused or by a witness is by itself a piece of evidence that can be used by the investigation agency.
Okay, thanks Anisha. We'll keep it there for the moment. We'll come back to you when there are updates on this story. Also remember, we're awaiting word from the Rouse Avenue Court on the remand of Manish Sisodia with the Enforcement Directorate. We'll break that first, as always, here on India Today. So stand by for that. Now shifting focus to another story that we're tracking very closely, the shocking escalation and treatment of widows of Pulwama heroes. That showdown in Rajasthan has positively exploded after it began a few days ago. Big drama and dramatic scenes have erupted in Jaipur after BJP leader Kirori Lal Meena had been admitted to a hospital after he was injured while protesting against the Ashok Gehlot government, along with the widows of Pulwama heroes. The BJP has lashed out at the Gehlot government, calling it an insult of the Pulwama bravehearts after the widows of those heroes were manhandled and detained by the police. But after huge public uproar, the widows were released by the state police. Earlier, Chief Minister Gehlot had shunned the Bravehearts' widows' demands of statues for the heroes and jobs for their families, calling them inappropriate, and alleged that they were being used by the BJP for political gains. Well, not just the BJP, Sachin Pilot of the Congress party too used the incident to target the Ashok Gehlot Sarkar, asking him to deal with the widows' demands sympathetically.
कि हमारी नौकरी है, उनके बेटे की नौकरी नहीं छीन रहे हम, हमारी नौकरी है, हमारे देवर है, हमारी सास सम्मान कर रहा है, तो मैं उनको नौकरी दिलाना चाहती हूँ। हमारे बेटे को हम सोच सकते हैं क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे, उनको नौकरी देनी है, हम देवर को नौकरी दिलाएंगे। कोई मतलब नहीं, बीजेपी से कांग्रेस से किसी से भी मतलब नहीं है। हमारे को न्याय चाहिए, न्याय चाहिए।
तो आप लोग क्या मुख्यमंत्री अशोक से मिलना चाह रही हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं?
अब कहाँ मिलना दे रहे, हम बोल रहे कि राजी खुशी हम जा रहे, हमारे को दो बात करनी है, मुख्यमंत्री जी से मिलना है, तो उसी के पास 2 मिनट का टाइम नहीं है क्या?
किरोड़ी जी, आप जाना चाह रहे थे रोहिताश लांबा जी की जो
मैं दामोद बालाजी का दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहा था, ये कामना करने के लिए कि हे भगवान इस राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री को सद्बुद्धि दो। ये पूरा क्रूल हो गया है, इसकी पुलिस क्रूल हो गई है, वीरांगना को अपमान कर रही है। अब मेरा अपमान कर दिया, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को कर दिया, कपड़े फाड़ दिए, धक्का मुक्की कर दी, बैरिकेड लगा दी, ट्रैक्टर खड़ा कर दिया, नहीं जाने दे रहे। अब भाई मैं इनसे पूछ रहा हूँ, कोई कानून तोड़ा है तो मेरे को गिरफ्तार कर लो, आगे आपको संभावना है कानून टूटेगा तो गिरफ्तार कर लो, जब कुछ भी नहीं है तो मेरे को जाने दो। मैं यही तो कह सकता।
बात करने आए थे, क्या कह रहे थे
वो तो कुछ नहीं कह गए, आगे बस आप जा नहीं सकते ये कह गए। ये तो
लग रहा है कि आप उनके घर जा रहे थे।
ये तो डिक्टेटरशिप हो गई, ये तो तानाशाही हो गई, ये तो निरंकुश हो गया राज शासन और पुलिस।
आपके साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई?
हाँ, आपने देखा ना, आप तो थे ही। कोई बात ना, हमारे साथ तो धक्का मुक्की हो, लेकिन देश की वीरांगनाओं के साथ नहीं होना चाहिए।
आप कितने भी बयान उठाकर देख लीजिए राहुल गांधी जी के, उसमें बार बार, चाहे वो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स हो, चाहे वो एयर स्ट्राइक्स हो, चाहे गलवान घाटी पर जो भारतीय सेना की बहादुरी हो, हर बात और हर बार राहुल गांधी ने प्रश्न उठाया है भारतीय सेना के ऊपर, अपमानित करा है, और यही मानसिकता राजस्थान सरकार की दिखाई दे रही है। अपना बल दिखाना चाहते हैं मुख्यमंत्री और कांग्रेस पार्टी। इनका बल किस पे चल रहा है आप खुद देखिए। देश के बलिदान परिवारों के छोटे बच्चे और महिलाओं के ऊपर अपना बल दिखा रही है राजस्थान पुलिस और राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री। मिलने से क्यों घबरा रहे हैं? उनकी सुरक्षा को बलिदान परिवारों से क्या खतरा है? आंखों की शर्म है, इस वजह से नहीं मिलना चाहते। झूठी पार्टी, झूठे वादे कैसे सामने खड़े हो सकते हैं एक वीरांगना के, जिसने अपना पूरा परिवार बलिदान दे दिया इस हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर। पुलवामा के हमले के बाद हमारे वीर बलिदानियों के परिवार के पास जाकर बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं करी गई, और आज जब उन घोषणाओं को पूरा करने का समय आया है तो राजस्थान सरकार पीछे हट रही है।
And coming up next, Karnataka Bribegate controversy has escalated even further. The big story that India Today broke is now the biggest story from the poll-bound state. That's coming up next.
You are watching India Today.
Let me get this first from you, Mr. Parthasarthi. When you see those visuals, do you see that as the opposition alleges, self-obsession, personality, cult politics, or do you see it as effective diplomacy using sport?
Well, I wouldn't like to politicize this. In fact, I'd call it a bit of imaginative diplomacy. Anthony Albanese is an Australian Prime Minister who is really moving the process forward after our own relations forward. We're playing a cricket match and it turns out that it is taking place on his way to the United States to meet President Biden. So, as I said, if you see recently in the World Football, International Football Tournament in Qatar, you had the French president as an invitee because France was playing in the final. He was a guest of the Qatar government. So I think we shouldn't be oversensitive. As I said, in fact, when everybody was critical of the Pakistan Prime Minister being invited, I said, why not? If you're playing cricket, why can't you invite the Prime Minister? So you shouldn't confuse cricket and politics. But yes, there is a diplomatic gain because both Australia and India are friendly countries, and we are talking of cooperation across both the Indian and Pacific Oceans, something which we've never done in the Quad. And therefore, if he comes here, and he is a cricket fan. When I was in Australia, Howard, the Australian Prime Minister, told me that he would have been delighted to visit India during a test match. So you should take it in that spirit and not politicize. I wouldn't politicize anything, but then I'm not in politics.
So you're saying don't politicize it.
But as far as diplomacy is concerned,
you're saying it's imaginative diplomacy. Cricket is something. Cricket is intrinsic in a way to the Australian way of life. So
yes, I think for
sorry, do complete. Yes, Mr. Parthasarathi.
Well, all I can say is that this does work.
Yes.
All I can say is this does work. Australians appreciate it. You're a country you're building relations with. And you invite the Prime Minister to a test match. And the Australians, I said Prime Minister Howard was cricket crazy. And I wouldn't be surprised if Prime Minister Albanese is similarly so.
Okay.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's lights, camera, action on the biggest poll battle of 2023. And the BJP is doing everything they can to retain power in Karnataka. The double engine of Karnataka Congress, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, are doing everything they can to oust the BJP. But wait. Haven't we forgotten something? The JDS, aka the Kingmaker. Welcome to the State of War Karnataka.
Watching India Today.
Just over a month to go for election season in Karnataka, the big state election on the road to 2024, and Bribegate in Karnataka is still the biggest story there. The controversy has exploded and escalated. The accused BJP MLA Madal Virupakshapa has been produced before the Lokayukta for the second day of his interrogation today. Remember, Virupakshapa was booked in a bribery case in which his son was caught red-handed while allegedly receiving a 40 lakh rupee bribe. Meanwhile, the showdown is intensified between the ruling BJP and the opposition Congress in the state, which continues to brand the Bommai government as the most corrupt. And now the Karnataka Chief Minister has hit back, alleging that the Congress is raking up these issues to wash away their own sins in corruption. BJP National President JP Nadda trained his guns at the Congress party, meanwhile, as also the JDS, labeling them as corrupt dynasts.
JDS और कांग्रेस ये एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं. They are the two sides of the same coin. Both believe in corruption. Both believe in family rule. Both believe in divisive politics. Both believe in divide and rule. Both believe in commission, corruption, casteism, communalism, all types of vices both the parties are having.
ನೋಡಿ ಹಣ ವಿಪಕ್ಷದಿಂದ ಆಗಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಸರ್ವ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರು ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲೆಬಾಗಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತರು ತೀವ್ರಗತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೂ ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ತೊಳೆದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಪಾಪ ತೊಳೆದು ಹೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. 59 ಕೇಸುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ACB ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಲೋಕಾಯುಕ್ತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಬಣ್ಣು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಬಣ್ಣು ಬಯಲು
ಆಂಟಿಸಿಪೇಟರಿ ಬೇಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂಥರ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ,
ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ.
ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು
ಸರ್ संसदीय मंडली
आप सोचिए, ऐसा करप्शन चार्जेस के बारे में बीजेपी जीरो टॉलरेंस में रखता है हमेशा हमेशा. लोकायुक्त रेड हुई, भाजपा सरकार है उसके वजह से रेड हुई. कांग्रेस है तो लोकायुक्त बंद करके ACB के वजह से पूरा क्लीन चिट करने का काम करती थी. 2013 से 2018 तक सिद्धरामैया जी ने क्या किया? पूरा क्लीन चिट, पूरा क्लीन चिट, पूरा क्लीन चिट ऐसा किया. आज ऐसा हुआ नहीं, कारण बीजेपी सत्ता में है उसके वजह से.
There is nothing to do with the unity of the party. The party is unified, and there is no doubt, there is no misunderstanding between any leader. The only one intention of every leader is to defeat BJP, the corrupt BJP, because we want to confine them to 40, because the 40% government should confine to 40 only.
Trouble is also mounting for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad, with the Enforcement Directorate similarly holding raids across 15 locations in connection with the alleged land for jobs scam case that has embroiled his family. In the ongoing probe, Enforcement Directorate has conducted raids at the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav's Delhi residence, at Lalu Prasad's daughter Meesa Bharti's residence, as well as those belonging to Lalu Prasad's close aides. The searches were held at more than 15 locations across Delhi, the National Capital Region and Bihar. Multiple teams of the Enforcement Directorate carried out searches simultaneously at these locations, including residential and office premises of the suspects and alleged beneficiaries of the alleged land for job scam. Earlier this week, Lalu Prasad and wife Rabri Devi were questioned by the CBI in the same case.
आप रेलवे में नौकरी के बदले जमीन लेंगे, इन सबों को कोई जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं. वो लोग आज तक नहीं दे रहे हैं. लेकिन बस 24 के चुनाव के लिए किया जा रहा है. तो ये सारे आरोप बेबुनियाद हैं और भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे तो कार्रवाई तो होगी. लूट का लाइसेंस यूपीए सरकार में मिला हुआ था, है ना? तो उस लूट के कारण जो देश के पैसे की लूट हुई है, उसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा ना.
24 के पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी की व्याकुलता खुल करके सामने आई है. छापा पर छापा, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल, ईडी का इस्तेमाल, सारी आपा भारतीय जनता पार्टी खो चुकी है. नैतिकता का इस कदर पतन राजनीति में नहीं होनी चाहिए जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है. पूरी तरह से मशीनरियों का दुरुपयोग कर करके अब बहनों के यहाँ, अरे उनके जीजाओं के यहाँ हद है भाई. ये कोई छापा नहीं है, ये तो राजनीतिक बदले की कार्रवाई है जो पूरी तरह से इसको कोई देश की जनता स्वीकार नहीं कर सकती है.
कब तक चलेगी ये रेड? कौन सा मामला है? टाइम टेबल नहीं होती है जी। सुनिए एक मिनट, कौन साइड प्लीज। किस मामले में मामला क्या आ रहा है? मामला क्या है? मामला बता दीजिए। आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मामला चल रहा है और कुछ नहीं। रेलवे में भी हमारे अधिकारी अंदर हैं। अच्छा, हम लोगों की टीम है अभी? हमारी 4 बंदे का टीम है। 4 लोग हैं? हाँ। ये रांची से या पटना? नहीं, पटना ईडी से। पटना से। तो अभी आगे पूछताछ और चलती रहेगी? हाँ, अभी चलेगी।
Meanwhile, the big political crossfire over Rahul Gandhi's "my microphone has fallen silent" remark has escalated, with Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar attacking the Congress MP for his comments regarding microphones being silenced in Parliament and called it a thoughtless act on democracy. Well, irked by the Vice President's remark, the Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, part of the close Rahul inner circle, has lashed out at the Vice President and said that the Rajya Sabha chairman is an umpire and cannot be a cheerleader for any ruling dispensation. He further called Dhankar the defender of the Modi Sarkar. Meanwhile, the BJP has renewed its attack on Rahul Gandhi and the Congress, asking the party to clarify Rahul's motive behind making such comments against India on foreign soil. The BJP has alleged that Rahul Gandhi has been spewing hatred on his foreign tours.
The world is applauding our historic accomplishments and functional, vibrant democracy. Some amongst us, including parliamentarians, in overdrive, are engaged in thoughtless, unfair denigration of our well-nurtured democratic values.
ये लोग मोदी जी का विरोध करते करते देश का विरोध करने लगे। यहाँ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा निकली, भारत तोड़ो यात्रा का जो काम इन्होंने पकड़ा, भारत में इनको किसी ने नहीं सुना। आजकल इंग्लैंड में भाषण दे रहे हैं। ये काम कर रहे हैं। इनको पता ही नहीं है कि भारत मोदी जी का विरोध करते करते ये देश का विरोध करने लगा।
देखिए श्री राहुल गांधी जी विदेशी शक्ति परस्त माओवादी और जिहादियों की भाषा बोल रहे हैं। वो कहते हैं लद्दाख और अरुणाचल प्रदेश में भारत एक ऑक्यूपेशनल फोर्स है। तो मेरा राहुल गांधी जी, खड़गे जी और सोनिया गांधी जी से सवाल है, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी ये कहती है कि लद्दाख अरुणाचल प्रदेश हिंदुस्तान का हिस्सा नहीं? कांग्रेस को इस बात को स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि कांग्रेस की सोच क्या है। और लगातार भारतीय सेना का मनोबल गिराना, भारतीय सेना को बदनाम करना और भारतीय सेना पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करना, ये कांग्रेस की आदत बन गई है। विदेशी धरती पर जाकर भारत को बदनाम करने का, भारत को तोड़ने का और ये जहर फैलाने का काम श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी कर रहे हैं। सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि आखिरकार ऐसी सोच क्यों? ये कौन से अपने विदेशी मित्रों के लिए ये भाषा का उपयोग किया जा रहा है? क्या राहुल गांधी भारत के लिए जीते हैं कि केवल भारत के लिए भ्रम फैलाने का काम ही पैदा करते हैं, नफरत फैलाने का ही काम करते हैं?
जब रेफरी ही बेईमान हो जाए तो समझ सकते हैं कि खिलाड़ी या टीम के साथ में क्या न्याय होगा। जब ही तो ये राज्यसभा में करते थे, विपक्ष के लोगों को नहीं बोलने देते थे, बार बार उठ जाते थे, यह भी उनके मर्यादा के खिलाफ थी।
The institutional framework which is required for a democracy, parliament, a free press, the judiciary, just the idea of mobilization, just the idea of moving around, these are all getting constrained. So we are facing an attack on the basic structure of Indian democracy, right? Here you can see that picture. That picture is taken in front of Parliament House, and that's where a whole bunch of opposition members of Parliament were just standing there talking about certain issues, and we were just locked up and put in jail. And that's happened 3 or 4 times, right? And it's happened relatively violently. That's just an example.
Keep watching India Today. Up next is news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Holi celebrations at the Ola Giga factory, a video shared by the company founder and CEO Bhavish Agarwal. Agarwal also uploaded this video, his own take on his future factory bots joining in on the Holi fun. Meanwhile, this poll also appeared on his Twitter feed with the question, "What's the biggest barrier for you to buy an EV?" The response was huge with around 19,000 votes. The biggest hurdle, it seems, is the lack of charging infrastructure, with more than 30% of the respondents choosing this as the #1 reason. The higher cost of EVs is the second reason. There also seems to be considerable apprehension among customers whether the EV battery will last 5 years. Around 80% of the respondents had range anxiety, a fear that the battery would give out during a trip. The poll triggered more than 500 responses, with people quick to share their suggestions. Customers from as far as Chhattisgarh were inquiring about hyperchargers, with another user suggesting that chargers be installed outside restaurants, cafes and other locations besides gas stations. There were also complaints of government subsidy on electric vehicles not percolating to the customer. But most took the opportunity to raise various other issues of services related to deliveries, of deadlines not kept, and of accessories still to be installed. While the poll clearly highlights the gaps in the sector, the government has also been taking steps to promote the EV space in India. In the Union Budget presented last month, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a policy to support battery energy storage systems with a capacity of 4,000 megawatt-hour with viability gap funding. She also mentioned an outlay of 35,000 crore rupees for priority capital investments towards energy transition and net zero goals till 2070.
In the month of October last year, we did a ground report on the EV charging infrastructure in Delhi NCR, where we found most of the EV charging stations that we encountered were either broken or were out of service. This just shows there's a gap between what we want EV adoption to be and the ground reality. This was Akanksha Chaturvedi for Business Today TV.
It's lights, camera, action on the biggest poll battle of 2023. And the BJP is doing everything they can to retain power in Karnataka. The double engine of Karnataka Congress, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, are doing everything they can to oust the BJP. But wait. Haven't we forgotten something? The JDS, aka the Kingmaker. Welcome to the State of War Karnataka.
The Enforcement Directorate has sought 10 days custody of Manish Sisodia in the Liquorgate scandal, accuses the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister of money laundering. Sisodia says not a single penny has been traced to him. The war of words has intensified between the BJP and the Congress as BJP MP Madal Virupakshapa of Karnataka has been produced before the state Lokayukta for the second day running. The Congress continues to brand the Bombay government as the most corrupt. Meanwhile, BJP National President JP Nadda called the Congress and JDS corrupt dynasties. Remember, 8 crore rupees was seized from the MLA's office and his son's residence in Bengaluru. War of words has reignited over Rahul Gandhi's microphone gag remark. Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar has condemned the Congress MP for his comments regarding microphones being silenced in Parliament and called it a thoughtless attack on democracy. Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has lashed out at the Vice President and called Dhankar a defender of the Modi Sarkar. The Kerala gold scam continues to unravel shocking details. Swapna Suresh, one of the key accused in the case, has levelled fresh allegations at Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. She alleges that the ruling CPM offered her 30 crore rupees through an intermediary to settle the case and leave the state, but she said she will continue to fight till her last breath.
बोलो बाटारन स्वामी की
भैया तारीफ उस खुदा की जिसने ये जहां बनाया है। बंदे को शराफत अली कहते हैं। बाबा जी, मैं थोड़ा छोटा हूँ, थोड़ा काला हूँ, थोड़ा मोटा हूँ, लेकिन मेरी बाकी बॉडी है ना एकदम सलमान खान की तरह है। जानम समझा करो, जानम समझा करो, बाबा जी समझा करो।
प्रॉब्लम है कि 12 साल पहले मैं इनके साथ 7 फेरे ले चुका हूँ।
भाई 12 साल पुरानी बात अब आप क्यों उठा रहे हैं?
अरे मैं इनका हस्बैंड हूँ और अब शादीशुदा औरत पे लाइन मार रहे हैं।
ओ जी, मैं भाभी जी नमस्ते जी।
काशीराम वो आ गया।
होता पकाड़ा बोने ब्राज बारे
लखन के आते ही आपके मुड़ 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 मंत्र क्यों शुरू हो जाते हैं? चेहरा लाल, छाती नीली, हाथ पीले हो जाते हैं, बात क्या है?
काशीराम काम कर।
आप मेरे पास, आप कहती मैं आपके पास आ गया होता। आई एम DS भंडारी। DS मतलब दिल से और भंडारी मतलब सिर्फ भंडारी। गोबर का बॉस। गोवर्धन का बॉस और आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन।
मामे, ये तेरा दांत सोने का है ना? सोने का तो है पर दूंगा नहीं। दे देना मामे। मामे दे देना। दे देना। अच्छा मामे एक बात बता, यार दिलदार तुझे कैसा चाहिए? दांत चाहिए कि भांजा चाहिए? इस बार तो दांत चाहिए, भांजा बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए।
भाई ये बंदे का नाम है शराफत अली। कसम उड़ान झल्ले की, पूरे चोर बाजार में पिछले 9 सालों में शराफत अली ने पैसा नहीं कमाया, लेकिन शराफत से इज्जत बहुत कमाई है। इज्जत।
हाँ शराफत भाई वाह, ये तो हद हो गई शराफत की। क्या नाम भी शराफत है। हाँ ये तो घास काट रहा है, माली तो नहीं है। भांजे तने फिल्मों में नहीं देखा, हर बड़ा आदमी है ना अपने घर में घास काटता है। हाँ लेकिन क्यों? वो इसलिए कि इन बेचारों के पास है ना पैसा बहुत होता है, तो इनका है ना टाइम नहीं कटता है, तो अपना टाइम काटने के लिए है ना घर में घास काटते हैं।
हेलो
जर्मन में फिर से सलीम बोल रहा हूँ।
ओ महाराज सलीम, सॉरी वो फोन कट गया था। और महाराज सुनो क्या हाल चाल है?
हाँ तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरी बीवी ने बहुत पीटा और कहा कि तो जर्मन को जो उठा दे रहा, क्या वो नहीं गया?
हेलो हेलो
हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो जर्मन, हेलो
सिर्फ जर्मन सुनाई दे रहा है।
अरे लेकिन मुझे सब सुनाई दे रही है। जो कर्जा ले रखा है वो कर्जा दे रहा है तू।
हेलो
कर्जा देना यार।
हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो मेरे कमरे में कोई है जो हमारी बातें सुन रहा है?
कौन है? बाहर निकालो उसे, बाहर निकालो उसे। प्राइवेट कॉल।
हमारी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? मेरी बातें तो नहीं सुनी तुमने? बहरे हो? ओके ओके पिंटो पिंटो वो बहरा है।
Captain Shaliza Dhami. She's a qualified helicopter pilot with over 2,800 hours of flying experience. And now she's the commanding officer of a frontline missile squadron near the Pakistan border. Group Captain Shaliza Dhami created history on 7th of March 2023 by becoming the first female officer in such a combat role in Indian forces.
If you talk about commanding a unit, see, command doesn't require a gender. It's not based on gender, it is the capability. If you're meeting rescuers, you will be given that opportunities. And as you have said in the opening statement, if I have so many firsts with me, so people have given me the opportunity.
And she is not alone. Captain Shiva Chauhan of Fire and Fury Sappers became the first woman officer to be operationally deployed in Siachen in January. After completing arduous training at the highest battlefield of the world, she is now deployed in Kumar Post, ready to safeguard world's highest and deadliest battleground, the Siachen Glacier.
So it is really a great experience and great opportunity for me to grab it, sir, to be the first here in Siachen, sir. And moreover, I feel that from now onwards, more and more women officers will be coming here, serving this terrain, and many might get inspired to join the Indian Army, sir.
From the western front to the eastern flank, Nari Shakti stands guard in Indian defence, flying high in the air. Flying free with the hawk's instinct to guard the motherland. Flying Su-30 fighter jet as weapon system operator is the first Indian woman Flight Lieutenant Tejasvi of the Indian Air Force, along with other women pilots who's ready to respond to any eventuality. These women are smart, savvy and super confident and deployed at the China front. Indian Air Force's women's superpower at the Eastern Front are a band of young women.
Being part of any actual operation is what every fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force trains for, because that's where we would get to show our mettle. Our pilots from various bases in the eastern sector are ready to respond in case of any eventuality. We're always ready for any kind of tasks and challenges that may come upon us.
The WSOs or WISOs are specialist officers required to fly in the rear cockpit of multi-role Su-30 fighter aircraft and handle the sensors and weapons to be fired by the aircraft at enemy targets.
It's lights, camera, action on the biggest poll battle of 2023. And the BJP is doing everything they can to retain power in Karnataka. The double engine of Karnataka Congress, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, are doing everything they can to oust the BJP. But wait. Haven't we forgotten something? The JDS, aka the Kingmaker. Welcome to the State of War Karnataka.
After CBI, Enforcement Directorate arrests Kejriwal's main man. Arrest after 2 days of intense grilling. Sisodia's politics of jail jibe at the BJP. Aam Aadmi Party cries foul, alleges conspiracy.
मोदी जी बौखला गए, यानी कुछ मिल ही नहीं रहा है। ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? लगाओ अपनी ईडी।
BJP versus AAP dangal on corruption. BJP says Kejriwal is the biggest mastermind.
Mr. Kejriwal, he is the Pinocchio of Indian politics. He only lies, tries to divert, and he tries to cover up for corruption.
The big Delhi liquor gate dangal explodes. The big focus on 5 Live. Kavita will be questioned tomorrow. Corruption becomes the big political headline in the national capital and beyond in the year's big election season. I'm Shiv. This is 5 Live. Thanks so much for tuning in. The headlines first as always. With just a day left for her Enforcement Directorate appearance, KCR's daughter Kavita stages a big protest demanding the Women's Reservation Bill. Nearly 16 opposition parties lend support.
महिलाओं को राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भी भागीदारी मिलनी चाहिए.
Widow's stir escalates in Jaipur. BJP's Kirodi Lal Meena injured and hospitalized after showdown with police. Braveheart's widows detained, then released. BJP says Congress insulting the heroes. BJP hits out at Rahul Gandhi over his remarks in the United Kingdom. Union Minister Anurag Thakur accuses Rahul of spewing hate against India. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar criticizes foreign interference statement. Just months ahead of the polls, Congress flexes a united stance in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar appeal to voters together in the same frame. Big fire still raging at Kochi's Brahmapuram toxic waste plant rages on for 9 days now. Indian Navy and state officials intensify joint firefighting operations. 2 pilots, part of the operations, join me live at 5:40. The Delhi Liquorgate dangal has heated up, and how? And that's my top story on 5 p.m. today. An order on Aam Aadmi Party leader and Arvind Kejriwal's number 2 man, Manish Sisodia. His remand with the Enforcement Directorate, an order on that is expected very shortly by a Delhi court. An intense series of arguments have been taking place between the Enforcement Directorate and Manish Sisodia's legal team in the Delhi excise policy case, which we're calling the Liquorgate dangal. The Enforcement Directorate has told the court that Manish Sisodia had a direct role in the Delhi liquor scam and underscored that the Delhi liquor policy was framed to benefit certain individuals, including KCR's daughter Kavita. Sisodia's lawyers claim instead of solid evidence, arrests are made only according to perception of the agency. Meanwhile, Delhi BJP took to the streets against the Aam Aadmi Party government. The Saffron Party alleges that Kejriwal is the biggest mastermind amongst all and he needs to be arrested next. Sisodia has been lodged in Delhi's Tihar jail after being arrested by the CBI for his alleged role in the Liquorgate scandal.
BJP is staging yet another protest near the Aam Aadmi Party national headquarters over the excise policy case, and right there you could see several dummies of Tihar jail have been formed at the protest site with the Aam Aadmi Party top leaders inside such dummy jails. This is one jail where you could see a person wearing Arvind Kejriwal's mask, and this is because BJP is now demanding that Arvind Kejriwal should resign from the post of Delhi Chief Minister. And you have the BJP Karyakartas expressing their anger at the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg on the dummy jails which have been put out here. On the other side, when you will go where the two other jails have been established by the BJP Karyakartas out here. These are two dummy Tihar jails which have been constructed at the protest site.
There is only one place for those who indulge in corruption, that is Tihar jail, and therefore we have shown that the Arvind Kejriwal government is head to toe dipped in corruption and the ministers are in jail, and not because of agencies, because courts have kept him there. Satyendra Jain is in jail for 9 months. Manish Sisodia did not get relief from Supreme Court. Vijay Nair is in jail for 6 months. Yet Mr. Kejriwal calls them Kattar Imandar. He is the most corrupt kingpin of corruption in Delhi, under whose watch and patronage Sharab Ghotala took place, Kaksha Ghotala took place, Delhi Jal Board Ghotala, Bus Ghotala took place. In fact, they will get gold medal for the ghotalas they've done.
ये तो साफ दिखाता है कि केंद्र सरकार का इन्वेस्टिगेशन से, करप्शन से उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो सिर्फ एक पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रेटजी के तहत काम कर रहे हैं कि कैसे मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जेल में रखा जाए। अभी तक सीबीआई ये नहीं बता पाई है कि उनके पास मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है। देयर इज नथिंग।
Let's go straight across to India Today's Amit Bharadwaj and Anisha Mathur who's live from the Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi, where an order on enforcement directorate remand is expected very shortly. Anisha, how soon before we know more about that?
Well, Shiv, we're still waiting for an update from inside the courtroom. The judge, of course, had reserved his verdict at around 4:30 p.m. and had said he will be passing the verdict shortly. It is now past 5 p.m. We should be hopefully getting a verdict in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, because the courts, as we all know, the trial courts close at 5:30 p.m. The time for the officials to leave from here is at 5:30 p.m. So unless the judge wants his staff to stay longer, the verdict should be coming very shortly. But the interesting arguments have taken place today, Shiv, in this particular matter today. Of course, Mr. Sisodia's bail petition in the CBI case now on the 21st of March, which seems to indicate that at least some days of custody is likely to be given to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, we're just getting breaking news from our colleagues, Shiv. My colleague Kanu Sharda and Srishti Ojha are inside the courtroom. Are just getting that Sisodia has been sent to 10 days of custody of 7 days of custody, I beg your pardon, 7 days custody granted of Manish Sisodia to Enforcement Directorate. This is an information that is just being broken by my colleagues Srishti and Kanu, who are inside the courtroom. He will remain now in custody till the 17th of March. Well, this is a big breaking news that we're bringing to you. My colleagues are inside the courtroom. 17th of March is when Manish Sisodia will be brought back now here to the Rouse Avenue Court. The Enforcement Directorate now has 7 days custody of Mr. Sisodia to interrogate him, confront him with all the witnesses, all the other co-accused, etc. This is the news we're bringing you right now as my colleagues are inside, saying that Enforcement Directorate gets custody of Manish Sisodia till March 17th. And very clearly, the ED has been able to make its case before the court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal. The ED, remember, has been saying that they have received evidence that even in Manish Sisodia's own secretary had given a statement to the ED saying that he was part of the changing of the liquor policy. Clearly, the ED has gotten its way right now. For 7 days custody has been granted. He will now be brought back on the 17th of March at 2 p.m. to the Rouse Avenue Court. Remember, the ED has been saying that they have documentary evidence, they have witness statements, etc., linking Mr. Sisodia to the money trail, that they are still looking for the money exchange, for the money trail. They've also said that they have summoned several persons over the... I beg your pardon. They've summoned 7 persons in the next few days who will now be confronted with Mr. Manish Sisodia while he is in the Enforcement Directorate custody. And one of them is likely to be K. Kavita, who's the BRS leader, who's the daughter of the Telangana Chief Minister, because a lot of the arguments by the ED today have been with regard to money coming from Hyderabad to Delhi. The ED has also said that several persons have given their statements, several witness statements have been recorded. Of course, Dinesh Arora, who is one of the persons who was accused in this case, was a businessman.
Yes.
He had also turned a prover and given a statement. There's also Arun Pillai, who had directly mentioned the connection between the South Cartel, the liquor license holders, and the Aam Aadmi Party's Vijay Nair and others. So all of these things will have to now be considered and investigated properly by the Enforcement Directorate. On the 17th now we will find out what has been the further investigation done by the Enforcement Directorate. And as you very, very shortly, Shiv, we will see the lawyers for the ED as well as the lawyers for Sisodia now coming out of the court, and we'll give you an update on what exactly has been said in detail by the judge while granting custody. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me, Anisha. We'll cut back to you once those lawyers come out. I'm just going straight to, we have Amit with us, but I want to quickly go to Munish Pandey, my colleague, who's outside the Enforcement Directorate at this point. Munish, give us a preview. The Enforcement Directorate asked for 10 days. They've got 7 days remand to interrogate Manish Sisodia. Just walk us through what kind of interrogation this is going to be. What kind of line of questioning will there be? And like Anisha was telling us, he is going to be faced with others.
Yeah, well, Shiv, before answering your question, let me show you what is happening outside the ED headquarters, because Manish Sisodia will be brought here. You can see the barricades have been placed here, and there is a police deployment here. Enough number of police have been deployed, and apart from that, there is a paramilitary forces inside this ED headquarters where Manish Sisodia will be staying for next 7 days. Now, answering your question, Shiv, as far as the next 7 days are going to be concerned, Manish Sisodia will be confronted with series of evidences, not only the accused in the case, not only witnesses in the case, but also documentary and digital evidences in this case are concerned, he will be confronted with. Apart from that, the line of questioning will be regarding the draft copy of excise policy, why the profit margin was raised from 5% to 12%, why there was a meeting at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal in presence of Satyendra Jain, where the then excise secretary C. Arvind was informed for the first time that the profit margin has been raised to 12%. Why the files with experts' opinion and comments was deleted from the excise department server. All these questions will be asked to Manish Sisodia, but important is going to be destruction of evidence, because remember, Manish Sisodia's own secretary Devendra Sharma appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, and he in his statement has told the ED that there were phones which were bought on my name from Flipkart, and those phones were used by Manish Sisodia. And now ED claims that out of 14 phones which were used by Manish Sisodia in year 2021-2022, they are yet to recover 12 phones, and many of these phones have been destroyed. So certainly it is going to be extremely important as far as this investigation is concerned. But Shiv, trouble seems to be mounting for Manish Sisodia, because remember, ED, while taking the custody of
Stay with me, Munish. Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party is speaking live. Let's just go across and come back to you.
बदनाम करो, मनीष सिसोदिया को एन केन प्रकारेण किसी भी तरीके से जेल के अंदर रखो। कोई साक्ष्य मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ अब तक नहीं मिला। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से, आप बताइए देश को सामने आकर, मनीष सिसोदिया के घर 14 घंटे सीबीआई की छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। गांव में छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। दफ्तर में छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। बैंक में छापेमारी हुई, कुछ नहीं मिला। पहली चार्जशीट आई, कुछ नहीं मिला। दूसरी चार्जशीट आई, कुछ नहीं मिला। 5 दिन सीबीआई ने पूछताछ की, कुछ नहीं मिला। 2 दिन फिर पूछताछ की, कुछ नहीं मिला। और जब 10 तारीख को मनीष सिसोदिया जी की सीबीआई के मामले में जमानत पर कोर्ट में सुनवाई होनी थी, उसके ठीक पहले 10 महीने से सो रही ईडी को जगाया गया। जागो जागो, अरे कुछ तो करो, कैसे ये बाहर आ जाएगा। ठीक जमानत की सुनवाई के 1 दिन पहले ईडी पहुंच जाती है और गिरफ्तार कर लेती है मनीष सिसोदिया जी को। आज बताइए पूरे देश को, जिस घोटाले को मोदी जी आप और आपकी पार्टी सैकड़ों हजारों करोड़ का घोटाला बता रही है, कोई कहता है 10,000 करोड़ का घोटाला, कोई कहता है 2,000 करोड़ का घोटाला, इतने छापेमारियों के बाद, पूरी सीबीआई ईडी लगाने के बाद, सारी जांच एजेंसियों की ताकत झोंकने के बाद क्या बरामदगी हुई आप बताइए, पूरे देश को सामने आकर बताइए क्या क्या आपने बरामद किया, कितने पैसे मिले मनीष सिसोदिया के घर, कितनी रिकवरी हुई मनीष सिसोदिया के घर, किस आरोप और जुर्म में आपने मनीष सिसोदिया को जेल में रखा है, बताइए आप। कोई जवाब नहीं, जवाब सिर्फ एक है, आम आदमी पार्टी को किसी तरीके से रोको, मनीष सिसोदिया को किसी भी तरीके से जेल में रखो, और जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और उनके मित्र के ऊपर लग रहे हैं, उस अडानी के घोटाले से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो भ्रष्टाचार में सर से पांव तक डूबी हुई है, उस भ्रष्टाचार से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये रोज नए नए ड्रामे, नई नई कहानियां, नई नई सीबीआई के किस्से, नए नए ईडी के किस्से आ रहे हैं। इसका न सिर है न पांव है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो वो पार्टी बन गई है जिसमें जो जितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी वो उतना बड़ा पदाधिकारी। आप सोचिए, वाटर स्कैम का आरोप हेमंत विश्व शर्मा पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगाया, फिर उसको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। मुकुल राय पर शारदा स्कैम का आरोप लगाया, फिर उसको राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष बना दिया। शुभेंदु अधिकारी पर शारदा स्कैम के भ्रष्टाचार की जांच चलती है, फिर उसको लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन बंगाल का बना दिया। नारायण राणे पर लैंड स्कैम, जमीन के घोटाले का मामला चलता है सीबीआई में, फिर उनको केंद्रीय मंत्री बना दिया जाता है। अजीत पवार पर चक्की पिसिंग कह के सिंचाई घोटाले का 40,000 करोड़ का आरोप लगाया जाता है, फिर 6:30 बजे सुबह देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ मिलकर शपथ ले ली जाती है। येदियुरप्पा पर माइनिंग घोटाले का आरोप लगता है, फिर उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया जाता है। शिवराज सिंह पर व्यापम घोटाले का आरोप लगता है, फिर उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया जाता है। तो बीजेपी का नारा है, जो जितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी वो उतना बड़ा पदाधिकारी। ये इनकी हालत है, ये इनकी हालत है। पूरा देश देख रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप में जरा सा भी नैतिक साहस है तो आइए और बताइए मनीष सिसोदिया के घर पे क्या रिकवरी हुई, बताइए इतने सारे छापेमारियों के बाद कितना कैश मिला, क्या क्या बरामदगी हुई, बताइए पूरे देश को। और जहां बरामदगी होती है वहां पर आंख पर पट्टी बांध लेते हो आप लोग। वहां आपकी सीबीआई, वहां आपकी ईडी, वहां आपकी जांच एजेंसियां ऐसे मामलों में गजनी मोड में चली जाती है, गजनी मोड में। याददाश्त खो जाती है जब बीजेपी एमएलए के बेटे के घर 8 करोड़ रुपए निकलता है, कैश में मोटी मोटी गड्डियां सामने आती है, उसको जमानत मिल जाती है, उसके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती। जब अडानी का घोटाला सामने आता है, मॉरिशस में एक पते पर 6 कंपनी खोलकर 42,000 करोड़ रुपए काला धन, उन 6 कंपनियों की आमदनी का जरिया पता नहीं, अडानी की कंपनी में हिंदुस्तान के अंदर 42,000 करोड़ रुपए लगाया जाता है। कोई ईडी, कोई सीबीआई, कोई जांच एजेंसी उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं करती। बताइए आप, मुंद्रा पोर्ट पर 3,000 किलो ड्रग्स मिली, हीरोइन मिली, तालिबान से वो ड्रग्स लाई गई थी। 3,000 किलो हीरोइन, 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का ड्रग्स मिला। और मोदी जी आपने क्या किया? जो 20,000 करोड़ का तालिबान आपको ड्रग्स देता है, भारत के मुंद्रा पोर्ट पर ड्रग्स देता है, उस तालिबान को आप 20,000 टन गेहूं देते हैं। मोदी जी का नारा है, तुम मुझे ड्रग्स दो, मैं तुम्हें गेहूं दूंगा। ये नारा है इनका। आज आटा खिलाया जा रहा है तालिबानियों को, आटा खिला खिला के मोटा किया जा रहा है। आप मुझे जरा बताइए, भारत के बजट में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए मोदी जी दे देते हैं, बताइए आप, ये कौन सी जांच हो रही है? सिर्फ विपक्ष के लोगों पर, सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया पर, सिर्फ अरविंद केजरीवाल पर, सिर्फ सत्येंद्र जैन पर, सिर्फ आम आदमी पार्टी पर। क्या इस देश के लोगों को याद नहीं 7 साल पहले आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा था, क्या निकला? 43 विधायकों पे फर्जी मुकदमे करके जेल में आपने रखा, क्या निकला? बताइए, आपने सुंगलू कमेटी से 400 फाइलों की हमारी जांच की, क्या निकला? तो सिर्फ आप बदनाम करने के लिए झूठे मुकदमे लगाते हैं, झूठे आरोप लगाते हैं जिसका न कोई सिर है न पांव है, और आप साहस नहीं है आपके अंदर कि सामने आके हमारी बातों का आप जवाब दे सके। तो इसलिए आम आदमी पार्टी की लड़ाई जारी रहेगी, हमारा संघर्ष जारी रहेगा। और अगर मोदी जी ये सोचते हैं कि उनकी सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार, उनके मित्र के द्वारा किए गए भ्रष्टाचार का मुद्दा इन गिरफ्तारियों से और इन कार्रवाइयों से टल जाएगा, तो ऐसा होने वाला नहीं है। आप ध्यान भटकाने की कोशिश कीजिए, हम याद दिलाने की कोशिश करेंगे और बार बार आपके घोटालों को खोलने का काम करेंगे। आपके कोई प्रश्न आप पूछ सकते हैं।
सर, आपका नाम भी आया है, आज जो चर्चा हुई है ईडी के काउंसिल ने आपका भी नाम उछाला है, कहा गया है कि आपने फंडिंग, आम आदमी पार्टी को पैसे की कमी हो रही थी, फंडिंग की कमी थी, इसलिए आपने कई सारे रेस्टोरेंटियर्स से बातचीत की जिसमें दिनेश अरोड़ा भी शामिल।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि मनोहर कहानियां
Manish Sisodia will be brought to the Enforcement Directorate very shortly. That's where India Today's Munish Pandey is right now. Munish, take us through the preparations you were telling us.
Well, Shiv, we are standing right outside the ED headquarters in the national capital, and as you can see, the moment the order was pronounced that he is to be sent in ED custody for 7 days, you can see the barricades have been placed here right outside the ED headquarters, and there is enough number of police personnel who have been deployed here just to ensure that if there is any protest by any political party or anyone, there should not be any disruption in law and order. Apart from that, we can also tell you that there is a CSF security which is inside, the ED headquarters. So overall, ED has prepared everything so that when Manish Sisodia is in their custody.
थे और उस पर कोर्ट ने जो है अभी 10 दिन की पीसी मांगी थी ईडी ने। कोर्ट ने 17 तारीख तक यानी 7 दिन की पीसी ग्रांट की है और 17 तारीख को 2 बजे फिर कोर्ट में पेश करना होगा ईडी को।
Sir, your line of argument was for Mr. Sisodia that there is no clear evidence against him, that there is no money trail, but it does not seem to have been accepted by the court.
No, the court is not that the court has not accepted it. The grant of remand is a process of the investigation. So it's not about the accepting or rejecting the argument, but on the paper. In the application, 58 pages of the application, and not a single proof they are going to show to the court that where money has reached Mr. Sisodia or not. Not at all. Not an
पहली बार अरविंद केजरीवाल का नाम लिया गया और संजय सिंह का नाम लिया गया कि
it is in the some statement given by the some witnesses, not by the ED in any of that. That was referred.
So what was actually said in the remand application? What are the
there are 50 pages.
What are the evidences that the ED is talking about?
I would say that 58 pages of the remand application, all blown up allegations, nothing substantial, and not a single iota of an evidence where it has been shown that the money trail has reached to Mr. Sisodia. Nothing.
Once again, not at all. Coming in that he has been completely evasive since beginning. He has been, evasive.
See, in investigation, you're supposed to say what you're supposed to say. You can't put a gun on the head and say that they confessed something. So that this can't be the investigation. So whatever reply that he has given, they will keep on saying that they're evasive and all. Nothing like that.
What is the next step now for Mr. Sisodia?
Now the bail application in the CBI, which has been postponed by in the haste that the EDA has arrested. One day when the bail application was listed today, they have arrested yesterday. It shows the kind of the malafide that the ED has. So now the bail application will be heard on 21st.
No,
the
17
CBI.
Will you seek preponement of the bail hearing?
No, that's not the case because 17 till the police remand is there. We may make a prayer of the bail hearing to take place on the same day if the ED comes with that no further remand is there and all those circumstances. Let's see what happens on the 17th first.
So
संजय सिंह का नाम जिस तरह से आ रहा है और
संजय सिंह का नाम और बाकी लोगों का नाम विटनेसेस के स्टेटमेंट में दिया गया है कि ये जानते थे, ये मानते, इन्होंने, there is nothing on ED to show, there is no allegation for those people, nothing.
Sir, the ED has also said that they have statements from the secretary himself. Also.
Those are the matter of the investigation that will come.
Excise Commissioner has given a statement, sir.
Yes, those statements will be taken at the time of the trial. Nothing can.
Thank you.
All right, Anisha and Munish continue to be with me. Munish, do we know when Manish Sisodia is going to be brought to the ED?
Sir, please. Well, it will take a little time, around 30 minutes, Shiv, because remember, he was in the custody of Tihar jail. He was in judicial custody. So after the custody has been given to the enforcement directorate, there is a process where the transfer of Manish Sisodia will be from Tihar jail custody to the ED custody. So it will take few minutes, and Manish Sisodia will take to reach this ED headquarters. But also, Shiv, we have accessed the remand application. Remember, in recent times, I haven't seen such a long remand copy of any agency. This was a 58 pages remand copy. Usually you see a remand copy of 5 pages, 8 pages or 10 pages. But this is a 58 pages remand copy. And about Manish Sisodia, what they have mentioned is that Manish Sisodia got the policy formulated and implemented in a way so to allow illegal gains to certain persons, entities against kickbacks. He took various decisions as a part of a group of ministers and as the excise minister, which ultimately resulted into huge loss to the exchequer and illegal gains to specific persons, entities against kickbacks. So this is one of the parts which I'm reading. There is a series of, there are charts and everything which the ED has mentioned in their entire remand application, and it is going to be certainly important because remember, this is what they have mentioned in the remand copy, which means that in terms of paper trail, in terms of when Manish Sisodia will be questioned, they will have huge amount of documentary evidences with which Manish Sisodia will be confronted. So we can say that next few days are going to be troubling as far as the Delhi former Deputy Chief Minister is concerned.
Okay, Munish, stay with me. So it's going to take a while, some paperwork to be done before Manish Sisodia is brought to the Enforcement Directorate. Kanu Sarda is with us from outside the Rouse Avenue Court, where 7 days remand has just been handed down for Manish Sisodia with the Enforcement Directorate. Kanu, can you tell us what happened in court? We've just heard from the Aam Aadmi Party lawyer, but 10 days of remand had been requested. They've got 7 days. How did it all play out?
Well, Chief, the 7-day remand was granted to the ED just to question and find out the money trail which was alleged in the remand application by the ED. They have sought 10 days remand, but it is we have always seen that whatever the remand is being sought by the investigating agency, the court doesn't fulfill all that. But interestingly, K. Kavita is supposed to be appearing before the ED investigating agency tomorrow, and in the ED arguments before the court today, it was categorically mentioned that they have summoned 7 people and they might confront Manish Sisodia with all of them. So it will be very interesting to see tomorrow that whether Manish Sisodia will be confronted with K. Kavita and how the things will play in the coming days.
Okay, thanks very much, Kanu, and to our team. We'll keep bringing that update to you when Manish Sisodia arrives at the Enforcement Directorate after leaving from Tihar jail as well. We'll get you those visuals first here on India Today. Taking a very quick break here on the news. On the other side, we're shifting out of the national capital and taking you to the southern metropolis of Kochi, where a huge fire in an outsized junkyard has been raging for 9 days now. I'm going to introduce you live to a couple of Navy pilots who've been braving the haze and toxic smoke to try and put out the fire from their helicopters. The Aam Aadmi Party's de facto second in command is behind bars in the Liquorgate case. And a cornered Aam Aadmi Party is fighting the perception battle. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Wednesday skipped Holi celebrations. Instead, he meditated for 5 hours contemplating the state of affairs in the country, he claimed. The Aam Aadmi Party has rallied behind Manish Sisodia big time. The party lashed out at the Narendra Modi government for keeping Sisodia in Delhi's maximum security Tihar jail. Jail number 1, where Sisodia is apparently lodged, the Aam Aadmi Party claims, is set aside for hardline criminals.
उनको किसी षड्यंत्र के तहत तिहाड़ जेल की जेल नंबर 1 में रखा गया है। जेल नंबर 1 में पूरे देश के सबसे खतरनाक, वायलेंट, हिंसक अपराधी बंद हैं कि छोटे से इशारे पे भी किसी की भी हत्या कर सकते हैं और उनके ऊपर दर्जनों हत्याओं के मुकदमे चल रहे हैं। उन्हें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता एक मुकदमा और चल जाए।
वो लोग हैं जो झूठ बोलने में नंबर 1 है, भ्रष्टाचार में नंबर 1 है, गुमराह करने में नंबर 1 है और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड पार्टी नंबर 1 भ्रष्टाचार में है।
The Aam Aadmi Party alleges there's a plot to finish Sisodia's political career.
आपने उनको पहली बार के जेल में जो जाता है उसको आपने ऐसे खूंखार अपराधियों के बीच में रखा है जहां उनकी हत्या भी हो सकती है। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की मंशा क्या है, क्योंकि तिहाड़ जेल में तो कैदियों की हत्या भी हो चुकी है। आप क्या मनीष सिसोदिया को भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मरवाना चाहती है?
ये आपकी मानसिकता दिखाता है कि आप किस तरह की सोच रखते हैं। हमारे डिफरेंस ओपिनियन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन इस तरह की बातें सोच रहे तो आप लोग भी सोच सकते हो, हम नहीं सोच सकते। सबको मालूम है कि तिहाड़ जेल जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार के तहत आता है और हम सब ने देखा कि किस प्रकार से अभी रिजाइन हुए मंत्री सतेंद्र जैन जिस प्रकार से रिजॉर्ट की तरह वहां मजे ले रहे हैं, सबने देखा तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर मजे ले रहे हैं।
As the Aam Aadmi Party battles Liquorgate charges, the heat, however, is only escalating. Bureau Report, India Today.
I had a dream when I was 8 years old. I wanted to touch the stars. And I thought, what is the easiest way to touch the stars? Let's become a pilot. When I was in 11th grade, as a pilot, I had to take science. One of my teachers at that point in time, she called me, Zoya, why have you taken science? I'm like, because I want to become a pilot. She says, have you seen like your, family background? Have you seen where you come from? Do you think you can become a pilot? Your family will not be able to make you, become a pilot. मैं बोलती हूँ, अगर मुश्किलें कम हो तो फिर मज़ा थोड़ा कम आता है ना। लड़की है, अपना बड़े होके अच्छा सा लड़का मिल जाए और उसके बाद अपना घर संभालेगी, right? Those are the exact dreams that my mom had for me. That 8-year-old Zoya who pushed me when I was 8 years old, when everything seemed to go against me, still stays inside of me, and she continues to push me every single day to follow her dreams, to do more. I never wanted to play with dolls. They were not my thing. I wanted a telescope. So my mom was always scandalized by me from the very beginning. She thought that there is something deeply wrong with this one child that she has, that she wants to have a telescope and not kitchen set and Barbie dolls. But that's what I wanted. And when I broke the news to her that I want to become a pilot, she said that, oh my God, Bhagwan ne hamare ko ek hi bachchi di hai aur wo bhi itni alag si. So she started crying.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking from the flight deck once again. Welcome on board this history-creating maiden flight from San Francisco to Bengaluru.
For the first time in the aviation history, there was a crew, a team of all women who were flying over the North Pole on one of the world's longest, Air India's longest flight, between two Silicon Valleys, San Francisco to Bengaluru, which turned a whole new leaf in the world's aviation industry. The whole world was excited, and Air India was excited, India was excited, and we were beyond thrilled. Yeah.
The air over the southern city of Kochi has been ruined in the last 5 days by a fire at Kochi's Brahmapuram waste treatment plant. It's been raging for nearly 10 days now. Indian Navy and its pilots, along with state officials, have been engaged in a huge firefighting operation on land and from the air. With toxic fumes shrouding Kochi, residents have been advised to stay indoors and wear masks, while senior citizens have complained of suffocation and dizziness. Take a look at just how bad it is.
The Queen of Arabian Sea under a thick blanket of smoke. Kochi is living its worst nightmare. A fire that started at the Brahmapuram solid waste management site on the 2nd March is still raging. The Indian Navy and the state administration are engaging in firefighting operations.
You can see in the visuals the smoke that's coming out of the fire is covering the entire area. It's not just here. You can see in the that end corner where it's completely filled with smoke. The fire has not been fully doused. What we are understanding is the fire is right now under control, but you can see patches of fire here and there, and it will take another week, is what we are understanding, to completely douse the fire.
The Navy has deployed several helicopters to douse the fire that has made the city air toxic. People in Kochi and its suburbs are angry at the failure to control the fire.
ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. എല്ലാ പിള്ളേർക്കും വയസ്സായവർക്കും എല്ലാവർക്കും ശ്വാസം മുട്ടും ചുമയും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ വയ്യട്ടെ ഈ സമയത്ത് ഇത്തിരി കുറവുണ്ട്. വൈകുന്നേരം 3 മണിയൊക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും പിന്നെയും തുടങ്ങും. കാറ്റ് വരുന്ന അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് പുക കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടുവരും. രാത്രി ഒന്നും ഫാനൊന്നും ഇടാൻ പാടില്ല. വീട്ടിൽ എല്ലാ പുകയും അകത്തോട്ട് കയറി വരും. അപ്പോൾ 2 ദിവസമായിട്ട് പിള്ളേരൊന്നും ഉറങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല.
Schools and shopping malls in the region were shut for 2 days. Students who have exams are stuck.
ഉച്ച കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് പുക കൂടുതലും വന്നെ. അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല. പിന്നെ രാത്രിയൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര പുകയായിരിക്കും. പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ പറ്റൂല. അകത്ത് തന്നെ ഇരിക്കണേ ഫുൾ ടൈം. പുറത്തേക്കൊന്നും അങ്ങനെ ഇറങ്ങാറില്ല. പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റില്ല. ശ്വാസം മുട്ടലും തലവേദനയൊക്കെ. പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനൊന്നും പറ്റാറില്ല. ഈ പുകയൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു.
Elderly citizens are complaining of suffocation and dizziness.
ചുമ ഉണ്ട് ശരിക്കും, പിന്നെ കഫക്കെട്ടുണ്ട്. അല്ലാണ്ട് ഇപ്പം ഒന്നും വേറെ പറയത്തൊക്കെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ ഈ പുക വരുന്ന സമയത്താണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ശ്വസിക്കാനൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഭയങ്കര സ്മെല്ലും ആയിരിക്കും. വാതിലൊക്കെ അടച്ചിട്ടിരുന്നാൽ തന്നെ ഒരു ഇതുമില്ല. പിന്നെയും പരിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ മുറിക്കകത്തൊക്കെ ഇതിൻ്റെ പുകയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും, സ്മെല്ലുണ്ടാവും.
Heads are rolling. Ernakulam District Collector Renu Raj has been shunted out. NSK Umesh has taken charge as the new collector.
My predecessor, Dr. Raj, has done some fantastic work in the last 10 days in terms of controlling the fire and working on long-term solutions. So there's a fantastic action plan already in place. I think it's my duty to ensure that the action plan is implemented. I think it's a tough situation, but I think we will be able to manage it.
The Kerala High Court racked district officials for waste mismanagement. In a scathing observation, the court said Kochi has become a gas chamber. A week after fire started at Brahmapuram, the people of Kochi don't know when the nightmare will be over. With Shibimol in Kochi, Bureau Report, India Today.
For more than a week now, a huge fire has been raging at a massive dump yard on the outskirts of the city of Kochi in Kerala. These are images that have gone viral all across the world because the smoke and the smog and the pollution that has resulted from it has become a global story. Well, amidst this crisis in southern India, there are, of course, heroes, and among them are Indian Navy pilots who've been flying tirelessly in their helicopters to put out, or at least try to put out, this huge and spreading fire on the outskirts of the city of Kochi. Joining me live now from Kochi are two of those Indian Navy pilots who've been flying these missions. They're risky missions, but these are some of the country's most qualified aviators, constantly called in for all manner of humanitarian relief and operations of a kind where civilian assistance is the order of the day. From cyclones to dump yard fires, they are the port of call. Our great honor and privilege to welcome onto our coverage today Commander Sunil. He's a Sea King pilot, and Commander Antaryami, who flies the indigenous ALH Dhruv helicopter. Both of these pilots you see here on your screen, viewer, have been flying firefighting operations across that huge dump yard blaze on the outskirts of Kochi. Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with me. Commander Sunil, to you first. As a pilot, you know, you're always prepared for all kinds of things, all kinds of eventualities. You know, you're practically sleeping with one eye open, I imagine, because you can be called for any kind of mission. Tell us about this one, a huge dump yard fire on the outskirts of Kochi. How did it begin? How did you guys go off to fight this fire?
Yeah, good afternoon, Shiv. The moment we got an information regarding the fire, the Navy sprung into action. We had a control room which was set up at the command. And thereafter, once we got our orders, we went into the air straight away and undertook an air recce of the area to understand the nuances of these operations. The recce mainly was to see what is the expanse of the fire, the wind, prevailing wind conditions, the bird activity, any obstructions nearby, and most importantly for the firefighting, we required a water source. Luckily, once we undertook the air recce, we found a water source very near to the scene of fire, which was around 1 to 2 nautical miles. And however, at the same time, we had the various challenges as there was intense bird activity near the being at a dump yard. It was very natural. Thereafter, we had high tension cables which were running along the dump yard. And they were just next to the dump yard, which meant we have to initially fly high, thereafter gradually come down before we disperse the water onto the fire. Additionally, the main challenge was the heavy smoke in the area, because we had to keep ourselves safe, the aircraft safe, and the crew, and still carry out the missions. So once we landed back and we gave our brief to the control room, and mission briefing for the same was undertaken. The aircraft were in a different role. The team on the ground basically worked overnight and to get the aircraft ready for this role, for this firefighting role. And we were ready with the first flight.
Incredible. Commander Antaryami, flying through that smoke, flying through that smoke, birds everywhere, electricity cables nearby. I mean, this is every aviator's nightmare. I mean, you are trained to, fly in clear visibility, away from any obstacles, and here you're ordered to fly, into a really, really risky airspace. What was that like, flying in that?
It was a challenging shift, to say the least, because as you said, you are trained for a different environment. However, this was the real mission, wherein the challenges were, as brought out by Commander Sunil also, you heard them, flying through thick smoke, close to the high tension wire, in the vicinity of a lot of birds, was actually a challenging task. And but the job was very well specified to us, and the entire command was at it, and the aim was clear. So we found out methodology, how to go about it, and we could undertake quite a few drops, which were, in assistance to the local agencies who were already fighting the fire. So overall, it was a challenging task. However, with a lot of people involved, I'll say the ground crew, the station, when we were preparing, everybody put in their best efforts together, and then the outcome was what you saw on the subsequent days.
Absolutely, because Commander Sunil, the margin of safety, I assume, in such a situation, shrinks considerably, because you're surrounded by things that could affect your aircraft. How do pilots actually assess this, while there? Because I'm sure you couldn't have known about all the threats until you're actually in the threat.
Yeah, as I told you, the previous day once we were undertaking the air recce, at that point itself we undertook, basically we did a flying over the high tension cables, and the smoke, because the smoke was still, at that point of time it was very heavy. So we, during the recce itself, because we knew once the lalde, which is the equipment from where the water is being dispersed, we knew what was the, it actually hangs below the aircraft. We know the exact length, and we know at the height at which we are flying. So we have assessed that, and thereafter, and drawn a general route through which will be clear of the smoke, clear of the high tension cables, keeping the risk as minimum as possible, and of course, with taking the water source from picking up the water, so that the risk is as minimum. But as you said, some risk cannot be can be just minimized. It cannot be made to zero. So that's what we have been trained for, and that helped us.
Did some of that smoke, Commander Antaryami, did some of that smoke sort of find its way into the cockpit where you guys were flying?
Yes, while we were going for the final approaches for carrying out the drop of water over the fire, the aircraft was flying under the smoke, and whatever precautions we could take to minimize the ingress of smoke, but there was some smoke which is coming in the cockpit every time we were making the run for the drop over the site.
Is that a risk, Commander Antaryami? Smoke coming into the cockpit, when you're flying in such situations?
We were very briefly in smoke. However, I'll say the visibility wise, it was dropping as we were flying over the site when the smoke was there. And I'm sure you must have seen the photographs where the aircraft was under the engulfing smoke from the site. However, we were not breathing the entire thing throughout because it was moving in a particular direction.
Yeah.
And after we dropped the water over the site, we were moving towards the dam to fill up the water again, which was, I'll say, luckily clear of the smoke site. And the visibility was good, and the smoke presence was quite minimal over there.
Because the helicopters, final question to you, Commander Sunil, the helicopters have been flying non-stop on these missions. How close are we to putting that fire out? Because it's been raging for so many days.
See, as brought out by Commander Antaryami, now the fire on the periphery has been being fought by the local administration, the local fire tenders.
Yeah.
The naval fire tenders have also been put into action. But the main challenge was the fire which was raging at the center of the dump yard. Now that was not very accessible to the ground firefighters. That's where the helicopters came in. And we had put our ground team also in the basically on the spot, and they were giving us inputs regarding the best, basically the spot where they required for the firefight, basically the water to be dispersed. So we fought the fire where nobody accessed it, and our action was one of the basically once the firefighting of the basically fire triangle, what we call, whether to the there is a burning material, there is an oxygen supply which requires, and there the third thing is an high temperature. Now the other two could not have been controlled because the burning material was quite high, oxygen obviously we cannot control. So our operation was mainly to drop water and get down the temperature.
Right.
And I think we have done a very decent job in getting down the fire. And basically the spread of the fire has been controlled.
I can imagine how difficult this entire task has been, and as always for the military, the task is never over. You'll be flying more missions here, and you won't have time for rest because the next mission will come along. That's the nature of the job. But the country thanks you. I'm sure Kochi thanks pilots like yourselves, and a big salute to the Indian Navy and its participation in this task on the outskirts of Kochi. Thank you very much, Commander Sunil and Commander Antaryami, for your time, giving us a little bit of an insight. Letting us proverbially into that cockpit just to experience what such a difficult mission is really like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Time for a very quick break now, but on the other side, the countdown has begun for the most polarizing election of 2023. Pay CM versus Love Jihad, Tippu versus Savarkar, Hindu versus Hindutva. The stage is set for State of War Karnataka. Akshita Nandagopal decodes this high-stakes battle in a never-before format. That's coming up at 6 p.m. Don't miss it.
Age is just a number. This line fits perfectly for Dharamchand from Haryana. He is 86 but is still running, jumping and winning medals. His secret?
मैं बच्चों को सबको यही प्रेरणा देता हूँ कि आप मेरी तरह ग्राउंड के साथ जुड़े और सब ऐबों से मुक्त होकर आप अपनी सेहत को, अपने शरीर को ठीक रखें। सन 68 से लेकर आज तक मैं कंटिन्यूड रेगुलर पोजीशन लेता आ रहा हूँ।
The 4th National Masters Athletics Championship, which recently took place in Kurukshetra, saw more than 2,400 participants from 22 states. 72-year-old Mahavir Singh is one of them.
मैं यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, भाई नशे से दूर रहें और खेलों से जुड़ें। आप खेलना जरूरी है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कोई मेडल जीते। मेरे को 40 साल खेलते हुए हो गए हैं और 20 साल से मैं इसमें मास्टर एथलेटिक्स एसोसिएशन में खेलता हूँ।
Several women also participated in different events.
हमारे टाइम में लड़कियों को खेलने का मौका नहीं मिलता था, तो एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म मुझे लगता है कि ये हमें मिला है कि इस उम्र में आके भी हम मेहनत करके अपनी अचीवमेंट दे सकते हैं। और एक ये ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि इस पे अगर आप आएंगे तो शायद मुझे जो लगता है, अपने जीवन से जो लगता है कि हम किसी गलत ट्रैक पर नहीं जाएंगे।
The message these athletes are sending is, it is never too late to chase your passion. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Liquorgate fire is spreading from Delhi to Telangana. The Enforcement Directorate is set to question K. Kavita on Saturday. Kavita, BRS leader and daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, was to appear before the ED on Thursday, but had requested a fresh date. Facing charges of corruption in the alleged Liquorgate scam, Kavita unleashed a series of attacks on the Narendra Modi government.
फ्रेंडली उनके जितने भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज होते हैं उन पे कोई रेड नहीं होता है. फ्रेंडली उनके जितने भी बिजनेस हाउसेस हैं उन पे कोई रेड नहीं होता है. उन सब के लिए तो 7 खून माफ़ हो जाते हैं. अब अदानी जी ले लीजिए, बाकी बहुत लोग हैं, उन पे तो कुछ नहीं होता है. और आज तो इतना चर्चा है पूरे देश भर में कि देश में डबल इंजन सरकार चल रहा है. और ये 2 इंजन कौन है देश में? एक इंजन प्रधानी है, दूसरा इंजन अदानी है.
The ED claims Kavita holds 65% stake in Indo Spirits, one of the alleged beneficiaries of the AAP government's liquor policy in Delhi that was scrapped last year. The agency claims Arun Pillai, who is now in custody, acted as a front for the BRS leader.
आप अरुण पिल्लाई को जानती हैं क्योंकि उनकी शायद ईडी को लेकर के आपसे सवाल करने वाली है, उनसे आमना सामना होगा.
आपको ईडी का बहुत जानकारी है भाई, अंदर से कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रहा है क्या? ईडी जो भी पूछेंगे हम उनका जवाब दे देंगे, आप टेंशन मत लीजिए.
The ED summons to Kavita have raised the political temperatures in Telangana, where assembly elections are scheduled later this year.
తప్పకుండా కవిత గారైనా ఎవరైనా కూడా అవినీతి పరులు అయితే వాళ్ళకు తప్పు చేయలేనప్పుడు కోర్టును ఆశ్రయించాలి, వాళ్ళు న్యాయం నిరూపించుకోవాలి, వాళ్ళు తప్పు చేయని విషయం నిరూపించుకోవాలి. అవినీతి విషయంలో నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం చాలా సీరియస్ ఉన్నది. ఇది భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీకి సంబంధం లేదు. కేసీఆర్ కొడుకు అన్నిట్లో స్పందిస్తాడు, అన్నిట్లో మురుగుతాడు, అన్నిట్లో వాగుతాడు. మరి అని ఇంతవరకు కనీసం స్పందించలే. ఇది వాస్తవ ఫ్యాక్ట్, ఇది నిజమా. ఒక్కటి ఏంటంటే కేసీఆర్ ఫ్యామిలీకి ఒక ఫ్యాషన్గా మారింది.
They are using ED as a tool to harass other opposition parties. Even more strangers, even before ED sends summons, the entire local BJP will start speaking. పంపించేస్తాము, రేపు సమన్లు వస్తాయి, ఎల్లుండి సమన్లు వస్తాయి. So is it not a fact that ED, IT and CBI are extended arms of Narendra Modi?
The BJP sees Telangana as a potential growth area in South India. The Liquorgate scam in Delhi is set to figure prominently in its Telangana campaign while it mars KCR's national ambitions. Bureau Report, India Today.
Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate. A short phrase coined by renowned poet Kuppalli Venkatappa Puttappa. This literally translates to victory to you, Mother Karnataka, the daughter of Mother India. In this very poem, Kuvempu, as he is very fondly called, uses these words to describe the soul of Karnataka, to describe the essence of Karnataka. Okay, hold on, let's get real. That was the Karnataka of the yesteryears, where we talk about unity, we talk about the beauty of Karnataka. Today, what's it about? There's just one word to describe it, and that's polarization. And no guesses as to why. It's because it's election year. And we're setting the stage now for 2023's biggest poll battle, all set to play out in the state of Karnataka. The ruling BJP is looking to come back to power, and that too by bucking a rather peculiar trend in the state. Wait. Let's not talk about the BJP alone. They're not the only ones with a chance in this fight. The Congress is going all out in this election too. Come on, you first figure out all your internal politics, the fight for power, etc., and then talk about fighting us. I agree that there are some small differences over leadership in the party over the CM face, but that doesn't matter. The Congress is focused on ensuring there's a clear mandate that goes for the grand old party this time in Karnataka. I don't understand. You both are talking constantly about who's going going to be winning. But let's be very, very clear. There's no winner without the JDS, is there? We are, after all, the kingmaker. We'll see about that. But in the meanwhile, welcome to State of War, Karnataka. So much going on, so much that's happened in Karnataka. Where do we begin? Well, let's start with the BJP. Let's talk about the Bharatiya Janata Party and their achievements. No, hold up. Let's focus on the numbers first, because that's what an election is all about, right? Let's start with that. Yeah, and not just numbers. It's also got a lot of history behind it if you look at what's happened in Karnataka politically. And that sets up the significance of this election. Okay, let's start with the numbers then. There are 224 seats up for grabs in the state of Karnataka. And breaking it down, how does it stand currently? Well, it's the BJP that's in power with the maximum number of seats. The BJP has 104 seats. What about the Congress? The Congress is second with 78 seats. And then you have the JDS with 37 seats. We know all of that. We know how you got back to power. But let's leave that aside for a moment. Let's talk about the results before that. In 2013, when the Congress had the very clear mandate, the Congress, with a sweeping majority, won 122 seats. And before that, before 2013, I'm talking about the election in 2008, then it was the BJP that had in fact won the people's mandate with 110 seats. And I'm sure everyone's wondering why I made that comment earlier about the JDS being kingmaker. Look at what happened in 2004. But like so often we've seen in Indian politics, unholy alliances often tend to break apart, and it's happened repeatedly with the JDS. And that brings us to the rather surprising trend in Karnataka politics. No government has ever managed to repeat itself. I'm talking about this trend being the case since the Indira Congress times in Karnataka.
One of the challenges Karnataka has faced that in 40 years, in only 10 years have you had two chief ministers who completed their full 5-year term. So I think that's one of the internal dynamics of political parties and has worked to their disadvantage. And this time also, if you see, no political party, by no I mean at least the Congress and the BJP, have not declared their chief ministerial candidate. And which is a reflection of the fact that you are going into an election as a party and not as a leader.
And that's why the BJP has its task cut out right now. They have to ensure that they buck that trend, that they can actually come back to power in Karnataka. Since we're talking about history, it's important to also know about how Karnataka has been playing such an important and a vital role in shaping national politics as well. Jai Prakash Narayan's massive JP movement was a landmark one against Indira Gandhi's Congress. And Karnataka actually led the way for that with the Janata Party's win in 1985. And let's talk about that, because one of the biggest stalwarts, you're talking about Karnataka politics, you can't not talk about the political legends. And one of the biggest stalwarts is H.D. Devegowda, who led the Janata Dal to a massive election victory in 1994 and thereby turned over Karnataka politics on its head.
And how many of these MLAs, I'm not asking you the number, but how many of these MLAs have suggested to you that one of the solutions to the problem is change of leadership?
I know you are very clever.
I'm asking a straight question, sir.
Remember that Devegowda also became the Prime Minister in 1996. But, you know, I want to rewind a little more on that. Let's talk about what happened in Karnataka since the country's independence. Back then, in the 1950s, the 1960s, Karnataka was referred to as the Mysore state. And at that time, it was a bastion of the Indian National Congress. So the Congress, the Grand Old Party, never really had to work hard earlier to ensure that they'd regain power in Karnataka. It was this stronghold. Since the state's reorganization in 1956, the Congress was largely in power for a major chunk of the time. Okay, let me take it forward from here. You may have had Mysore state officially becoming Karnataka in 1972, but that didn't really change politics in any way in the state. The Indian National Congress continued to enjoy power, continued to enjoy being in the throne in Karnataka. Devaraj Aras and Gundu Rao had their terms until the juggernaut was halted by the JP movement. Let me step in there. The Congress muscled their way back in the state. But perhaps the turning point in Karnataka came in the year 1994. Why do I say that? Well, the Janata Dal, inspired by H.D. Deve Gowda, came to power, stormed into power rather, in Karnataka. There were two key takeaways from that election. One, the Congress, which was the might force, was reduced to just 34 seats. And the bigger impact was that the lotus, the BJP, had finally bloomed in Karnataka, with B.S. Yediyurappa spearheading the BJP to become the second largest party. So the Congress from number 1 came to number 3.
Because, people are fed up with this Congress, because that Sonia Gandhi cheated that voters. That's why people are ready to support Bharatiya Janata Party candidate.
Just like that, Karnataka had an alternative. It became a three-way battle since then.
A man not known for his oratory skills, Deve Gowda is lovingly called Mani Ne Magai, meaning the son of the earth in his native Karnataka. But even though the entry into politics was smooth, the ride ahead was an uphill task.
In 2004 was the next landmark election as far as Karnataka is concerned. Why? Because every political pundit had some gyan or the other to give and predicted one factor about the state. It did come true though. What happens if all three parties perform equally well? That kind of a scenario played out in Karnataka. In the 2004 assembly elections, BJP emerged the single largest party. The Congress was second best at 65. And the JDS, back then led by Siddaramaiah, don't get confused, managed to get 58 seats. So with a hung assembly, all eyes were on JDS to see which way they'd go. And this is why I say JDS has a history of being the kingmaker.
Please come. Dharm Singh. All these things have been discussed in detail. Now we have agreed upon to form the government, a coalition government in Karnataka.
So JDS chose Congress. The Janata Dal joined hands with the Congress, with Dharam Singh taking charge as the Chief Minister. And what happened next in Karnataka is a word that we derive from the state itself. Endless Nataka. Siddaramaiah had a fallout with H.D. Deve Gowda, and then, twist of twists, in 2005, Siddaramaiah is expelled from the JDS.
Why do you want to move Mr. Siddaramaiah from the leadership of the JDLP to the party world?
Which reason we are going to take that decision? MP Purash will going to address the press.
I say I was the hindrance, stumbling block for his plan.
You are still hindrance.
That's why he removed me first.
Now you are still hindrance. You still are hindrance.
Does it end there? No, in Karnataka, that's just the beginning.
What more you want me to?
A year later, Siddaramaiah joined hands with who were once his arch rivals, with the Congress, in the presence of Sonia Gandhi, in this massive welcome campaign that the Congress led. A move that forced the JDS to break allies with the Congress and maybe call for fresh elections.
So now suppose BJP says that they accept all your maybe your manifesto. So will you join hands with them in form government?
No, hold on. They had better plans also. In politics, we've seen it so many times. There are no real friends or enemies for that matter. It's all about who will sit on the seat of power. JDS thereby walked up to the BJP and formed the government. And H.D. Kumaraswamy is made the Chief Minister. So there you have it. All drama taken care of.
H.D. Kumaraswamy avarunnu Karnatakada Manya Mukhyamantригалagi.
Not at all. It was the beginning of another fresh cycle of drama. Because JDS, H.D. Kumaraswamy and B.S. Yediyurappa now got into a fight over any guesses, power, and over the CM throne, who will be the Chief Minister. Now, JDS decided to take the extreme step of pulling the plug on the alliance. This was, by the way, in 2007.
So do you think that this will be a stable government and it will go on, it will complete all the 18 months?
I don't want to reply for all these questions, because whatever reply we will going to give, people will take it in bad way.
how our friendly partners will going to behave in future days. On their behaviors only we can predict it will complete full term or it will not complete.
And now you know why we keep saying Nataka in Karnataka, drama written all over the state. Agreed. There's endless Nataka in Karnataka and all, but I think we've conveniently forgotten what happened in the last election as well.
Are you confident of becoming the next Chief Minister of Karnataka or not?
Same thing will repeat in Karnataka.
No hung assembly.
No hung assembly at all.
That brings us to the current scenario. Here's what happened a few years ago in 2018.
All India Congress Party has taken a decision to support JDS.
You had the JDS and Congress turning allies with just one mission in hand, to ensure that the BJP cannot come to power in Karnataka despite being the single largest party as per the people's mandate. Once again, you had H.D. Kumaraswamy at the throne. He took oath as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, and that moment led to this massive photo op, a show of strength by the opposition like nothing we've ever seen or perhaps have seen after that. But if you thought again, end of drama, think again. Because Kumaraswamy pulled off what he did in the 2000s, this time with the Congress. The BJP-JDS alliance may have been referred to as unholy, but so was the JDS-Congress alliance as well.
Do you hate Mr. Siddharamaiah?
What is the necessary for me to hate? Siddharamaiah is not running any campaign against me. His party is Congress, my party is JDS. I have to criticize him.
You have no problem with Siddharamaiah?
No, I have no problem at all.
The power-sharing formula, after a lot of ripples, a lot of tremors, a lot of differences, broke up. It lasted for just about 14 months. What led to the downfall? I'm going to bring in Nagarjun from Bengaluru for more on that.
It was in July 2019 that 17 MLAs from the coalition government resigned and flew to a resort in Mumbai city.
ये तो उनका तरीका है, पैसा है, पावर है, तो उसका वो प्रयोग करते हैं.
The then Chief Minister was in USA for an official trip, had to rush back to Bengaluru.
Sir, the BJP is saying that you have been reduced to minority.
Why I have to resign? What is the necessary for me to resign now? The central government and BJP's attitude, how they wanted to demolish the democracy system in this country.
While these rebel MLAs were in touch with BJP's top brass and Yediyurappa.
Even today, they want Congress. They let them go and approach the Supreme Court. We have written a letter to the governor. What is all things going on in the assembly?
That is why we are moving vote of confidence.
You're confident of getting the numbers, sir?
No, all our people will come back here. They don't want to lose their membership. That all the MLAs who had will change their mind. They'll be with us. We have a confidence. We will try to accommodate them.
The Speaker, however, suspended these rebel MLAs, and the MLAs then moved the Supreme Court and contested the by-elections, of which 15 of them won the by-elections and joined the BJP, and today are incumbent sitting ministers.
Spirit of my becoming the Chief Minister today goes to the people of this state who solidly stood behind me and my party. Mine is the development government, and development is only my goal.
So the saffron wave is back in Karnataka in the most dramatic way, as is expected from Karnataka politics. B.S. Yediyurappa, the BJP strongman, the BJP veteran, was back as the Chief Minister of the state. But surprise, surprise, in a matter of 2 years, on the BJP's second anniversary as the government in Karnataka, he stepped down. He resigned in a rather emotional moment in the Karnataka Assembly. And why? Because of the BJP's age barrier, the age cutoff that they have.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ
Now, this is one of the most debated points, not just then, but even to date, about whether the BJP Karnataka was wrong in removing B.S. Yediyurappa. But hold on, if you thought he was completely snubbed, that wasn't the case. Yediyurappa was given the opportunity to choose who his successor would be.
We have unanimously elected Rashtrapati Bhawan as legislative party leader. We are all very happy.
And he handpicked Basavaraj Bommai to lead the BJP into this election, to lead the BJP into the 2023 election.
Probably they'll be looking into the legacy which my father has left. So based on that, they are putting a lot of faith in me, like my central leaders Narendra Modi ji and Yediyurappa ji. So I have to live to the expectation of everybody.
So I'm guessing you got the flow and all of what's happened in Karnataka politics so far. But there's one very interesting aspect that we haven't told you about Karnataka yet. What are you talking about? The people who were rightly upset about Yediyurappa quitting and influenced the decision on Bommai's promotion to the CM post. But what's there to talk about? I think we all know that it was quite simply the Modi-Shah combination taking the decision. Come on, we all know there's a larger picture to also look at. It's also about caste and community, the mix of how that kind of politics really influences parties' decisions in the state. And I'm talking particularly about two caste groups, the Lingayats and the Vokkaligas. So let's put this stat out. Out of the 23 chief ministers that Karnataka has seen so far, 10 have come from the Lingayat community. Who are they? Well, a group of seers of different mats who back politicians and are a guaranteed vote bank. They constitute 17% of the state's population, and believe it or not, they're the deciding factor in about 120 of 224 Karnataka Assembly constituencies. Just so you know, Lingayats used to support both the Congress and BJP candidates earlier, but they moved away from the Congress, away from the Grand Old Party in 1990. This was when Rajiv Gandhi removed Virendra Patil as the chief minister. And let's get you some stats here of the BJP and how much the Lingayats matter to them. Of the party's 105 legislators, 37 are Lingayat. That's roughly about 39% of its lawmakers. So that's why it didn't really come as a surprise that when B.S. Yediyurappa stepped down as the chief minister, he then handpicked Basavaraj Bommai, who's also from the Lingayat community, to ensure that the Lingayats are in miffed toward Yediyurappa being removed as the chief minister of Karnataka. And if anything, the BJP will essentially recall the 2013 assembly election results to ensure that they take lessons from the past as well. Because in 2013, when Yediyurappa, rather miffed with the BJP, ditched them and started his own party, most of the Lingayat vote, interestingly, didn't stay with the BJP. They left the BJP and went with Yediyurappa instead. And that seriously dented the BJP's chances in that election.
This time around, it will be interesting because while Yediyurappa continues to be a powerful face of the BJP, he is not a chief ministerial candidate. He is not even contesting the elections. So how impactful will his campaign be? On the other hand, while the Congress has been trying to build its base among the Lingayats, their challenge is they don't have a frontline leader in that community who they can project as a face of the party. So these are the challenges with regard to the Lingayat vote, and that's why there is so much of discussion.
You know, the Lingayats at one point did vote for the Congress in large numbers. And despite all of the shortcomings, the Congress is still trying very hard to woo them back. Rahul Gandhi, for example, when he embarked on the Bharat Jodo Yatra, he met the seer of the Chitradurga Math, a very influential Lingayat seer, and sought his blessings. But that photo op, while extremely crucial in the political battleground of Karnataka, will it actually pay any dividends for the Congress? We'll see very soon. So we've covered the Lingayats for you. Let's focus now on the Vokkaligas, the second dominant caste group in Karnataka. There are 59 assembly seats largely concentrated in the old Mysore region, an area where the Vokkaligas are dominant. For long, they've backed the Congress and JDS.
Now the BJP wants to alter this equation. And that's why the BJP is making a huge presence in the old Mysore region, which is actually the chink in their armor. They have not done well in the old Mysore region in the past, except in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. On the other hand, the fact that the KPCC president is from that community, and of course the JDS banks on that community, you still have this three-way competition, therefore, for the Vokkaliga vote.
National Congress president has become after S.L. Krishna, the same community as become. That is what I just disclosed before the community. I want those entire community to stand behind me. I want the voters of all the community, they will definitely they will have an opportunity.
But, I'd also like to highlight here that it isn't as if the BJP doesn't have leaders from the Vokkaliga community. I'll list a few. Former Deputy Chief Minister Ashwath Narayan, Minister R. Ashok, the party General Secretary C.T. Ravi, who you see on the headlines very often, all of them are Vokkaligas. And in December 2022, Home Minister Amit Shah also made his pitch asking the community